The most dangerous military installation in the United States.
How does the prime suspect escape from a military base, somehow get a hold of a gun, and then kill?
Now that we know that something did happen to him and someone did do something to him, he ended up in a shallow grave in a field. We as an army failed to protect.
Fort Hood gained the unfortunate distinction of recording more murders and sexual assaults than any other U.S. Army installation.
I said, you're going to tell me that this base that got shut up a few years ago has no cameras? So that's correct.
Positive drug tests were the highest in the Army. Suicides were extremely high.
Are you satisfied with that, Secretary? I think I've answered your questions repeatedly.
The place where careers go to die.
Welcome to Fort Hood, Texas. We have more than 52,000 soldiers currently assigned to Fort Hood and more than 70,000 family members. Fort Hood is named in honor of Confederate General John Bell Hood. Today, Fort Hood is the largest active-duty armored post in the United States. Fort Hood is located in the beautiful hill and lake country of our great state of Texas.
Let me repeat that. The most dangerous military installation in the United States.
This is America saying thank you. Thank you for what you do for us each and every day. Thank you for your service.
So people would just disappear all the time from Fort Hood. You would just kind of have people go AWOL, is what they called it. AWOL is away without leave. You would just have people go AWOL random, and for the most of them, I was like, okay, yeah, I could see that person going AWOL, whatever, they'll catch him or they won't, I don't care. But there were a lot of people that was just I don't know about that one. I feel like he was just going to write out his contract. I don't think he would take off, but they would just stamp it as AWOL, and then they would do no investigation. Ever. Because why bother? Why bother investigating if someone went AWOL or not when they can just get picked up by a cop or whatever when their rear light goes out 20 years from now? So you never bother to investigate or search for them. They just kind of figured these people would turn up eventually. And sure as shit, when Vanessa Guillén happened, they started turning up. Just in the fields around Eileen, buried, opposed to getting pulled over by a cop.
So when they were doing the investigation for Vanessa, they found a bunch of other people buried in that same area?
Oh yeah. This might be rumor milled, but I believe this one I was hearing around the time I was leaving, is they found another body out there, and for the family to get the life insurance of their soldier being killed while in service and everything, and to give him his proper military burial, they had to take Fort Hood to court and prove that their son had been dead and buried in the field the whole time that the Army considered him AWOL. That's Fort Hood. I need you to prove that your son has been murdered and buried in this field for the past 10 years. Yeah, if you could prove that for me real quick, then I'll pay you the money you're owed, and then I'll give him a proper burial. But not until then. So yeah, it's some fuck shit. But yeah, they started turning up all kinds of bodies. Once they actually bothered to open their eyes and start looking, they found hella people. One day they would be in formation, and the next day they're like, hey, where's Private Snuffles? I don't know. Someone go call him. He's gone. Where is he? I don't know. Keep trying to make contact for the next 48 hours. No one can get a hold of him. Alright, he's AWOL. And that'd be the end of it. So, to leave the military and everything, you can't just quit. You have to wait until your contract expires. So when your contract expires, then you can leave. So if you have signed a 6-year contract and you're 3 years into it and you're absolutely miserable, daily thinking about killing yourself, and Fort Hood is a horrible place, you don't feel safe, you have a sergeant who's been sexually harassing you and you're afraid he's going to sexually assault you and everything, and you've tried to bring it up to the MPs and they just brush it under the rug and no one is able to help you, and he's retaliating against you. There's any number of reasons to eventually be fuck this, I need to get the fuck out of here. I don't blame a whole lot of people who go AWOL. I just think it was probably wiser just tuck and roll. But it's different for everybody, and everyone has to make their own adult decisions. call me orange, you can call me dipshit, like really anything works. Hey, fuckwit, that's actually a really funny story. So after Kuwait, I didn't smoke for all of my appointments. I managed to just hold on, not get any of that. They had me try dip, which is disgusting, but we were on a field exercise on the top of some OP outside of Fort Hood. I was the 13th Fox, so I was a forward observer for artillery. I call them like artillery strikes and air strikes. We could do naval gunfire, but what century are we in? Our job is basically we go up on top of hills, we set up like an observation post, we have like laser designators, binoculars, maps, protractors. So I was a part of 1st Cavalry Division, 3 ABCT, and then I was in 6-9 Cav before I later got transferred to 112 Cav. I was in 69 Cav. Nice. So we were on top of the hill, and there was like maybe 15 of us, and we were in this like clearing. All of us had like our rucksacks like in a semicircle, and we're leaning back in Simmons Grove. My gunner at the time, he was sitting to my left, and then I'm saying the name. My boss, I'm gonna give him a nickname. Putty. Putty was sitting next to me, and Putty asked for cigarettes. So they're passing the pack along. When it gets to me, I kind of like hold on to it for a second. I look over at Mr. Receding Hairline, and I'm like, "Hey, can I, can I like grab one of these?" And he goes like, "Sure, why not?" I take one and I pass the cigarettes over to Putty. They give me a lighter and they like show me how to light it. I light it, and I don't know how to smoke. I don't know about the whole pulling it into your lungs thing. For context, anyone who doesn't smoke, you're supposed to like inhale. That'll pull it into your mouth. And then you do another like intake of breath and then take that down into your lungs. And what I was doing was I would hit it and I would just let the smoke into my mouth and it would like burn the back of my throat, and then I would blow it out. And everyone sitting there knew I was just smoking wrong. They were like, "Hey, if you're gonna smoke it properly, pull it down into your lungs. You have to do another inhale." And I, like the wise 19-year-old kid that I was, said, No. I just like the way it burns the back of my throat, is what I said. And they all just stared at me for a second and just said, "Shut the fuck up. Just shut up and fucking pull the cigarette right." And that's how I started smoking. I kept going up to Mr. Receding, going like, "Hey, can I have like another cigarette?" And he'd be like, "Dude, you gotta stop. I didn't pack for both of us. Next time, buy your own." That was his fault. That was like 5 years ago. Jesus. 4.5, 5 years ago. Damn, I'm getting old. I smoke Camels, typically Camel 99s, but if I smoke those for like a couple weeks, I'll swap to smoking Camel Royals because they're a smoother blend. Or if like I've been smoking a lot recently, chain smoking, I'll swap over to Camel Filters, which are like a light cigarette, just so I'm like, if I have the habit of chain smoking, I'm not smoking myself to death. It's a light cigarette, so it's not so bad. We were a Bradley crew because for whatever reason the Army will take 13 Foxes who are supposed to be light observers, dismounts and everything, and we'll assign them all to be a Bradley crew. Bradley is like an armored personnel carrier. It's like a mini tank. It's got like a 25mm chain gun on it. Most Bradleys have a tow missile launcher for anti-tank work. Ours didn't get that. They gave us a giant laser that gave people cancer. We gave people cancer. It was our primary weapon. It was just a very, 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 very powerful laser strapped to the side of the turret, which means like if you shot it at exposed skin on people, they would start to burn. And it was a Fister Bradley. That's what we're called, Forward Indirect Support Team, and it also sounds funny. So they would give us these special Bradleys that had a giant laser on it that can pull a grid. Basically, I can point at like that lantern, and I can pull the exact location of that lantern. And we just all drive around a Bradley together. I was a Bradley driver and almost said his name. Mr. Receding Hairline was my gunner, and the Putty was the tank commander. And then we had our mom, our lieutenant. He was kind of around. He was really nice, but he just kind of fucked off all the time. That was his job, to fuck off. Mr. Receding Hairline did not have a receding hairline. He just had a hairline that was way receded. It was born receded. It was pre-made. Hey man, you gotta treat that receding hairline or you're not gonna have a hairline. He would get so angry about it. He'd be like, "No, it's not receding. It was always like that. It has gone nowhere. It is going nowhere." And we're like, "Yeah, it's not going forward." I'll tell you that much. It was just a constant running joke. He's receding hairline. I'm an idiot. Putty is always right. He could argue a mule into moving. if you got into argument with him and you found out you were wrong and he was right, and you went, "You're right," he would immediately come back with, "I know." And you're like, "You know what? Fuck you." Like, I admitted it, you know? Fuck you. Looking back on it, thinking about it, I don't think I ever talked to like my brother or sister at all while I was in. Like, I would see them on the holidays and everything, but like I never texted my sister at all or called her. My brother, we shared a friend group on games and everything, so we would talk to each other frequently, but never like talk to each other. Like, we were always like doing something. My mom, I only told my mom like 2 things. One, I told my mom when I started smoking, and then I told my mom when I got a tattoo. And she had the exact same reaction both times. I knew this would happen. And I'd be like, "Mom, I'm fucking telling you, like, I could have just not, you know?" And then she did it the second time I told her I got a tattoo, and I was like, "This shit again?" Like, what? I think she just kind of knew what happened because I was going off to the army, and like a good Facebook Karen, she was in all of the Facebook groups for the unit, so she was talking to all the other moms and learning about like our lives from them. They were like over here on the side, and was like, "Yeah, I'm surrounded by people who got tattoos and smoke." She could probably deduce I would probably start smoking and get tattoos. Who I was as a person, I really wasn't a person at all. Having no exposure to like any outside influences or anything, I was literally a square. Like, I didn't have strong feelings about anything. I didn't have a taste in music because the only music I got exposed to was church choir and whatever pop music was on the radio I would hear. If you pushed me into a corner, I would just sit there and be like, "I guess I live in the corner now. I don't know. That's fine with me." I was very much a square growing up. I didn't ever think of like breaking the rules. No, they're there for a reason. From the age of like birth to when I was 18 years old, I was homeschooled. The only times I left the house were to go to church, go to the store with like my mom, or Boy Scouts. I was in Boy Scouts for a while. Eventually, me and my brother got pulled out of Boy Scouts because that's when like they were letting like the gays join it, and my dad was just like, "I'm not gonna let my boys be surrounded by none of them homosexuals," so he pulled us out, and there went like the last bit of a social life I had. I was like, "No, fuck." Yeah, so like homeschooling and everything, it has its benefits, but like they give you like my month's assignments, like 1 month of assignments. Like, I have to have it done by the end of the month, and I go and meet with my teacher at like a Starbucks. Just wouldn't do anything for 3 weeks out of the month, and the last week of the month I would just be like, "This is math day, this is science day, this is history day, this is literature day," and I would just knock out all the assignments in like a day. My only deal was like I could just look up anything I want on Wikipedia. That was my deal to myself. But if I look it up, I have to read the entire Wikipedia article. Wikipedia was my education. I learned everything from Wikipedia. Reading a book? No, Wikipedia. And like, as a family and everything, I was the youngest. There was a sizable gap between me and my siblings. While we got along, I wasn't particularly close to either of them growing up. And then my dad was was really abusive and everything. And then my mom was just, bless her soul, super loving, but like not all there. Like, she was just kind of distant, and she was always dealing with my dad. I didn't talk to like anybody about going to the army. I was just like, I need to get out of my parents' house. Cannot stay there another year. And I was like, well, my sister went to college, and now she's like immense in debt and can't afford anything. My brother got a minimum wage job and is struggling to get by. One day I was just in my backyard. I had like my little, I don't know, I had a burner phone, basically one of those flip phones, because my parents wouldn't give me a smartphone because I don't need it. I don't have friends that live at home. So I had like a little burner phone. I popped in my little flip phone, got like the phone number for like the recruiting station downtown, like called them, and they're like, "Yeah, man, we'll pick you up today. Well, I'll swing by your house after lunch and I'll pick you up." And I was like, "Cool." And I got in a car with a strange man and we drove off. My military recruiter did not have to lie to me. They didn't promise me anything. They didn't go, "Oh, you're gonna get a Ferrari, you're gonna be rich." None of that. My man picked me up. I was an awkward 18-year-old, and I got to experience metal music first time because he had like Bullet for My Valentine playing, and I had never heard metal music before in my life, and I immediately like put it into my phone notes. I was like, "Bullet for My Valentine, look that up at home." I was like, okay, well, this guy is going to get me out of here and get me a job, and then later down the road provide for my college. It just was like too neat of a bundle that I just could not pass that up. And then like the recruiting process was pretty simple. I just kind of went in there and I was like, yeah, man, I'm sold. You don't have to sell me. Like, I'm already sold. I'm pre-sold. Just what do I do? So he got me to take like a practice ASVAB, which I failed. I failed the practice ASVAB. I got a 28 on it. I think like the passing score was like 32. I got a 28 and I was the last person for the day. So they all kind of like looked at each other and were like, do we give him like study material and have him study over the weekend and then have him go take like the actual ASVAB? And the head recruiter was just like, nah, the practice one's harder than the real one. He'll go up a couple points. He'll be good. And I took the real test and I scored a 72. I didn't know that like a 72 was good or not. 72 to me sounds like a C. That sounds pretty bad. So like, the whole time I thought like I did shit on the ASVAB. And then I walk in the recruiting station when we get back and he's just like, why didn't you just score the 72 on the practice test? Why the suspense? And I was like, is a 72 good? And he's like, yes, 72 is good. 72 is very good. So then he just took me through all the jobs that I was able to do, which is like basically everything in the Army. So I was a forward observer who they made a Bradley driver. And it also had a $20,000 bonus for signing on it, and that just sealed the deal. I was like, $20,000, I concepted the worth of money. Sell my soul, please take that. You don't get that money until you graduate advanced individual training, and then you file for it at your unit. You have to ask for it. If you don't ask for it, they will not pay it to you. And thankfully, when I filed for it when I was OCONUS, which is outside the continental United States, in Kuwait, tax-free. They'll give you the first half up front. I got $10,000 up front, no taxes. On the anniversary of you graduating from AIT for the rest of your contract, they'll give you the rest of it in like payments. So I joined the United States Army. I just kind of wanted like somewhere to belong and like to devote myself to. I was like, I want to be all in on this. And I was. I didn't really consider the Navy or the Air Force or anything. I was just like, I don't know, Army. That's how Army works. Right in the fucking slot. They will drive you to the airport. They make sure you get on that flight. They run you through like these are your connecting flights to wherever you're flying to. For me, it was California to Georgia for Fort Benning. In the airport, there was like one of the drill sergeants there, and everyone was gathered around. So we all just gathered up in the airport. Once he had enough people arrive from all over the country, they threw us all into a bus. Took the bus for like an hour to wherever Fort Benning was. I don't know. It was the dead of night. They just basically kidnapped us in the dead of night from the airport. Drove us out there. Had us go through like this. It's all kind of a blur because it was like insane to me. They had us go into like this room and they're like, this is contraband, this is contraband, this is contraband. If you have any of these things, put it in the amnesty box. You will not be judged for it. You don't give a shit. But if you have it after this room, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. And we're like, sure, say less. What's it called? We go into like a foreign country. Customs. We were going through customs and they like start asking you questions like, oh, do you have like any foreign currency? Do you have like drugs? And you're like, I don't think so, but maybe there's meth in there, like, I don't know. And then they just walked us around all over the place to like random things, doing random stuff, like walk through here, get this, like pick up this bag and this bag, walk around the room and out the other side, and then you're going to walk into this room and you're going to grab specifically this, and this, and you're going to put it into this bag. It's just a blur. So like, it was just insanity to me. Like, we're just weaving through this building, grabbing random shit and throwing into whichever bag they told us to. The stuff they're having us put in there are like toiletry stuff, toothbrush, toothpaste, Army PT clothes. And these are your like uniforms. Like, you're grabbing uniforms, you're grabbing boots, you're grabbing stuff like that. And then once all that's done and you go through all that, for us, since it was dead of night, there was nothing else for us to do. So they took us over to like where we'd be sleeping or staying, and they let us pass out for like 2-3 hours till the sun came up. And then we were back at it doing like more random shit, like getting haircuts, getting our pictures taken for our IDs, stuff like that. It was terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. The 18-year-old sheltered me. I was like getting flashbanged. I was lost and confused, perpetually scared. Felt like a field mouse because I was like terrified I would do one of this very simple instructions wrong and then I would get yelled at, and I did not want to get yelled at. There's always somebody who'd be smuggling like a granola bar here, a biscuit there, like a little muffin here. Someone's always trying to smuggle something. You might be able to get away with it for a couple times. Eventually they're going to ask everyone to turn out their pockets, and the same people who steal from the DFAC aren't smart enough to not keep it in their fucking cargo pocket. Every time. It's always the right cargo pocket. And naturally it comes out in formation, and then everyone gets fucked. These two gentlemen decided they were going to steal chunky peanut butter packets from the dining facility, and then during the night they met up with each other in the bathroom and used the chunky peanut butter as lubricant to have anal intercourse. And they were caught. And the part that baffles me the most is right next to the peanut butter was the jelly. And I think jelly would have worked a lot better than chunky peanut butter. I'm not a biologist, but like that does not seem appealing to me. There was one time we started a gambling ring using Jewish dreidels we got from the Jewish service we went to on one of the Sundays. If you don't know what a dreidel is, it's basically like a top with like different symbols on it. But we started a gambling ring using different kinds of cough drops. That was like one of the few things we could purchase from the commissary. Different cough drops had different value, like poker chips. I ran like an actual gambling ring in basic training. Like I made a fair bit of money off of it. It was a good hustle. Yeah, so you have like 6 or 7 people sitting around the dreidel. You had like little pieces of paper with like each symbol drawn on it, and then whichever side you thought it would land on, you would slide that out with your cough drops. And then if it landed on that side, everyone who didn't pick the side that you picked, you would all be like divided evenly. Everyone who did pick that symbol. So if you're doing one-on-one like me and you, and I bet like 50 cough drops on the triangle, and you bet 50 cough drops on the line, and the triangle won, I would just take all your cough drops. But if there's another person, we would split those between the two of us. We both bet on triangle. We kept it real dumb. We'd only do them on Sundays, just because like every other day, like there's so much stuff going on. There's always a drill sergeant popping in like every 5 minutes. But on Sundays, they kind of just left us alone. Like you could go to a service or whatever for religion, or you could just choose to stay in the bay. But if you stay in the bay, couldn't sleep. You weren't allowed to sleep. You had to be like a week like writing letters or reading like your warrior skills handbook, doing something, right? But a lot of us would kind of gather behind the bunks against the wall lockers in the corner of the room, furthest from the door they would come through, and then we would do it, and then when they came in, we could like grab all the shit and like hide it before they got to that side of the bay. They were like these plastic toy ones they gave us, and we were like playing with it because it was like the only toy we had. So like we would just spin it, and like we're playing with it, and then like some dude just had cough drops, and another dude had a different kind of cough drops, and like monkeys were like, ooh, what if we mix activities? Tink, tink. One dude's like, I'll bet you 3 of these halls for like 3 of your Lisdons or whatever. And they're like, sure. And that's how it all started. Eventually, it got wildly popular. Like, it was insane. Like, Sunday would roll around and everyone was like, when are we cracking out the dreidel? Let's do this shit. I made, I want to say, $300 to $350. But really, all I was doing is, like, as the person running it, I would just take, like, a cough drop here, a cough drop there. And then, like, we would convert those to cash before we go to, like, the commissary or whatever. You could pull money from the ATM. So it was really easy to just withdraw money from the ATM, and then you paid your debtors. Some people didn't pay, which like we just banned them from playing ever again, and that was that. We did kind of mug a dude in basic training, but it wasn't over the cough drops. He was a nasty dude. He was just nasty. Had warts all the time. He waddled. He was not overweight. He just waddled everyone like his pants were full of shit. Could not run. He had the weirdest run. Like he had to kick his legs out. I just did it in real life as if you could see it, but he would like swing his leg out and then forward. Both of them. So he ran in the weirdest way possible on our fire guard shifts, which are like 2 to 3 hour shifts and everything in basic training, where you just kind of sit there behind the desk, keep a log of like, this person went to the bathroom, this person came back from the bathroom at this time. Basically make sure everyone stays asleep and stays in their beds. He would just disappear. He would just take off. We had no idea where he was going. So all of us in like the W section of the bay, we would come together and we would be like, we need to figure out where he's going before drill sergeant catches him missing from his shift, and we'll all get reamed for it. Found him in the laundry room, having just finished jerking off, and he cleaned up his mess with a towel that's in the laundry room, and then he rolled it up and put it back with the rest of the clean towels. Which, like, if he used it and put it with the dirty towels, that's fine. I can live with that. But he put it back with the clean towels, and that's where the line was crossed. I get it. You want some personal time to your business and everything, but like the clean towel, the dirty to clean was just no. No, man, you sealed your own fate with that one. So they took like socks and padlocks and soap bars and beat the shit out in the shower one day. I said, stop jerking off. And they just left. So after basic training, so it depends. If you're infantry, you have like, I think it's 4 to 8 more weeks of basic training than anyone else. You go from like general basic training to like specialized infantry basic training. All about teaching you infantry tactics and stuff like that. If you're what's considered a pogue, like me, you don't go to that extra 8 weeks, and instead you get shoved onto another airplane to wherever your AIT schoolhouse is located. For me and every other artillery MOS, we are located in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. So I got shoved onto an airplane, sent over to Fort Sill, Oklahoma for my advanced individual training. That's the AIT stands for. And you spend 8 weeks, if you're lucky to get a class immediately, It was like a 3-week wait period to get into a class. Once you're in your class and everything, it's like 8 weeks of just studying, testing. After your advanced individual training, everything, I'll never forget this. On the top floor of our building, there was a whiteboard that had like everyone in the class's assignments whenever like a class was coming up to graduate, and you had like every person's name on there. And then whenever they got the orders or the assignment for that person, they would write it next to their name. So every day at the end of school, as we're nearing graduation or anything, we'd all run upstairs, to look and see if we got our assignment yet. It was me and one other dude who were the last ones to get assigned a unit, and we were both W's. So I will never forget, I ran upstairs, and like my AIT instructor would just like finish writing something on the board, and he turns and he sees me, and he's had like the saddest look in his eyes. His point of the board is like, "You got your assignment." I'm so sorry, man. I thought right next to my name was Fort Hood, and I was like, "What's wrong with Fort Hood?" He's like, "It's in Texas, and it's not a great place." Which I would later find out is a pun, because Fort Hood's called the Great Place.
Very good. I feel like singing, gang. Bring it up big, let's go. All together now, gang, get your move. Got eyes of blue. I never cared for eyes of blue, but she's got eyes of blue. And that's my weakness now. Fast, she's got a dimpled cheek. I never cared for dimpled cheeks, but she's got a dimpled cheek. And that's my weakness now. Oh my, oh my, oh me, oh me, oh my. Oh, I should be good, I could be good, but gee, oh, wow, wow, wow. She likes the villain and crew. I never liked the villain and crew, but she likes the villain and crew. And that's my weakness now. All right, where's my horn here? All right.
I see the beaver. So back when the military still had like NCO clubs and officer clubs on bases, the enlisted men or the officers that would go to the club would bring these things called challenge coins with them. And they'd keep them in their wallet, and they would do what is called like a coin check. And they'd ask, hey, they just put their coin out, and the other guy would have to respond with bringing out a coin of his own. And if he didn't have a challenge coin, he owed the other guy a drink. And so the military culture is like these coins are given out to people so that they can show off when these coins are presented.
I from the high street, woman, would you weep on me?
Smoking cigarette. Wanna put up your favorite. All like, okay, cool. My favorite player, baller. Then I got a ball.
I've never been to a Waffle House.
Really?
Yeah, I'm down.
Dude, that's perfect.
Oh my god! Holy fucking shit, it's huge! What? Whoa, it's even bigger! Come on, Eileen! Bucky! 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 Look at that gas. Yeah.
That's actually really fucking hot.
Welcome to Texas, bitch. They got smokers at the fucking gas station, bro. What are we on, bro? God, I love America. Bro, ain't no way I caught you lacking. Ain't no way I caught you lacking.
What are you talking about? I haven't even taken a bite of it. I'm eating a sausage, but you didn't. I'm not gonna take a bite of it while you're filming, man. Fuck you.
Lacking. I would never film. I wasn't gonna film you eating it. I was just gonna film the sausage. That was the worst part of high school. Was when you eat a banana and someone would. Yeah, no, that's fucked up.
You could tell the motherfuckers they were embarrassed too, because they would just rip off the banana.
Yeah. Starting it? Is it hot in here? Caught your ass lagging! Caught you lagging! Yo, what are we doing out here? You lacking!
I'm Vanessa Guillén cousin, and we're still looking for true justice and true accountability from military, from government, because her mom has been so 6 years back. And to me, living a mother of a military hero, because she make a difference. She make a difference. So a lot of young soldiers, men and women, after they graduate from high school, they enlisted, they, with Vanessa Guillén Act, they at least have a house. But having an act is everything. We need to make sure it is done the way it's supposed to. We hope this case is not forgotten. This is a very important case. Very, very important case for everybody, especially for young people, for military people, for Texans, for the United States of America, and we want justice, true justice.
There was a strong young woman who died. She was strong. She ran. She played soccer. She was going for a hike that day. If she can get killed, who couldn't get killed? This could happen to any of our mothers, our sisters, our daughters. Enough is enough. One person too many.
I value the military because of what we do. We protect and serve. I'm a patriot, but this piece of the puzzle they need to fix, because if they continually fail us, I don't know how much longer I could feel that this way, you know.
Since the beginning, all involved in the search have worked tirelessly to find Vanessa. In the last 3 days, the investigation has led to the discovery of human remains in Belton, Texas, the arrest of a person from the local community, and the suicide of a soldier in Guillén who is pending apprehension. The remains
Wait a minute, 30 minutes? Set a timer for 15 minutes. That's what just happened.
That is what just happened.
Yo.
Check his phone seat. You're correct.
Yo, server, you just said that.
Oh, well. And they say Bobby Darin. Holy smokes. You're going to be sick, boy, one day when I play the Copa.
I got like super patriotic or something in like early 2009, and then like by late 2009, that's when I like decided, hey, I'm gonna pull the trigger and join the military, like join the army. You know, my dad was in the army and did a lot of years, like 14 years as a tanker. So I was like, you know, maybe I'll follow in his footsteps, and like if I do, I want to like surpass his rank. So like I just want to like, you know, I don't know, like be a good son or something. I don't know. So like I was walking through the mall, and like this is when they don't do it too much anymore. But like there was a recruiting station at the mall, so it had like all the branches, and I was getting a T-Mobile Razor phone, the flip phone, and it was like the coolest thing to have. So like I got that, and I'm like walking through, and then I just see it, and I was like, And my buddies, like 3 of them joined the Marines, and they were still in boot camp. And I was like, that's what I want to do. I walked in, went to the Marines initially, and then they all got out of boot camp. And they called me. The first thing they did was call me, because I was like sending them like letters and stuff, like I'm gonna join the Marines. And they were like, dude, like I got so screwed over from my recruiter, like I'm doing this job that doesn't even correlate to what I do, because like you can't really pick your job in the Marines. Like it's just what they give you is what they give you, more or less. Like there's some other stipulations with it, but so then they were like, dude, go to the Army. So I walked over to the Army and said, I want to be an engineer. And they were like, you know, as long as you qualify. And I went in and I qualified, so I became an engineer. My dad, like when I told him I wanted to join, he was like, think about it for 1 month. Don't be so immediate with it. Like if you want to do this, think about it for a month. And at the end of the month, if you want to do this, then I fully support your decision. That's what I did. Like every day it was just more and more and more. I wanted to join the Army. And by the end of the month, I said, yes, I still want to do this. And then he like, you know, like kind of came with me at that point. And we sat down and, you know, kind of made it happen, I guess. The leadership who's in charge of the recruiting, they don't care about the recruiters, even if you are permanent or non-permanent. They just treat you like so poorly all the time, because the only thing that matters is the mission. The suicide rate and divorce rate is like through the roof in terms of recruiting. So like we had this instance, this leader got pushed to the edge, and one morning before everyone else got into work, this was in Tennessee, this boss of this recruiting station, you know, got to his limit. And so he pretty much went into his office one morning, sat down, and just blew his brains out right in the middle of the station, and you know, killed himself. And he left behind 3 kids. And the leadership at that time, like the really high up there, the sergeant major, especially the sergeant major, like he's an absolute piece of trash, and I can talk about him all day. He didn't care. He was just like, okay, he's dead. Now who's the next guy who's going to replace him? So, and he was very open about, like, the next day he came into their office, like they're still picking brain matter off of the wall. And he's just like, hey guys, like I know that this happened, but like you guys still have to make the mission. How do you tell somebody that? Even at his funeral, the sergeant major showed up, and there were other civilians who used to do recruiting. They retired, and then they came back to do it as a civilian. That sergeant major and these civilians were in a circle at the funeral. Like the wife and the children are over there like mourning, the whole family's mourning, and all he was talking to them about was who's going to be the next guy to take over his position. Their leadership makes them work like 7 days a week from 6 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. So these people who have families, have children, they don't see their spouses, their wives or husbands. Like they just don't have that luxury. They just have to keep pushing to make mission, and the leadership doesn't care. Like they're literally waiting for you to kill yourself so that they can put the next guy into your seat and just continue pushing through. You know, they have the programs in place to help the people, but like at the end of the day, they don't care. They just, okay, you had your braking limit, cool, now let me grab the next guy and let's see how long this person lasts for. Again, it's like the mission is what matters. Like the soldiers, like we don't, and this is like an army-wide thing. That's why you see like the things like Vanessa down in Fort Hood, where she's murdered and killed by another leader. You know, like that stuff is so common, and they, especially Fort Hood, they try to cover it up. Like they really do their best to cover up all that stuff, because you don't want to be seen in a bad light, but it happens all the time. So like she was being like sexually harassed by her leadership, like this one specific leader. And she was reaching out to people saying, hey, he's like sexually advancing towards me and harassing me. Again, like leaders just don't care. She wasn't heard, and she told that leader who was doing that, hey, like I'm gonna tell on you. So he bashed her over the head, knocked her out, dragged her into the armory, which is like where we keep all of our weapons and stuff, and like proceeded to like cut her into a bunch of pieces and then put her into a weapons case. And then he like brought it home and then got his girlfriend, like they put a bunch of cement in there and then they buried her. But the thing was is that Fort Hood didn't do anything. They tried to cover it up, acted like it never happened. And then when the family started catching traction with like different newscasting places, you know, they had no choice but to like start looking for her because they didn't care. They weren't going to look for her. She sent out messages to her family saying like, hey, I'm being harassed and all this kind of stuff. And then like the messages just stopped and the leadership just like pushed it off. Like maybe she went AWOL, like maybe she like, you know, ran away, you know, and we're not going to take the time and energy to like look for her. We're just going to chalk it up as a loss and like we don't give a shit. So then like they reached up to the higher form of leadership on Fort Hood. So they just kept going higher and higher and none of them gave a shit because again, like that, they don't care. And then once they started getting you know, out to these newscasting places saying, hey, our daughter's been gone for 2 months. Can you get something out there? Then it started catching traction, you know, and then like when they realized, oh, something did happen. And then once that news got out, like the whole entire country, especially in the DC area, there was a bunch of movements, you know, of like, you know, kind of like these hashtag Me Too's of like trying to, you know, say, hey, look, like this is a very common thing in the military. Like this happens all the time. Back in the day when an investigation happened, we left it inside of the military. So a lieutenant or a commander would be put as like an investigator. Even though that's not his job, they'd make him an investigator to prove if it was true or false. And, you know, again, if you are kind of like in the in crowd, they would, you know, sweep it underneath the rug and say, oh, it was inconclusive. The Army can kind of dictate what happens. But now, because of what happened with Vanessa, you know, now it's federal. So now outside sources like the CIA and FBI and all that, they're the ones who take control of what happens, and they're the ones who, you know, make sure that what's happening is really happening and stuff. So it's out of the control of the military now. I'm gonna let my cat out real quick. Hold on. 2 seconds.
Almost 7 weeks since a Fort Hood soldier from Houston was last seen, 20-year-old Vanessa Guillén vanished without a trace in late April.
Her family, friends, and community activists calling for transparency from the United States Army and leaders at Fort Hood.
The day she went missing, no one reached out to me. No one called me or my mother. I had to start looking for phone numbers, calling them, asking them.
Myra believes her sister is still alive and that someone may be holding her captive.
Just hold on. We're going to get to the bottom of everything and you're going to be back home.
We did ask Myra tonight if there's any way possible her sister may have gone AWOL, but she tells us she believes that is absolutely not the case.
Outside of Fort Hood, supporters continue to hold vigils and protests demanding answers.
Vanessa's family says they feel like they're being stonewalled when they're trying to get information. Her mother saying she is frustrated with the lack of transparency from the military base.
Her mother, Gloria, remembering a conversation the two had months before she went missing.
A mí me está acosando sexualmente un sargento. Le dije, no, mija, es que eso no puede ser, mija. ¿Cómo a ese grado? Dijo, sí, mami, y se le salieron sus lagrimitas así.
We were aware early on in PFC Guillén's disappearance that the Guillén family had made statements to the media concerning sexual harassment allegations, but again, we had no further information at this time of that claim. And any hint of information that was sexual harassment was completely looked at without any credible information.
We're joined by Vanessa family attorney, Natalie Kawam.
Within the last couple of years, there have been several incidences of soldiers killed on the base, missing on the base. There's major human trafficking going on at that base. There's there is a ring of sex prostitution rings. Yesterday when I was meeting with the general and I asked him about cameras, they said they didn't have any cameras. I said, you're gonna tell me that this base that got shut up a few years ago has no cameras? He said, that's correct. And I said, really? Because I'm gonna tell you, one of my insiders took the FaceTime and took me through the base and showed me cameras. And he said that they were not operational. And I almost fell over. I said, see, we now have fake cameras as security, fake cameras. I don't know what to say other than that base needs to be looked into.
I also questioned them about the checks. There were several checks that day. When you wake up, they go and check you in your room. They check at 9 a.m., check at 3 p.m., check at 4 p.m. They didn't have that in the timeline. That was missing. So when I asked that, they kind of tiptoed around that, saying, well, someone could have been having lunch or someone could have been out, but that's not how it works. A check-in is a check-in. Why haven't they looked for her starting at 3 p.m. when she was missing? Why did it take Vanessa's sister and family and friends to contact the base and say she's missing at 8 p.m.? I don't know what's going on in that command. I don't like the way that they were evasive. When I questioned the protocol being breached, such as the check-in, the general came back with, oh, not everybody checks in. Really? Are you going to say that on the record? Not everybody checks in? Is that how you run your command? I mean, is it anarchy or is it a military base? That was an answer to try to distract us to think that it was on Vanessa. It was Vanessa's fault for not checking in, when in fact, we find out afterwards they accounted for her falsely. They falsely accounted for her at 3 p.m. that day. Why do I have to learn this? I am not an inspector. I'm not a PI. I'm an attorney. And it only took me 24 hours to figure out the problem, and they're going to sit there and lie to me?
Investigators so far have not turned up any information about her disappearance. Her family has previously said they thought that sexual harassment should also be investigated as part of her disappearance.
I think one of the most shocking things in your report there was that this family was told that sexual harassment isn't anything criminal. My gosh.
She goes missing, and this is 2 months ago. They go in and they say, hey, we've got some information. Right before she went missing, she says she was being sexually harassed by a sergeant here in the Army. Big clue for you, investigators. Well, they turn to the family, and they say, that's not illegal sexual harassment, and it has nothing to do with this missing person. The problem is here in this case, Julie, it's the sexual harassment. There's nowhere to go for these young women and men, because the way it's structured, you have to go to the chain of command. You have to go to, in some cases, in Vanessa's case, the person that was doing it to her to complain.
If you were sexually harassed or sexually assaulted by someone higher ranked than you, the person who normally would be reviewing this or dealing with this, it's called a SHARP, and that person's part of the same unit, same command as you are. It's not a neutral person. It's not a person that's removed or independent. That's where the problem is. The command turns on you because now you're talking about the persons that you're working with the persons you're working with. So it's really a system that's not only grossly flawed, but it's broken.
We have breaking news tonight. Human remains have been found during the search for missing Fort Hood soldier Vanessa Guillén.
Important to note here, though, Texas EquiSearch says this is not the missing Houston soldier Vanessa Guillén.
He was later identified as Fort Hood soldier Gregory Morales.
A CID spokesperson says Morales had disappeared under suspicious circumstances.
And officials say foul play is suspected at this point.
The military first declared him AWOL.
We all knew that Greg just wouldn't run away out of nowhere.
Meantime, this mother says she can't even have a proper military burial for her son because his status is still marked as deserter.
It's almost an insult that they would label him that. I just want them to take it more seriously, I guess, when people are missing.
For 10 months, family members were left with unanswered questions.
Transparency doesn't mean that you have to tell me all the details and everything that you know. It can simply mean we have some leads and we're looking into them. That's all I want to know, is that they're trying. I still have nothing on his autopsy, cause of death. I really have no information.
They just write somebody off just because they're missing is wrong, especially now that we know that something did happen to him and someone did do something to him and he has ended up in a shallow grave in a field for 10 months without anybody knowing where he was at, and they weren't willing to go and look for him. Nobody cared this much about Greg at all, and it just really stings that it took another person going missing for them to raise his reward and even care a little bit more to go out and look.
Vanessa's family and all of the publicity that they've gotten certainly helped find Greg, and every time I get a chance, I want to tell them thank you.
We want to head back out to our breaking news situation.
There were human remains found here this morning around 11:30. A civilian was out here working on the fence. They said he smelled a strong scent. We cannot confirm, nor can they, that they were the remains of Vanessa Guillén. Now, if you take a look behind me, if you see where that tree line is, they have just removed the remains from there. They were only that far from the street, and they removed them about 15 minutes ago.
Vanessa's family, the Army, and the rest of us now waiting on a positive identification
identification of the remains found today.
The Armed Forces Forensic Examiner has determined through DNA analysis that the remains found near the Leon River are in fact those of Vanessa.
We believe that her remains were found. We believe that the suspect had killed himself in the morning, and that person ran off the base, as we understand, on foot and shot himself when they came up to him.
Military investigators say Guillén was bludgeoned with a hammer.
When she went to the armory room, Robinson was with her. He took a hammer and bludgeoned her.
After Robinson beat Guillén to death in the armory, he put her body in a box and attempted to burn her body in a remote area.
His girlfriend is now charged with helping to hide Guillén's body.
She burned a soldier's body and dismembered it with a machete. That's what ISIS does to our soldiers. She should be treated like a terrorist.
On April the 26th, the two returned to the Leon River, burning the body and pouring concrete over the shallow grave. The details too hard to tell Vanessa's mother, Gloria.
We can't tell her that they found Vanessa's body or anything. I mean, this lady is so fragile. It's not healthy or safe for her to know anymore.
On the day that Vanessa's remains were found, Specialist Robinson is put under the watch of an unarmed escort. How does the prime suspect in Vanessa's disappearance escape from a military base, somehow get a hold of a gun, and then kill himself?
They attribute his escape from a supervised conference room to poor communication. Writing, the investigators failed to communicate he was a soldier of heightened interest.
They had him on the base. They told him not to leave, and he ran on foot.
Robinson managed to obtain a gun.
It happened just over my shoulder here where that sign is. As he was walking, investigators were looking for him, and as they approached him, we are told, he pulled out a gun and fatally shot himself.
He's gone. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, the good thing, he's gone. Now we're going to go into see what happened. Also, can we have this go on to other people to help other people? As you know, the FBI and the DOJ are now involved. We got them involved. And the people at Fort Hood, where it took place, are very much involved. We didn't want to have this swept under the rug, which could happen. And how could it have happened when nobody knew about it at all? We're going to see if we can do something representing the family, but also helping other people that are in the same position, because this is not, probably, sadly, it's probably not that unique. There are other people in trouble too.
The remains of another soldier were found near Fort Hood.
For the third time in a month, the body of a Fort Hood soldier was found.
26-year-old Private Major Morta has been identified by Fort Hood officials.
Private Major Morta's death comes just weeks after the discovery of Vanessa Guillén's remains.
The deaths of these 4 soldiers, all within the last few months, are leaving many questions still unanswered.
Yeah, Vanessa Guillén. The government, and most specifically the military, gives immense amount of fucks about public opinion. It's huge. It's insane the amount of effect you can have. I mean, the fact there was a congressional investigation of a military post over one person disappearing shows how much they wanted to make that news article and all that publicity go away. I'm probably going to be missing some things, but I know 14 Army leadership was fired from the command team of Fort Hood. I know it was a huge investigation. They were interrogating people.
I was just going to say that's usually their answer to it. Burn that entire command chain and hope that public outrage dies down.
Justice has been served. Justice. Before I launched this interview and everything, I reached out to Staff Sergeant Putty, and I reached out to this guy named Magic, who are both people I worked with in the past. They assure me that fundamentally nothing has changed. Putty still lives right outside Post, and Magic actually just got out a month or 2 ago. They fired a bunch of people, they made a big show of it and everything, but the same issues are just coming back again. And there's no real way to fix Fort Hood. You would need to clean out the entire staff of that place and replace it with brand new people who have no previous knowledge on how the post was run previously. Literally impossible. You can't do that. The problem is if it was a different base and it wasn't Fort Hood, maybe, but Fort Hood is the largest Army base in the United States. It houses one of only 3 armored brigades. And that's just a part of what Fort Hood houses. The big part is 1st Cavalry Division, 3rd Armored Brigade. But But like there's so many other like mini units. Like there's First Med there, the 88 guys, I forget what their unit was, but you have also the dudes who are on North Fort Hood, which is an entirely separate installation in its own little world, like across an interstate, not connected to normal Fort Hood. Like there's so much other shit there beyond just First Cav that like to shut down Fort Hood and like try to pick all that up and move it somewhere else. The problem is like there isn't really another military base that's big enough to fit it all. Like, sure, you can take off some of these smaller units and send them like different bases around like the US and everything, like change them, but to house just First Cav and have like the same training center that is Fort Hood, like it'd be fucking insane.
Maybe part of the problem with it is the size, how big it is. Like the oversight of it is just too hard because of how big it is.
That could be true. The thing is like typically when it comes like corruption or things is like you can pick out like, okay, this group of like people or like these types of people are causing this type of thing to happen. Like these people are being greedy. They are manipulating policy to pad their own pockets by skimming off the top. With Fort Hood, it's its own little wild horse race because you got like the military police who are sweeping sexual harassment and sexual assault cases like under the rug and are like having competitions who can give out like the most tickets in a month. And then you got like chains of command who are competing with each other to score the most points and to like cover up their own mistakes as much as possible so that they look as good as possible. Like you have all these different like individual like fucked up viewpoints and like methods of leadership that you can't just install one fix. You have to address each individual fuck up with its own tailor-made like solution. The US government is not prepared to devote that much level of like care or interest. They want to slap one big band-aid on it and just call it good. So they fired 14 people, and that's their big band-aid. Which it worked. I mean, people aren't paying attention anymore.
It would take so much congressional oversight to like get into all that stuff, it sounds like, to unfuck it.
Then you just have to hope that the people who are going into and unfucking it aren't they themselves also fucking it up and making it worse. It's just such a daunting task that I don't think it can be fixed. You just gotta pray you don't get assigned there. And if you do, tuck and roll.
I also don't think they can test for mushrooms either. The only way to test for it is through a stool sample. And when's the last time somebody asked to shit in a cup in the military?
Wouldn't piss also constitute as a stool sample?
No.
I mean, I've shit myself plenty of times.
And the problem was I pissed on the airplane. So I had to just sit there for hours as the drill sergeant just kept coming up to me and whispering in my ear, if you don't take a fucking piss, I'm gonna eviscerate you. Which does not help that process at all. They always call it a random piss test, but like they piss test everybody, so it's 100% chance you'll be randomly selected. It's gonna be random, but it's gonna be you.
Yeah, well, not entirely random. They do batch testing. If you test in a batch where someone else pissed hot, you can be sure that you'll be pissing until they batch you out. One time I had to I had to do the piss test like 5 times in a row before whoever got caught in my batch. I actually worked for Air Canada at one point.
Doing what?
I was like the service rep at like the front gates and stuff. And then I got fired for a drug test where I popped positive for marijuana.
You made it through how many years in the Air Force that you pissed hot on fucking Air Canada?
Yeah, I got fired from Air Canada and then joined the Air Force. It was actually pretty nice, and my stepmom got me the job, which is the worst part about this whole story. So like I did this job for 2 weeks and I was really loving it. It paid really well for like 2008, 2009. It was like 17, 18 bucks back then. And then like,
more like it paid now.
2 weeks into it, my drug test results came back. I got fired. And then my mom, like my stepmom, who's been married to my dad for a long time now, literally had to go to my dad and be like, your son got fired, which was pretty early into their relationship. And she was freaked out and thought that he would like get mad about it because they had drug tested me before I joined. They had broken their own rules to let me start working early. It was like you had to have the results in before you could start working. But because my stepmom worked for them, I got around it. But then one time they break the rules, then the person pops positive for marijuana.
You took this drug test. You did not try to like get clean for it or anything. You just...
Oh no, I did. Oh my god, this story just keeps going. My cousin, before I went to this drug test, was just like, yeah dude, grapefruit and niacin. And I'm like, the fuck? What's niacin? And He took me to like what's that supplement place? They have them on like most military bases. Like,
fuck. The one with the red letters, right?
Yes, I can't think of the name of it. So I went there and like I got a bunch of niacin, and I ended up taking like, I don't know, like 5,000% of like your daily niacin, which apparently just gives you something called a niacin flush. So like I turned like really beet red, super pins and needles feeling. Like my temperature shot up to like 101, and I was sweating profusely. I was about to burst into flames and could like evaporate. I thought like at the end of that, like as miserable of an experience of going through that, I was like, surely I sweated or whatever this niacin's supposed to do. And then yeah, it didn't work. Was the weed worth it? Well, it must have been, because I kept smoking after I got fired from Air Canada. Toys R Us, for whatever reason, was like, we don't have a drug test policy. And I was like, fuck yeah, this is Houston. I'm pretty sure like some of the people I was working with were just like, you know, methed out. Company productivity shot up by 150%.
Our employees forgot to breathe for a little bit, but all the toys are me on those.
We've had to buy a few more defibrillators and Narcan kits, but it's okay.
So the first day at Fort Hood, like reception was actually pretty fucking chill. We were basically kept in a prison building called like a barracks that was built probably like the 1960s. They just stuff like 3 to 4 people to a room in there, and you're there for like maybe a week, and they just kind of bring you out in the morning, tell you what you're going to be doing with your group of people in processing. And like your group of in processing could be people like me, a fuzzy at the time, meaning I didn't have a rank, I was E1, enlisted 1. Then you could also be in a group with like a colonel. As a group, they would take you to like a briefing here, or you would go here to like turn in like your paperwork for medical.
And you had to do it in this group?
You had to do it in a group. You're all a part of like 30 or 40 people, and they would like take all 30 or 40 of you around the base like each day, doing a thing here, doing a thing here. And then eventually, hypothetically speaking, at the end of this, there's a day where it's like you're done with reception, you're all going to be at this little empty field, and then representatives from your unit will come and collect you and take you back to the unit and begin your unit in processing. Except no one had bothered to tell my unit that I think there was 3 other people going to the unit with me, that we were there. No one knew we were there. So like we were just kind of sitting there going like, our unit will show up eventually. They care about us, right? Literally sitting on the curb by the edge of this field going like, Mom will come. Eventually one of like the reception NCOs came over and was like, where's your unit at? And we're like, I don't know. I don't even know who my unit is. Hello, E1? I don't know how to tie my shoes. So they just had to start calling people until eventually someone showed up. There was some random NCO that was there. They just kind of took us and put us in the back of his truck. He drove us to where the unit was, and then he just dropped us off at their doorstep like a litter of kittens. And then like we just kind of wandered inside. Looking back on it, I never thought about this part before, actually. That should have been a big warning sign for how my unit was going to be. Not a lot.
You made fast friends with guys in the dorms, right?
Let's not get crazy. I was a fresh-faced 18-year-old who had been like homeschooled his entire life, so like social skills were not a part of my repertoire yet. The barracks rooms I was in were just tile with like hardwood furniture, college dorm furniture, and they was just tile floors and then white walls. It looked like a fucking insane asylum. And like I didn't have bed sheets, laid on this mattress, this plastic mattress, and just stared at the white walls.
They didn't even have like temp sheets for you guys?
No, they were just the little blue mattresses.
Did the dorm manager just hand you the keys to your room and just like, have fun?
Oh. Dude, the chief of quarters, so like the guy who like our barracks management is like in charge of all the barracks for like the brigade. You go to him, and the best they'll do is they'll find a room that isn't occupied and assign you a key to it, and like have you sign for the key. And they're like, all right, good luck. I was basically just this lost child.
I got another follow-up question. How stained was that mattress?
Thankfully, with one of those like blue nylon ones that like wash off and everything.
Oh.
You can take like a rag and like scrub it. So like I washed it with like paper towels. The bathroom sink, I'll never forget. It's literally, if I look up in the mirror, I can see my roommate digging in the fridge for shit. It's in the kitchen. Like I never like heard people walking around because like the doors were like bunker seals. They're thick. The door was probably about 1.25 inches of just metal thick. I don't know why. It was just a fucking bunker door. Giant.
Was the door painted brown?
It sure was. How did you know?
Air Force did the same thing for some reason.
The funny thing with these doors actually is they would auto close, and they were electric locks. You could very easily lock yourself out, and the door would just close itself behind you. When we went out to go smoke, what we do is we throw the deadbolt so it would catch on the deadbolt and wouldn't shut. It was always funny to see someone walk outside their door, step out, like pat their pocket for a second, and then turn around and reach for the door right as it shuts. It happened all the time, and it never stopped getting funny.
I assume you just call their roommate and then have them go through the kitchen, right?
Yeah, if your roommate's around, the alternative is like go to barracks management before you get off work and be like, hey, lock myself out. I'm a child. At that point in time, my unit was in Kuwait.
It's like the whole place was like empty.
Yeah, there was maybe 100 of us, like if that were still there. One of the first things I did with the boys hanging out, I think it was my second or third night there, they abducted me basically. They're like, you're coming with us. They took me to Tilt to Kill, which is basically just like a Hooters, but with skirts. And 18-year-old super Christian boy that I was, like super sheltered and everything growing up, I was like, oh my god, I'm not supposed to be here. We're getting crazy. I was like, this is kind of cool. I'm being bad. And then immediately after that, we went to a hookah lounge. And then I was like, I'm being bad. I'm smoking hookah. That was like my first time like hanging out with the boys and everything. The first thing I did with like my unit proper, in Kuwait they use this app called Voxer. I will forever have PTSD noises of like the Voxer sound. It's the only way to like talk to each other in Kuwait. They turned your phone to a walkie-talkie basically that could text. I'll call him Jefferson. So they're like, hey, introduce yourself to Jefferson. He wants you to introduce yourself to him and to talk to him because he just got to the unit. I was like, okay, no problem, right? I literally went like, hey, this is private name, comma, I was told to get in contact with you, Sergeant, SGT, abbreviated SGT. And almost immediately, I got like a 3-minute voice message back of him just screaming into his phone about how dare I call him SGT.
Because he used SGT?
SFC. Yeah, instead of SFC. Mind you, I didn't even know his rank yet. Everyone just referred to him as Sergeant, so I didn't even know he was a Sergeant in first class yet. I ended up playing that for some people who were around and everything, and they were like, oh yeah, that's Sergeant Jefferson for you. And I was like, oh no. This is going to be a continuous trend, isn't it? Yeah, that was like my two main interactions with when I first got there. When you're coming to like your end of your contract and everything, like you're coming up to your ETS date, estimated termination of service. Depending on what MOS you have, you can bargain them. If you're a really high demand MOS, it's low manned, you can bargain and be like, if you give me what I want, I'll re-enlist for this many years. Some of them have like set bonuses, like $15,000, $20,000. My MOS was critically undermanned. I think they offered me $45,000 to stay for another 3 years. I know Sergeant Putty, when he got out, he was a staff sergeant. They really needed staff sergeants. They offered him upwards of like 60 grand to stay.
Did you take the money?
I did not. I stayed strong. There were other people who said they were going to get out with me at the same time, and they took the fucking money.
Sometimes it just isn't an amount of money for more military service.
At that point, you can do what's called PCSing. PCSing is where like you go like, I'll re-enlist, but I want to go to this base. And then if that base has availability and everything, they'll be like, okay, yeah, you can go to that base. One dude, Magic was supposed to PCS to Germany, but because Sergeant Jefferson didn't want to lose him, he managed to bullshit an Article 15 into happening and hit him with an Article 15, which canceled his PCS orders. But since he already signed the contract for stay for like another like 3 years or whatever the fuck, he had to stay at Fort Hood. That is Sergeant Jefferson. I think he got him an Article 15 because he didn't tape a piece of paper to his barracks door, and that canceled him like changing over to being stationed in Germany. Oh dude, this dude was fucking evil. I'm not joking when I say that. I mean, like later on I got more respected, and like I talked with people about rank and everything. We all would talk about him, and we would all were in agreement like that dude was just evil. Like everyone's like, yeah, that's Sergeant Jefferson, he's evil. I feel like I should give this blanket statement because I'm be talking a lot of shit about leadership at Fort Hood. There are good apples, but the saying, a few bad apples spoil the bunch, a few good apples do not save the bunch. And they're actually actively shamed for being good. I found out about that little ability to go, I think like last week when I was texting my old sergeants about this. It was years later when he was leaving the unit, they pulled like all of us to the side, because as fisters we have like our own like fist platoon that's like non-existent but existent. So we called all the fisters in the company together and we're like, hey, I'm leaving you guys, this is why I did all this shit, I want you guys to understand so you can keep it going once I'm gone. And I move up to like battalion, and we're like, yeah man, I don't know if I'm gonna keep that going. probably not gonna do that. Basically was just like, hey, when I got to this unit, it was undisciplined. There was no respect to fisters. Fisters were viewed as like trash. Everyone thought we were a joke. We acted like we were scum, like we were undisciplined, rowdy, and just not professional. There's always the saying, I'm sure you've probably heard it, but if you don't like something, stick around long enough to change it. And that man literally took that to his core. Everyone I talked to about this guy was like, oh, Sergeant Jefferson was great, and then he became the platoon sergeant and he just became evil. He literally just played nice with everyone and abided his time until he got the rank and the position, and then he just went like full evil mode. And you know what? He was right. Like, there was absolutely no discipline with like fisters from here before he came along. Because like it was absolute shit show. Everyone just ignored or made fun of like fisters, and then like he single-handedly changed the entire unit's opinion of fisters.
What does like fisters stand for?
Fisters stands for Forward Indirect Support Team. We were 13 Foxes, like forward observers for like artillery and airstrikes, which we worked with JTACs a lot.
Yeah, I was about to say, it sounds very similar to JTACs.
JTACs are like our heroes. Like, there's definitely been some times where I have jumped in the way of like a commander to keep him from getting to a JTAC so he can do his job and avoid the bureaucracy. We will happily sacrifice ourselves for a JTAC. Be free, I'll stop the commander, just go do your job. We had JTACs like following around behind us in a Humvee on this giant month-long field training exercise, and like the commander was keeping them behind our Bradley in their Humvee, and they're like, we want to go to the top of the hill. He's like, no, we want to go to the top of the hill. No. And eventually we're just kind of like, hey, can you guys swap to this radio channel real quick? And then we just hopped on a private radio channel with them, and we're like, if you go to the top of the hill and just drop off our comms and stay on this radio comm so we can talk to you, we'll pass you any relevant information when it comes along, but just go ahead, fuck off. Where it's like, get out here, go do your jobs, we'll handle the commander, we'll keep him distracted. And so they drove off, and the commander was like, where did the JTACs go? And we're like, oh, they're doing some reconnaissance or whatever, like, oh, blah blah blah. And he's like, oh, that sounds good. And we're like, it sure is, bud. It sure is. There were times where we'd be told we'd be doing something in the Army, and then we wouldn't find out until like 30 minutes before where that would be. You would just kind of sit there and just hope that someone would text you and that you got the location in time enough to get there on time. There was a time I got told they called us on Sunday that we were going on Monday. I was going on a field with like a support operation, and we asked them, how long are we going to be out there? And they said, I don't know. When are we going out there? I don't know. What should we bring? I don't know. So we just got told we were leaving on Monday, but not when, where, or how long to pack for. And then randomly some JTACs just showed up at our building, and they're like, get in. And we're like, I guess this is our ride. So we just got a ride with some JTACs. The part that confused me is the Air Force was not a part of this training exercise we were doing at all. The person who organized them coming to pick us up was none other than Sergeant Jefferson. So like, I don't know where he found these JTACs or where he sent them, because he would be the type of person that would send them somewhere, even though he has no jurisdiction.
How do you just ask a bunch of Air Force guys to just like pick up Army dudes?
This Sergeant Jefferson was a fucking anomaly, man. You didn't listen to him, you obeyed him. I don't know how he did it, but he became the brigade FSNCO for like the entire brigade. That position was filled. The guy whose position that was became my battalion F. He demoted someone and just took their spot. I don't know how
he opens this man's door, he picks him up and just pushes him out.
He literally took this man and just kicked him down to like the rank he had and just took over. And none of us knew how it happened. We had so many theories, but like we had no idea how he did it. So yeah, you obeyed. When Sergeant Jefferson said something, you just did it. Like, you didn't ask. It just happened. He said it and it would be so. I want to step off for a second because I gotta blow my nose, and I'm gonna grab some water real quick.
Are we taking a small break? Okay.
Young Rock on the beat.
I ran into this nigga and he said he ain't heard about where I'm from. I said, Guillén, Texas, 254, nigga, is you dumb? He said, oh yeah, and I heard about y'all Green City and C-Stone. I said, yeah, that's them, but we the Grip Boys, and don't you ever forget about Long. He said, Grip Boys, I ain't never heard of y'all, to just show y'all from that town. I said, oh yeah, we gets no radio play, cause we talk about what's really going down. Said like what? The killing And what? The drugs. And what? Them gangsters and the motherfucking thugs. Yeah, this how it goes down in the K. It's the hood. It ain't all about the military base.
Guillén is the city surrounding like Fort Hood. Guillén was a godless land. I never had a trip through Guillén where I was like, this is a good city. But every Wednesday night, this one place, I think it was the Corner Pocket, that was the name of it, is like a pool house that like serves drinks and everything, but you didn't have to drink if you're there. So like I would go out, play pool, and like other people would like drink and everything. I wasn't 21 yet. And then we just like go out, play pool, and like as soon as we were done, we get back in our cars and drive straight back to base. I mean, once I went out to, it was me and a friend of my boss who lived in the barracks across from me. He just kind of walked over to my room one night. He was like, hey man, you want to go out and like get Mexican food? And I was like, sure, why not? We have some really good like Mexican restaurants in town and everything. Like, let's go out and get it. It was like 8 o'clock at night. And so we drove out there, ate the food, and we were driving back. And I remember, like, we'll assume that like you're in the driver's seat. I remember, just post up like I remember I was looking at him, like talking to him and everything, and I see past him out his driver's side window. There's like a stoplight. We're stopped at like a stoplight, and there's these two guys who were just having a casual conversation like by the stoplight and everything, and like one guy just kind of like went like, oh yeah, like kind of nods and everything, kind of like points to him and goes like, ah, see, I told you so. And then he reaches behind his back and just pulls out a handgun and like just it fires like 6 times in the other dude's chest and like just puts it back and just walks away. And then our light turned green, so we just left. And I was like, cool.
God, dude. It's like living in GTA.
Dude, I'm telling you, Guillén was a godless land. Like, you don't walk it through Guillén. The part that like just took me back is like, it's just like they were having a conversation. They weren't mad. Neither person looked even remotely angry. Like the other dude just like, oh yeah, see, I told you so. Got your ass. It's like, what the fuck? Soldiers are fucking, they're a lot. They're a real rowdy bunch that's just loud, and they let you know they are present. People who like work in like the service industry with like bars, strip clubs, tattoo parlors, things like that, they'd be like, this is a great source of income. They're always going to want these 3 things: drinking, tattoos, and women. I think for like the average person and everything, they're probably like annoyed with them more often than not. I guess it could probably get very grating after a while, being constantly subjected to like fucking rowdy people all the time. But
you never run out of boots with their fucking dog tags downtown talking about it.
They always have a backpack. Always. I don't know why Boots always wear a backpack, but they always fucking had one. That like they would always have like their boots, a backpack, and then a fucking cowboy hat or some shit. Every fucking time.
So yeah, there's definitely something in the way that military people like stand.
The body language of like a service member and everything is just so apparent. Mix that with a couple different factors, and you got like the haircut. They're always wearing like the same kind of shoes and everything. There's like so many. They always have E5s. Yeah, E5s and above are Oakleys. Anyone below E5, not Oakleys. That's how you determine someone's rank out of uniform.
Bro, those tan boots do not look good in jeans. I'm sorry.
Remember when they had the ACU boots, the whitewashed boots?
Dude, that's the ones I'm talking about.
At least the Coyote Brown like looked a little better. I avoided locals, to be honest, not for any particular reason. I think personally for me, I just didn't really hang out with people for the most of the time I was at Fort Hood. When it was in the evening, I would go to my barracks room, watch a movie, jerk off, play video games, whatever, chain smoke. I mean, I didn't even drink, like, ever.
Kind of hard to socialize in the military without that part of it.
Yeah, like, I wasn't 21, so I couldn't drink. That was basically it for me. But I would say, like, I got along well with a lot of my coworkers. Like, I had some, like, good, like, colleagues and everything I worked with, always joking around and having fun at work and everything. But as soon as we were off the clock and everything, there was, like, only one person I would, like, 2 people, I should say. My roommate, and then Specialist Rope. I'll just call him Specialist Rope. That man would, after PT, that man would break into my barracks room, basically. He bought a coffee maker for my barracks room so that he could come and just make coffee in my barracks room after PT, because I lived on the first floor and he lived on the 3rd floor. So he's like, I'm not going up there to make coffee, and just kicked down my door and like just come in to make coffee. The man was crazy. Like, absolutely insane. He was on so many steroids. I wasn't gonna tell him no. Like, sure, take over my room. when I was in my first year and everything, we shared an office with the mortarmen. So we had a desk and then they had a desk. And it was a small office, maybe like you to like the edge of that carpet. Not a big office. And we shared it with the mortarmen and we got to hang out with them every day. It's like my favorite thing was listening to Putty argue with Sergeant Wiggles. Just argue about the like chicken on waffles being a breakfast food or not. Like watch him get like blue in the face just screaming at each other was like the funniest shit to me. And one day Sergeant Wiggles comes in and he's like, have you guys seen Private Duffel Bag? And we're like, no. Is he gone? And he's like, yeah, I can't, like he's not answering his phone, he's gone and everything. And like a couple hours later he's like trying to call him again and then Private Duffel Bag picks up the phone. He puts on speakerphone and he's like, hey man, where are you? And he's like, I'm in an airport. And this dude sounded like high as a motherfucking kite, dude. Like this dude was gone. And he's like, what airport are you in? I'll come and get you. And he's like, I'm in Arizona. And we're like, why the fuck are you in Arizona? And he's like, I don't remember. And I'm like, okay, well, you need to get on a plane and come back here immediately, like right now. And he's like, sorry, I'm too high. I don't know how to get on an airplane. And like, I'm fucking laughing my ass off in the corner of the office. And Sergeant Wiggles is like, Jesus fucking Christ. So eventually talks him through like talking to the lady like for him like on speakerphone to book him a flight. They get him like they talk him onto a fucking airplane. And eventually they get him and bring it back. He got like a lot of trouble for it and everything. He had to go to like rehab. Not that he really needed it because he wasn't addicted. He was just an idiot. Part of the condition of like not getting kicked out was like you're gonna go to rehab and then you're gonna like get an Article 15, like docking of pay, extra duty. But like he was fine. Like it all turned out well. But it's just one of my favorite stories. Like someone going to AWOL. It's like I don't know how to go on an airplane. I don't know if he got high before he left or like he flew there to get high. Like that is like, oh my god. I want answers. I want answers. You get in a lot of trouble for that. Like having to go to rehab, you're one step removed from like getting kicked out, which is really bad. Getting kicked out of the army is like really bad. It stays with you for nigh upon fucking forever. When everyone else would get off at clock at 5, he'd be on like working until like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, doing like whatever mundane like bullshit tasking. Like, oh, re-sweep the floors. You're done with that. Take out the trash. Trash is taken out. Go remop the floors. That's done. Okay, walk around and pick up cigarette butts in the lawn. Like they would just find shit for you to do for extra duty.
Sweep the shadows off the sidewalk and the rain off the pavement.
Oh, yeah. It's funny you mentioned sweeping the rain off the pavement. I was hanging out in the mechanics, and they took like a giant Bluetooth speaker and were playing the army theme, like the dun 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 song for like all like the ads and recruitment and everything. And there was 3 privates in the middle of a thunderstorm, yissing rain, who still had to keep sweeping dirt in the fucking motor pool. They're sweeping like giant puddles of water around. It's like rivers of rainwater flowing past them, and like still they're like, we have to sweep up the oil, and it's like the oil's in the water, like you can't stop it now, like it's gone. Like Sergeant won't let us stop sweeping. So just like that floor is something dumb as shit. There's your regular like army bullshit, like where you have yourself on the day by day, where it's like, this is fucking stupid, why are we doing this, this is dumb, it serves no purpose. But like at Fort Hood, you amplify that so much. For example, there was 3 out of 5 days in a work period, I laid out my Bradley, where a layout is just like take all the tools and equipment out of it and like lay down this tarp, and then an officer comes by and he reads down his list and he goes like, do you have this socket wrench? Do you have this socket wrench? Do you have this hammer? Do you have the screwdriver, etc.? And you go, have that, don't have that, have that, don't have that. I did that 3 fucking days in a row. Exact same layout. Exact same person came by to check it. Why? No idea. It was for the same company. It wasn't for any other different unit. It was just, we just did it 3 times. The tasks they have us do are just to pad like a officer's like promotion sheet. I think everyone basically already knew that. I got it laid out for me a lot more by this first sergeant who was like, I care about you guys. I'm hip with y'all. I want to be honest and clear with you guys. And then he explained all the stuff about like that's how officer promotions work and that's how his promotion works. And we're like, okay, cool. So our entire lives are just a game for you to earn points. Probably shouldn't have told us that. A first sergeant told us, trying to be down and like hip with us, but he pulled back the curtain and explained how all that worked was the faster they get us to like go to dental, say like for the month they're like, okay, all you need to get all of your soldiers green on dental. To be green just means that they've been inspected, their teeth are all good to go, they have no cavities, like everything's good. If you haven't been inspected in a certain period of time, you're considered red. Your officers and like your NCOs will all be like, you need to go dental, you need to go to dental, schedule an appointment for a dental, we need to get down to dental now. And they'll rush you down there. And the whole reason for that, he told us, is officers, the faster they complete that task that's given to them by their superior, the more points they score towards getting a promotion. So if they can consistently just shove you through, they're going to consistently get good points and like be looked at more for a promotion. So literally your entire life and day by day is just like to pad an officer's promotion book so you can get promoted. You're not accomplishing or doing anything that serves any purpose remotely. I think there's a handful of times I can actually point and be like, that actually was important. Like, that served a purpose. There are so many training accidents I had to watch. People getting fingers ripped off at every gunnery just to pad an officer's promotion book. I would look at some of these guys and be like, we did this last month. Why are we doing another gunnery? Oh, this guy ripped his finger off. Lieutenant Duffelbag needs a promotion. So like, that's your day-to-day. Like, that's your everyday life, is just padding an officer's promotion book. They want that promotion. That's all officers want over there. You got a couple good officers, but like 90% of the officers on Fort Hood are just out there hunting the promotion. Inside the Bradley turret, inside the Bradley as a whole is just a giant death trap. It's a lot of moving pieces with precious little in the way of safeguards. In the driver's hole, there's at least 7 warning signs all around you everywhere you look, warning you of different ways that Bradley could kill you. So turret crews oftentimes will wear rings because they're married, which will snag on an errant piece of passing metal and will rip their fingers off all the time, constantly.
Did they not have a rule against wearing rings in
They did.
the Bradley? I mean, how they wasn't
did.
enforced?
Not really. These are Cav Scouts. They're kind of, no offense to all my Cav Scout people out there, but they were kind of dumb. Like, they weren't the sharpest.
Because we had like a similar rule in aircrew where you couldn't wear a ring on the plane, but like you would get in like serious trouble if you were caught like leaving it on.
At Fort Hood, I can't speak for the wider army. The most that would happen is they would mention it in passing in the safety brief. They'd be like, don't wear rings, make sure you always have a ground guide going, and make sure the turret door's shut whenever you're operating the turret. And that would just be it. They never inspect anyone to see if they're wearing. They didn't care. A guy getting his finger ripped off is not like that big of a deal to them. But they send someone, it was me once, where they send someone in with like a pair of wire cutters to retrieve the finger, throw it in a plastic bag, give it to the medics, and the medics just drive the guy back to the hospital, and then they put the Bradley back on the line. They just put another Bradley in its place and keep going.
Yeah, that's wild. That's so much different than my experience with safety.
Gunnery is basically where you take your Bradleys and you're qualifying the crews. So like the Bradley will drive through a live fire course, shooting at like pop-up targets and going through like fire drills and everything. Since we were a Bradley crew, we were 13 Foxes, but we were a Bradley crew, we had to go through basically the same gunnery as the rest of our guys because we had to be qualified as a Bradley crew. We're driving the same vehicle, as armed with mostly the same weapons as they were, so we had to be able to use them. So I was a Bradley driver through, I want to say 6 or 7 gunneries. Thankfully, none of my guys ever wore wedding rings and ripped their fingers off. I don't want to speak on this with too much confidence, and I want to put like a disclaimer on this because like I am not an officer. I've never been an officer. However, there is precious few times where I would even like remotely think an officer genuinely cared about anyone under his command, which we'll get around to when we talk in Korea and everything. But like there's instances again and again where like soldiers are getting like basically sacrificed or forgotten just to make as little of an impact on like the officer's career as possible. Like fundamentally the most important thing at Fort Hood was the officer's career, and like anything else going on gets swept right under the rug. If there's anything that can make the officer or like the command team look bad, it's the first thing to get like silenced. I think genuinely lower enlisted don't care. Even if we knew and we cared, it wouldn't change anything. bitch and moan about how it's fucking stupid, and then we just continue to get it done. Faster we get it done, odds are faster we can go back to our barracks room and like take a shot or jerk off, you know, like that's fundamentally what it came down to at the end of the day. If we want to take a quick like 5 to 10, like smoke, grab drinks, whatever, bathroom, and then we can launch into it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and smoke a cigarette.
A 1,000 years will just all evolve into crab apes. Fleshy crabs honestly sound terrifying.
Yeah, so you have your base you're stationed at. For me, it was Fort Hood. So that is the base my unit belonged to, 1st Cavalry Division. And when you go on deployment, the unit travels from there to wherever you're going on deployment to. For me, I got to Fort Hood. The unit was already on deployment. And so I was there for about 2 to 3 weeks at Fort Hood before they threw me on an airplane and sent me over to Kuwait. And they didn't tell us when we were flying, and they didn't give us anywhere to put like our storage for any of our stuff. So like I had to just like throw it in the back of someone's truck, and they put their truck into storage.
Wait, you didn't get to keep your stuff in the dorms when you went to Kuwait?
Oh no, they're gonna give that barracks room to someone else. You're not gonna get the same barracks room back.
That seems kind of insane, but all right.
If it sounds wildly inefficient, that's the name of the game with the Army. Yeah, so I was probably there for about 2-3 weeks before they put me on an airplane and sent me home. It was weird. It was exciting, but also kind of like really scary. Also, it was my first time flying like a military flight. So like they put us onto a civilian airliner they booked, and then it was just nothing but like 200, 300 like Army guys with guns on a fucking civilian airliner with like stewardesses walking the aisles and everything. I think we lost an engine when we were leaving Fort Hood or something, and the plane had like immediately turned around and re-land like in Dallas. So they had to get us all off of the plane and put us up in a hotel for a night, and then they got us onto a new plane. They fly you to a civilian airport in Kuwait because it's a non-combat zone and everything. And then you get onto these like, I don't know, think of like a bus, but if it was like a really, really weird van. Maybe look up like pictures of buses in Kuwait and like put a picture up, because they're very weird looking. You get onto those and they pull all the curtains shut so no one can see inside, and you can't look out. So you just drive for hours in the darkness of this van, like you're getting fucking kidnapped, out to like whatever base you're going to. I don't know where they took us. It was some fob, some outpost somewhere in the dead of night, and it was just nothing but shipping containers. Like there weren't buildings, there was just shipping containers. Some people just live in the shipping containers like they're fucking goblins. I don't know why we were there. They told us to get off, walk around for a while. Some people started smoking. I went and found food. I have no idea what time it was.
Was it a container goblin that you got the food from?
Actually, no. There was a container goblin that was disguised as a subway, I think. Because God knows, at any base in the Middle East, there's always a fucking subway. And Subway was open 24/7 in Kuwait, no matter what camp you were on. And I got like a fucking subway from them, and I ate it. And then they put us all back in the buses and drove us the rest of the way to where I'd be staying for 5 fucking months. Camp Buren, Kuwait. You could not find, on Camp Buren, you could not find the color green. I found 5 plants on Camp Buren, and I named all of them some variation of Herbert, Sherbert, Durbert, and Serbert, I think, with a Z instead of an S. I don't know. I wasn't very creative with my naming process. Kuwaiti nationals, everything, civilians, work on posts, and we had, I never learned his name, no idea who this man is, but he worked the subway by our tents. This man sold me on Subway. I didn't really like eating there, but I had to go for my main man. When I say the Subway by our tents, I need to clarify. It was like a small shipping container, basically, that had like a staircase leading up to it because it was elevated off the ground, with like an entrance door and an exit door on the same side. And you walked in, you walked along the counter and got your Subway, and then you walked out the other door. You would get like everything you wanted. You'd be like, oh yeah, I want like an Italian footlong, beef, and as soon as you're like shredded beef, he'd be like double, you want double, and you'd be like, no, I don't want double, and he'd be like, do you want double, you want double, and you're like, nah man, I'm good. He's like, no.
you want double, and you eventually just be like, you know what, man? I do want double. You know what? I want that double. So like, it was hilarious to see people like when I was in there, because I would immediately cave every time. I wouldn't even put up a fight. I was like, yep, double. You could refuse him, but it was funny to see like someone in there being like, no, man, I don't want the double, and he would just put his hands on his hip and be like, you want the double. He also completely gamed the system with the Subway cookies. When you ask for like, oh, I want 2 Subway cookies, he would give you 3, and he's like, in the system, 3 Subway cookies is the same price as 2. So he would just give you an extra cookie if you ask for 2, because it's the same price. So like, he would get you that fucking Subway cookie hookup.
Okay, I might have actually liked Subway if this guy was there.
Yeah, like I said, the ingredients were way worse than what we have in America, because like they have to ship it all over. But like, the service was phenomenal. I love that, man.
Yeah, the one time I had Subway deployed, it was like rancid lettuce. Like
slightly brown.
Yeah, like clearly moisture had got into like the bread. It was just like soggy like all the way halfway through.
While drunk, I would eat most MREs, except for pork patty or beef patty. I will never ever eat pork patty or beef patty.
The only thing I never liked in them was the desserts.
You didn't like the poppy seed, like lemon cake, pound cake? Or...
No, dude, because I could taste the sodium in it. There's so much salt and everything in there, and when you're eating a fucking... And when you're eating a... Yeah, and when you're eating a fucking lemon cake, you don't want a fucking taste of salt at the end of every bite.
But it's supposed to replenish your sodium levels from like...
I'm not sweating that goddamn much in the middle of winter.
Air Force, but most MREs are made for people who fucking sweat.
I mean, I sweat in the middle of like summer while on the gunship. Obviously, that thing's like a fucking oven. But I don't want a salty cake. I don't want a salty cake.
I miss the chicken burrito bowl MRE more than I should, just because like it tasted good and I could just eat it cold. Mind you, when I say they taste good, I don't mean like Chipotle. I mean like I didn't actively consider like stabbing my eyes.
So it sounded like you were in like a really small camp in Kuwait. I was like thinking that maybe you went to like Jabber or like Ali Osleen.
No, we were like a couple hours from Arifjan. I don't know if you ever went to Arifjan. So Arifjan was an Air Force base. I went there I think twice my entire time there. The first time was a total culture shock walking into Arifjan, because of course you fuckers would be the kind of people who would have a fucking wand in the middle of the desert. So I got there and all like the colored... Yeah, there was a swimming pool too. I got out of the Humvee, I was like, what the fuck is the color green? I was like, is this real? That's how you know how taken over a country is by the U.S. military. Does the Air Force have a fucking golf course yet? No? Check back in a couple of years, they will.
Oh yeah, it's a thing. Every Air Force base, you can be almost 100% sure will have a golf course.
The jokes about the Air Force being the posh rich boys are not made up. The Marines eating crayons, that's kind of me. The Air Force being like posh rich assholes, 100% true. No offense.
I know it's true. We rented a mansion when we were in Crete with our GTCs.
You rented a whole goddamn mansion?
Yeah.
Wait, with your government travel cards?
Yeah, we use our GTC for it.
How did you not get in trouble for this?
That was our hotel.
One dude, the Army accidentally bought gas with a GTC, and he got like an Article 15. And you bought a fucking mansion, and they're like, seems legitimate to me.
We're not just Air Force, we're air crew. We're like a step above like regular Air Force.
Oh, that's right. You're extra entitled. You're like a Premium Plus member. I actually found out in Kuwait that if an Air Force member has to live on an Army base, they get paid more money for substandard living conditions. I found out about that in Kuwait, and I was like, this is some fucking bullshit. These are not substandard. These are the standard.
If you're in a combat zone, what the guys in like Syria would do is they had this dude who would just come to the airfield they were at, and he would just sell them like Syrian cigarettes at like a charge up, but like it was a charge up but it was still like piss nothing for the USD. They would buy like whole cartons dude from like $20 of these Syrian cigarettes. If you're like an established base and everything, not in a combat zone, you have these things called the post exchange, the PX, and those ship American products from America to that base to sell there. You can buy everything from a 40-inch plasma screen TV to fucking carton of cigarettes. The baby clothes. I saw baby clothes on sale there once on deployment. I was like, literally, what the fuck? Like, this is what we're doing out here? Like, what?
The amount of times I've seen people buy like the 40-inch screen plasma TVs and just like put them in their room, and it's like, bro, you're gonna be out here for like 5 months. And you're not taking that thing back.
You make stupid amounts of money, especially in Kuwait and everything. It's not taxed. Like, people get bored. They'll buy the 40-inch fucking TV. Why not? They'll buy a console to go with it, and then when they get done, they'll like sell it off for like 3/4 of the price of the next unit coming in. I mean, I got given like an original fucking Atari while I was on the Kuwait deployment, just because like it had just been getting passed along so long. It was in good condition. I don't know. It was like a civilian working on post that gave it to me. I was like, is this a bomb? I couldn't bring it home, so I just passed it off to the next person. I did have a laptop on deployment. I played a lot of Timefall 2 when I was in Kuwait.
That thing would have so much fucking sand and dust in it by the end of a deployment.
It definitely fucked up that laptop right and proper.
We all got paid like hazard duty pay for being in Kuwait, even though there was like no hazard at all. Kuwait's a safe country.
That first week there, getting used to the sand in your eyes.
Oh my god, they PT tested me my 3rd day there. Let me dive into this because so I get there, and I don't remember his name, but I'm gonna call him Sergeant Ginger. I remember his name. I can't say it, but I remember it now. Oh my god, fuck that dude. So I get there, and this dude was just promoted to be a sergeant, so he didn't really know what he was doing, and he didn't really try to be a good leader at all. I don't remember a whole lot of my first couple of days there, other than like I was just there, and like I found a bunk bed, and I made my Jack Shack. Do you know what a Jack Shack is?
We didn't call it a Jack Shack.
You had your own like dorm room, so you didn't really have to do a Jack Shack.
We actually did share, but ours were not like, you know, the cargo container buildings or whatever you guys had. We actually had like concrete buildings.
We had like these half moon tents, kind of like that, that would go on like long as fuck, 100 to 150 meters long, giant structures, and then there'd just be beds all the way down it. There'd just be like 100 or 200 people living in one of these giant tents, and then if you wanted privacy, you had to get extra bed sheets and like tuck them into the upper bunk above you, and then that would create like a little tent around your lower bunk, and then you could hang out in there. We called those Jack Shacks because that was like the only place you could jack off in peace.
That's actually catchier than what we called it. We called them just like spank tents.
Yeah, spank tents has its own charm to it though. Spanking it.
I like Jack Shack, you know, the rhyme.
I feel like spank tents is perfect for the Air Force because it's nice and classy. Jack Shacks is perfect for the Army because we're just fucking garbage.
Marines just get in the porta potty.
Marine, they don't even get that. They get to go in the fucking what are those fucking trenches everyone communally shits in? The silt trench.
I've never seen one of those in my entire service.
I never got to see one either, but I got told all about them from the people who went over to Syria. Where were we?
Your PT test with Sergeant
Pete. Yeah. Thank you, the PT test. So they, like my 3rd day there, they're like, hey, the unit's doing a PT test, you're going to participate in it. And mind you, I had passed my PT test leading up to this, so I was just like, I was 18 years old and fucking clueless. I didn't know what the word acclimatization meant. So I was like, okay. Normally, I think by Army regulations, you have to give the person like 60 to like 90 days to climatize before they can be tested for their physical fitness. They gave me 3, and then naturally I failed that PT test. But like, I almost passed. I failed the sit-ups because no one told me at that point that like you didn't have to flop all the way over like a fish. You just had to go to the point where your back was straight, up and down. And I was going all the way forward to my knees. So I was like flopping like a fish. And I only need to do this and down. And so I failed my sit-ups by 1. And then they took me out to go do the run. And mind you, this is probably about 7 a.m. at this point, 7:30. And it's probably about 112 out. We run the 2 miles, 1 mile out, 1 mile back. And Lord knows I fucking tried. I get to the finish line. I think I failed like 30 seconds or something. I throw up all over the finish line. And they're just like, you failed. And I was like, thanks. I gathered that. And they're like, you're going to be doing remedial PT tests. And I was like, cool, whatever. I'm barely alive. I'm pretty sure I'm getting fucking heat stroke. There's not water found in sight.
How much fun did you have blowing your nose after that one?
Oh, dude, I chewed gum. So, like, I was good. For some reason, if you chew gum when you're riding and everything, it helps your body, like, develop saliva and, like, helps keep it all moist and everything. I'm pretty sure whatever was in my nose came out at the same time I was vomiting, because I was a fucking mess. I was like a white girl on Halloween, dude. I was fucking wasted. The part where this starts to delve into the more fucky shit, every other week they're going to do a remedial PT test for me until, like, I pass, because I was so close that they're like, we're going to keep working you until, like, you do it. Fair enough. They just wanted to get me cleared, not flag status anymore. Flag being, like, you can't get promoted until you pass. But the first time they're going to do one, all I get told is Sergeant Ginger comes up to my Jack Shack and he goes, hey, we're going to do a remedial PT test in the morning. We're going to do it at the gym at like 6 o'clock. And I was like, dope. Got it. Gym, 6 o'clock. I'll be there. What he failed to tell me was that it was just going to be me and him, like just the two of us doing it. I woke up extra early for it. I got ready and I went down to the gym and I sat there for 15 minutes, and no one I knew showed up. I looked around. I wandered around like a lost child in the Walmart. I couldn't find anyone, so I was like, I don't know what to do, because I was in the right time, the right place, the right uniform. I guess I'll just go back to the tent and see if I can find Sergeant Ginger and see maybe I got canceled or something. And I go back to the tent. Sergeant Ginger, gone. I don't know where he is. I have no idea what to do. I have followed all of my instructions, and now I'm just like on pause. So I just sit down on my bed, and I'm just sitting there like a fucking idling NPC, because I'm private with no instructions, just defaults to like just staring at the ground. So I just sat there staring at the ground for a while, like, I don't know what to do now. But what is my purpose in life? Eventually Sergeant Ginger comes back. To this day, I have no idea where the fuck he went. And he comes back and he sees me on the bed and he stomps over and he's like, where the fuck were you? And I would look at him confused. I was like, I was at the gym for the PT test this morning. And he's like, we were doing a remedial PT test. And I'm like, yeah? And? He was like, it was just going to be me and you. Like, we're going to walk over there together. I told you that. And I was like, you did not tell me that. I was like, I would have remembered. As a private, I was very good at taking very specific instructions and following them to the letter. We'll come around to that. And he's like, I told you that. And I was like, no, you didn't. You just told me to go to the gym at this time. And I did all that. Eventually, he was like, whatever. And he left. We carry on with the work day. Everything's going normal until about 1 p.m. I should pause here and mention that at this point, him and Sergeant Jefferson, sorry, I forgot his nickname for a second. Him and Sergeant Jefferson decided that, like, I was a worthless idiot, which, in fairness, I was an absolute idiot. I was an 18-year-old homeschooled kid who didn't know what the fuck, how to tie his boots. But I was very eager. I was very eager to learn. I was ready to get in there and start learning how to do shit and be productive. And they never bothered to teach me anything. They would consistently 2 to 3 times a day, each of them would remind me that I was occupying a slot and that if I were to disappear or take care of myself, they would be able to get a more competent private to replace me. With that in mind, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Sergeant Ginger calls me over to his section of the tent, and he's like, you missed the remedial PT test, you need to sign this negative counseling. And I was like, absolutely not. I'm very proud of idiot private me for doing this, because I was like, I didn't fuck up, I'm not signing nothing. And me and him got into an actual like argument about it, where I was respectfully going like, Sergeant, I'm not fucking signing that, I did nothing wrong, fuck you. Not that last part. And him going like, I have to get ready to deploy to Syria, I don't have time for this. And eventually he's like, you know what, stand up, come with me outside, grab a water source. You know where that's going.
Yep.
We go outside, and like, instead of like, if he wanted to smoke me for disagreeing with him and everything and get me to just sign the paperwork, that in for hood terms and everything is like the gentlest treatment. That would be normal and perfectly fine. That's how an NCO solves an argument with Lower Joe. It's just like, I'm gonna take you outside and I'm gonna like make you work out until you finally just fucking agree with me. But he took it a step further. So he takes me over to a sunny patch in the sand, and he makes me get down and start doing push-ups in the sand. The problem is the sand has been baking in the sun for literal hours. It's just like this. Nothing but sand as far as you can see. There's nothing to deter the heat. There's no clouds, ever. It's just the sun and the ground. Has me do that for long enough to the point where, like, my palms were burnt, like, all along each of my fingers, the palm, all of it, because the sand gets in every crevice. So it burns, like, your entire hand is, like, facing the sand. Once that was burnt, but not to the point where, like, I would get blisters, then he had me move over to a shaded area and keep going. And I would still refuse to sign it, so he had me go inside the tent and just sit there and wall squat next to, like, his area until I had enough and decided to sign it. He was going to keep packing. And eventually, Sergeant Jefferson came along. And Sergeant Jefferson walks in and sees me doing this, and he's just like, "Why aren't you signing it?" And I was like, "Because I did nothing wrong. I was in the right time, right place, right uniform." I think I was, like, so emotional at this point, like, so frustrated and angry, I was, like, crying. I was like, "Is this such fucking bullshit?" He just looked down at me, he's like, "Sometimes you just have to take an L that isn't yours," and then he just left. I was just like, this is, at that point, as soon as I saw that, I was like, I'm getting nowhere with this. I'm just prolonging my suffering. So I just went over there and signed it.
It's one of those things in the military, when you're at the bottom of the rung, it's easier just to kind of roll over than fight it. In fact, so, fighting, like, it makes it worse a lot of the time.
Yeah, if I had just taken that and everything, I wouldn't have had, like, burnt hands for, like, a week and a half. And I would have been in the same place where I started. I cannot put enough words that, like, these people I'm talking about, like Sergeant Ginger and then Sergeant Jefferson, they own you. You are bought and sold. Like, you have no say in it. No one is going to intervene. You are their bitch. Everyone knew they were telling me to, like, in heavy quotation marks, like, go kill myself the whole time. But, like, no one did anything. I was their bitch. If they wanted me to go die, then they wanted me to go die. Like, who cares? If I refuse to do, like, the push-ups and stuff like that, then insubordination, I think it's called.
Yeah, that's
where I'm,
like,
not obeying
LORs and Article 15s.
Yeah, because then I'm not obeying a direct order from, like, a superior officer. Then they can start charging me for, like, Article 15s, where they can, like, dock my pay, dock my rank, or if it's bad enough, they can, like, kick me out of the army, like, all that stuff. It can get real nasty.
Yeah, there's, like, this whole section in the UCMJ where it's, like, NJPs, like, non-judicial punishment. Everything in that would fall under, like, the push-ups, the paperwork he had to sign, all the way up to, like, LORs, Article 15s, and then there's the JPs, like the judicial punishment, where they have to bring in a whole gaggle of officers to try you in court. Sometimes there's, like, a personality, like, bad, like a bad personality mix, and then you also end up on the wrong person's, like, radar. I mean, what you're saying is pretty crazy, though.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. Don't get me wrong. I saw so many people get fucking smoked, like the dog shit smoked out of them. It's one thing if you get smoked, and I'll get to, like, sergeants who did, like, good punishment when we get back to Fort Hood after Kuwait and everything. But after going through that and everything, it wasn't a fair punishment. Like, in no stretch of the terms, like, anything I could perceive. So, like, it was very unfair and just forced upon me. And then, like, also having these guys repeatedly for, like, at that point, like, the past 3 weeks tell me to, like, basically go kill myself. Like, there was no love lost between us. I obeyed them because I had to. If, like, one of them got shot or something, I'm gonna leave them. That's, like, basically where our relationship was at. It's like, I'm not jumping out of cover to come save you. Like, you can bleed out there. I'm fine. I'm just one private, so it doesn't matter if they're an asshole to me. That NCO was nice to every other lower enlisted person but me. Because he was with those guys before Kuwait, and I was just the idiot that showed up in the middle of it that didn't know what he was doing. Everyone else was like, oh no, he's being hard on you because you're new. But really, Sergeant Ginger's a really nice guy once you get to know him, was basically what everyone else around me would say. And when I said, like, they never bothered to teach me anything, do you know what PMCSing is? Do they call it that in the Air Force?
They do call it PMSing. Or not PMSing. Now I can't say it right.
PMCSing, PMCS is
preemptive maintenance checks and services. It's where you have like a vehicle. It's literally a picture book. The Army makes it as dumb as possible, and you go through. It's like check the oil levels, and you follow the pictures. And it's like check the tires, check the windshield, check the fire extinguisher. Well, idiot Private Me has never heard of PMCSing before, and Sergeant Ginger just goes like, "Hey, go PMCS the Humvee and the motor pool. This is a bumper number." Doesn't even tell me where the motor pool is, or like where it's at in the motor pool. He just gives me a bumper number, and he's like, "The motor pool's that way." So I just wander through Camp Buring for like a while till I find a bunch of vehicles, and then I just start wandering through looking at all the Humvees and trying to match the bumper number until I eventually find it. And then he just told me to PMCS it, and then when I asked him what PMCSing was, he's like, "Just read the TM," which the TM is just like a giant book that has everything you need to know about the vehicle, like everything. It's like an owner's manual, but like 600 pages long. He's like, "Just read the TM, it tells you how to do it." Me being the good little private I am, I followed instructions to the letter. I sat down in this Humvee in like the 115, 120 degree heat and just started reading the entire goddamn TM of Humvee. Because I didn't know.
Did you start on page 1?
Yes, I started on page 1 and I started reading the whole fucking thing, because when I pan to like the table of contents, it never uses the acronym PMCS, and no one told me what PMCS stood for. So I was like, I don't see PMCS in the table of contents. I guess I'll just start reading through until I see something that looks like PMCS. So I was just paging through it, like just kind of briefly reading it, like okay. An hour and a half later, I get a Boxer message going like, "Where the fuck are you? What's taking so long?" And I literally responded like, "Sergeant, I'm reading the TM." And he's like, "Why the fuck are you reading the entire TM?" He's like, "Literally just skip to the end. It's a picture book. You can't miss it." Which is all he had to say in the first fucking place. And so I skip to the end. I do the PTS. It's super easy once you have the fucking pictures. Yeah, like it's stuff like that. Like they would explain nothing and then get mad when I didn't know what I was doing.
It's like a sink or swim program over here.
Dude, it was crash or burn, and like they set you on fire when you start.
I don't think I've ever told this story. I know I've never told this story. Remember, we're tough soldiers. You know, we've seen plenty of Army movies. And the one thing about Army movies is that almost all Army movies are played by guys who are at least twice the age of real soldiers. Oh, listen, James Whitmore playing a sergeant was at least double the age of any of the real sergeants that we had. Well, let's take Lieutenant Cherry, for example. Every time I see a lieutenant or an officer in the Army, he's played by Gregory Peck. Yeah, a real grown-up man, high cheekbones and all that stuff. Or it's played by somebody like John Wayne, you know, the powerful, obviously grown-up type man. Well, Lieutenant Cherry, who we called the old man, Lieutenant Cherry had just passed his 21st birthday. Well, and he was the old man. Well, he really was the old man, because the rest of us, our age ranged between, I would say, roughly 17. When I was 17, you know, the average age of the company was about 18 and a half. A couple of guys were 19. I remember Zinsmeister was considered an old, grizzled veteran. Zinsmeister had just passed his 20th birthday. And guys used to sit around in the barracks. I remember coming, you know, Zinsmeister sitting there, and he's such an old man, you know, he's smoking a pipe, and he's, you know, a really grown-up type guy. And we'd say once in a while, "Hey, Carl Zinsmeister, hey, Carl," and he'd look up and say, "Yes, son." Well, Carl, when you go out with a real woman, now, when you actually go out with a real woman, now, how do you get around to what, gee, you know, Carl. Well, son, those things you only learn from experience. And, when you've been around and seen as many things as I have, you know that there are certain things which you can't just tell a man. He just has to experience. Now, don't bother me, son. I've got to get back to reading my paper. Well, that was the old man at the company. See,
the only thing I really remember about Kuwait was my last deployment and like flying over like one of their big cities in the south, and there was just these giant tent areas set up with like Christmas party lights just strewn up all over the place, and I always wanted to go down there because they had the big bonfires and like camels and shit and fucking Christmas lights. I always was so curious what's going on down there.
Probably the one thing I'll hate Sergeant Jefferson for the most was the fact that every time the unit was asking if any of his guys wanted to go off base and like go visit like Kuwait City or something, he would be like, nope, he would just deny them for us. I didn't get a chance to really talk, like hold a very good conversation with any Kuwaitis while I was there. I'm not sure of the correct terminology. Yeah, like the nomads would like, oh, I killed a camel while I was in Kuwait on accident. Because what like the nomads will do when they have like a herd of camels is when they hear us doing a live fire train and everything, they will drive their herd at the live fire, because if we kill one of their camels, the army has to pay for it in like 2 generations of his children.
Wait, what? 2 generations?
Yeah, 2 generations of that camel could have sired as like compensation.
They want their camels slaughtered.
Yeah, so like it's an easy free paycheck if their camel gets killed by us. So they will drive their herds into like the line of fire as best they can. And what we were doing is we were zeroing 120 millimeter mortars. Zeroing is like when you have a gun sit in storage for too long, naturally the sights aren't aligned with the barrel anymore, so you have to like shoot the gun, see where the round lands, and see where like the sight was looking, and then adjust the sight to line up with it. It was me and Sergeant Ginger on this concrete tower in the middle of the sun with our laser designation device, which can just like shoot the laser and tells you what you're looking at and where it's at in the world. My job was to look for these rounds we were shooting, 120 millimeter concrete rounds. They're training rounds, which is a little blasting cap in the top, the very tip of it, that would just break up the round, make it go boom, just a little flash and break it up. And I'm watching these land, I'm lasering where the rounds are laying at, and I'm giving that grid to Sergeant Ginger. Sergeant Ginger would give that grid to the mortarmen. They would understand what they were trying to shoot, where the round went, and adjust it closer to the target. Rinse and repeat over and over again. Super easy. We only had a 0-2 tube, so it should have been real quick, but eventually I start seeing these white figures coming over the sand dunes in the background on my thermal device, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Because I never seen a camel before. I was just like, what are these fucking ghosts? Like, what are these white blobs coming? Eventually they get close enough that I'm like, oh, those are camels. I'm looking at camels. It's a herd of camels. And I knew, don't shoot the camels. So I told Sergeant Ginger, and mind you, they're getting closer and closer, and like once I thought they were getting kind of close, I was like, hey, Sergeant Ginger, there's camels out there, they're getting like in the area we're shooting. And he's like, are they close to where the rounds are landing? And honest to God, they were not. And I told him, no, they were not close to where the rounds were landing. What he didn't tell me, and what I didn't know, was that they just finished zeroing the first tube. And now they were pulling up the second tube, which was wildly not zeroed. And the camels got a little bit closer, and Sergeant Ginger was like, if they get too close, let me know and we'll stop shooting. And I was like, hey, okay.
And how are you as an 18-year-old know what's relatively close?
The thing is, like, you have no depth perception on like this thermal device I'm looking through, because it's just gray sand, like just gray in a blob. There's no landmark to like tell how far or close something is. It's just sand. It's like trying to tell how far apart like that bit of sand is from that bit of sand. You can point at it and you kind of know, but you don't really like, I couldn't say if that was like 10, 15, 20 meters, I don't know. I remember looking at this one camel who was kind of on the outskirts of the pack, and I remember watching it like dip its head into the sand and like eat something. And I remember thinking, like, what the fuck do camels eat? Because I haven't seen the color green in weeks. Like, what the fuck are they eating? Do they just eat sand? Like, what is it? I was staring at him, and I was like, I'm gonna name you Carl. You're Carl the camel. And as soon as I had that thought, there was a blink, a white flash of a blasting cap going off, and there were just white chunks everywhere. The thing popped like a fucking party popper.
Don't name something? Isn't it like a trope? And like,
I didn't know. I didn't know. No one fucking told me. Dude, I'm telling you, it was fucking instantaneous. And immediately the fear of God was within me. I was like, fuck, I just got here. I'm going to get fired. I'm going to lose my job as a fister. I'm going to get fired. And then Sergeant Ginger said the greatest words I will never forget. Did you see the round hit? And I realized that I was the only motherfucker with an optic that could see what just transpired. I was the only person of God's earth that knew this had happened. And so without missing a beat, I just zoomed in on the white bits and went, yup, and just got the grid to it, gave it to him, and then we just continued. I think I told him like the
Sergeant Ginger never knew that this happened?
He never knew. I didn't talk about this for like a year and a half later until like I had gone through two separate teams, like his team, Sergeant D's team, and then I got Sergeant Putty. And that's when I finally talked about Carl. Because I was afraid that someone would find out and like I would get in trouble. Like anytime someone came to the tent and was like, hey, come here, I would be like, oh god, they know about Carl. And they'd be like, I need you to run down to the motor pool. And I'd be like, oh,
just put it together.
God.
I just put it together that you named it Carl the Camel.
I thought it was cute. I thought it was funny. I was like, Carl the Camel. And then he exploded. And I wish like... There was a girl in Kuwait who a guy froze a water bottle, and then while it was frozen, used it to like knock out a female soldier. And then he dragged her into like an indirect fire bunker, and there was a race after that happened between the fucking manhunt posse that formed to go find him and the fucking military police. Like it was a legitimate race where like at Fort Hood, no one talks to the cops. You don't talk to the MPs. Fuck them.
A legitimate mob just formed to like hunt this guy down and beat him up?
Yeah, the girl wasn't from my unit and the guy who did it wasn't from my unit, but we all heard about it. Of course people are gonna fucking talk about that. The people from like the girl's unit like formed a fucking posse and started hunting, going through the unit. They knew who did it, upturning shit, fucking riling the whole place up and like fucking searching for the dude. And they beat the shit out of him until the MPs found him. The MPs only found out because the mob found him. No one was going to tell the MPs where it was. They know who did it because he's the guy currently bleeding in a bloody pile on the floor. Like, that's him. So, like, I'm assuming she knew what unit he belonged to, but not him specifically. And then they went over there and shook people up until, like, someone gave him a name. Or she knew who did it and they went over there and they beat the fuck out of him. I don't know. Military police are just kind of like, well, sorry, once again, not gonna use a blanket term for like them across all the bases, but at Fort Hood, they're horribly corrupt. The military police will not investigate fucking anything. There are so many documented cases, and if you go through the congressional investigation, they covered as well, of like people reporting like sexual harassment or sexual assault cases and everything, and then they will use, what are those lie detector tests called?
Polygraphs.
They'll use a polygraph test as evidence that the person didn't assault that person, and that will end the investigation right there. When in doctrine and everything, they cannot use a polygraph test to determine anything. The military police will be like, come in for a polygraph test. Oh, you didn't lie, so you didn't do it. They wouldn't investigate anything ever.
Did your MPs not like have like in the Air Force we had OSI, like a special branch of MP? Did they not have that for your MPs?
They were the CID, Criminal Investigation Department. But CID for Fort Hood was in on it as well. Like, they were just a part of the boys. It was the MPs versus all of Fort Hood. So, like, they were just about complicit in everything. When they did the investigation of Fort Hood, they had to pull in CID to investigate CID. Like, they pulled in CID from different posts all over the United States, like different MP sections, not any one group, because they couldn't trust these people not to, like, they couldn't trust the own people doing the investigation. They had to pull bits and pieces people from everywhere.
I didn't actually, like, a lot of respect, to be honest, for us, for like the security forces guys, our MPs, because they guarded our compounds in places like Bagram and Kandahar, and they were the ones who went out and looked for UXOs. Like when we got mortared, we just thought of them as the guys kept us safe.
At Fort Hood at one point, I was working nighttime gate guard for Fort Hood on like the abandoned gates where like we get a vehicle every 3 hours. No one used it. And there was a gas station a good ways down the road, a couple hundred meters. We kept watching it get robbed every couple of days. Someone would go by and rob that same gas station. And one of the times when we called it in that it was getting robbed, they sent one MP car with like a depressed specialist and his dipshit private to back us up. I guess the depressed specialist didn't want to listen to his private talk anymore because, God, this dude never stopped talking. He kicked him out of the MP car and sent him to go hang out with us on the gate. And, like, he comes over and he just never stops talking, babbles off into the worst fucking thing he could talk about with us, which was their ticket books.
And he was like, each MP is given a ticket book, and then they're supposed to give tickets out to empty that book by the end of the month. And he's like, oh, we have a competition to see who can empty out their ticket book the first, who can do it the fastest. I really want to be like this one guy. He gets his like emptied out in like the first week and a half. Like, he's so good at it. And like at this point, me and my gunner, Mr. Receding Hairline, we start yelling at him. We're like, "Where the fuckers you're giving the tickets to? Why are you bragging to us about it?" And so we start screaming at him. And then like the press specialist like cracks the door on like the MP car, and he kind of like pops his head out, and he's like, "What's going on?" And we tell him like what he's bragging to us about, and he just goes, oh, and then just sits back in the MP car and shuts the door. And so we just keep yelling at his private. My boss at the time, Sergeant Putty, comes out of the main guard building that has like all the security cameras in it and like the guns in it, and he like sticks his head out and he's like, "Why are you yelling at him?" And we tell him what's going on, and he's just like, "Oh, okay," and he just goes back in the guard building. So we just spent like our entertainment for the next half an hour was us just like being like, "You're a fucking idiot, shut the fuck up, like we're not your best buds, you are giving us the tickets, close your mouth," like just like educating this fucking kid. Oh my god, yeah. So any 18-year-old can go on a fucking power trip. The military police, as soon as they step outside the post, like they have no jurisdiction. They couldn't go up to the gas station to stop it, even if they saw people getting shot right there. They would have to stay at the gate.
Oh yeah, man. Status of force agreements.
Yeah, MPs can't leave post and enforce the law at all. So
yeah,
like,
most of the time the authority ends immediately past the base gate. There's like certain exceptions too. Like in South Korea, military police can assist Korean police, but that's in the status of force agreement.
There's this like fun game that goes on between military police and the national police in Korea and everything, where if people are out underage drinking, or if someone's like acting a fool, it becomes a game because the MPs will patrol around like party districts that soldiers go to, and will try to catch soldiers before the national police can get them and get them back to post and get them to a military like detainment and custody before the national police do it and get them into their custody. So it's this cat and mouse game to see who can catch the fuck ups first. And you're lucky you get the military police. If you get the nationals, you're fucked. So we were stationed in Camp Buren, like the main unit, like headquarters. I was a part of headquarters when I first got to Kuwait. Headquarters, brigade, all of like the main central like command units were in Camp Buren. And then they would send detachments of like a company here, a battalion here, would all get sent off to like Iraq, Syria, to Egypt for a bit, like spread out all over the Middle East, like working on all these different operations, but like the nerve center of it all was in Kuwait, and then like we would feed reports in and out from there. The worst part is I was under Sergeant Ginger and Sergeant Jefferson for about 3 months, where it was like 3 months of being told like go like perform Baja Blast, right? Go jump off the water tower like the other two guys did. We had 2 other people commit suicide off the water tower, and it never clicked in my head like, why didn't they fence off the water tower or post guards on it if people kept going there and killing themselves? They never once tried to like quarter off the water tower or anything. They just left that open access.
The Air Force would have made those things like shorter or something.
Dude, no, it was like a 50-foot tall fucking water tower. That was like the landmark to guide yourself wherever you were on post. Like you looked for the water tower for the tents and you were like, oh, the shop bed's that way, my home is this way. It was like the North Star of Camp Buren. They made me a Humvee driver for headquarters at some point. They did not take me to a driver's training course. I did not have a civilian driver's license. I did not know how to drive. They just slapped a military license in my hand and were like, you're going to drive the Humvee for headquarters. And that went predictably. I eventually got into an accident. So I crashed a Humvee to like one of those weird Kuwait buses that a sergeant was driving. And then like he just took off and I sheared like the armor on the front side of the Humvee. So when that was done, everything, they confiscated my military license, which mind you, Sergeant Ginger had just typed up on his computer and printed off. So he just printed me off a new one. And they're like, you can't drive for 2 weeks. And I was like, okay. And they're like, come and pick up your license at the end of the 2 weeks. And I never did because he just printed me off a new one. And I just kept driving. They didn't care. As a Humvee driver, I was driving some people and equipment out to the field for this range. On the range, like the range control tower was probably about this 50-foot tall, giant gray steel tower that had like a catwalk of staircases that spiraled up around it to the top. And then I had a catwalk railing around the outside. It was like an interior with like radios and shit in there. That becomes relevant in a minute. We get there and I remember asking Sergeant Ginger, like, hey, do you want me to lock the Humvee or do you just want me to leave it unlocked? And he was like, lock the Humvee up. And locking the Humvee consisted of taking a bike lock lock and weaving it through the steering wheel, and then locking the bike lock with a padlock, because Humvees don't have locks on them. I locked up the Humvee. We're there doing our thing, and eventually Sergeant Ginger comes to me and he's like, okay, we're gonna send you back early. Take these keys. You're gonna go to this like Connex, and you're gonna do like, he gave me this whole list of instructions, and I was like, chanted in my head, I was like, I'm not gonna fuck this up. That was like my one promise to myself. Like, finally, I'm gonna do something on my own, and I'm not gonna fuck it up. I'm going to do it exactly right. And I did. I went back early. I did everything right. As soon as I was done with it, the captain who drove me back was like, all right, you're good. Just go back to your tent and like get a nice sleep and everything. Like, everyone will be back in the morning. And I was like, dope. And then I think I was like staying up late playing like Timefall 2 or something. I see the captain walk in and he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, hanging out? What do you mean? And he's like, have you looked at your phone? And I was like, no. He's like, I would do that. But I look at my phone, I got like 40,000 text messages from like Sergeant Ginger and Sergeant Jefferson just like screaming at me. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on? And he's like, the Humvee's locked. They can't drive back because you had the Humvee keys and you locked the Humvee. And I was just sitting there, I was like, are you fucking shitting me? I literally did everything else right to the letter. I was like, I finally did everything perfectly, and this shit, I was mad. I was heated. So I have to get dressed in the full uniform. He drives me back out to the field, and I'll remember that where we're driving and everything, I was just like really quiet, and I could clearly see he was pissed. It was an officer having to get up in the middle of the night and interrupt his full 8 hours to drive me out to the field. I was like, sir, can I say one thing? And like him very angry was like, yes. Like expecting like an excuse or something. I was just like, I'm sorry, like in the most like genuine way possible. He just said, okay. But his demeanor kind of softened up, and he just drove me out there, dropped me off, and drove back. I unlocked the Humvee, and Sergeant Ginger's just like, Sergeant Jefferson's at the top of the tower for you. He wants to see you. So I go up there, and for the next about 45 minutes approximately, maybe a little bit less than that, he just screams it. Mind you, I'm like 18, about to turn 19 at this point. I'm still a kid.
And this is the top of the water tower?
This is the top of the range tower at the range, like the 50-foot tall tower. We're on the outside catwalk, and he's just screaming at me for about like probably 40 to 35 minutes. It may have been shorter, but that's how long it felt. Laying out like, you're gonna answer the radios all night, every hour on the hour from range control. And he was just like, you have to answer them. If you miss a single one, I swear to God, I'm gonna skull fuck you. If you don't answer like one of those radio calls, I better find you at the bottom of the tower. Stuff like that for about 30 minutes. And once that was done and he left and everything, it was just me at the top of a 50-foot tower alone in the desert for the next like 8 hours. Growing up and everything, I had a lot of issues with my childhood, but I never like wanted to like kill myself. Like I remember distinctly like not understanding that, because there was a point in time where like my brother was contemplating like pulling the dresser down and like killing himself, like crushing himself underneath the dresser, and I stopped him growing up. And I remember thinking like after that, being like, I don't understand, like why would you want to do that? Like why would you do that? Like the whole goal is not to do that. That's the only mission of life. I understand now. I don't remember when it happened, but at some point I stopped debating like if I should to like how I should land. I started walking around like the catwalk, being like, where would be the best landing spot? I don't remember why, but at some point I just got really, really angry. So I like made a promise to myself. I was like, if I don't jump off the tower today, my only goal, if eating spites them, I'm going to eat so much goddamn food. If breathing spites them, I'm going to breathe so much goddamn air. I was like, if me drinking water spites them, I'm going to fucking drain the desert. I was like, I'm all for this fucking shit. This is my mission now. My only promise was that if I fuck something up, I would have to own it. Like, if I genuinely asked myself in my heart, like, am I wrong? I had to admit it to myself and accept the blame for it. And if I did that, I could never make the same mistake twice. You can make mistakes, that's fine, but you can't repeat them. And that was my only promise to myself. I didn't miss a single radio call, and the next day I just, too angry to die was basically the summary of the rest of my time in Kuwait. Super spiteful. I did everything they asked me to. I didn't talk to anyone outside of like, yes sergeant, no sergeant. That's all I ever said anymore at that point for like the next 3 weeks after that. And then I found out about the guy who broke his knees, and I got transferred over to the Bandit Company to be their new Bradley driver. And that's where I met Sergeant, or Probably shouldn't say his name, but Sergeant D's nuts. We had a dude to jump off a tower in Syria. He didn't want to get shot at anymore, so he jumped out of his guard tower and shattered both his cabs. So they sent him out, and then I became his replacement when that unit came back from Syria. Jumped out of the tower so he would be injured to a degree where he couldn't be in Syria anymore, and they'd have to medevac him to like Germany or something, or just out of country. The story he told everyone was that like he jumped out of the tower because someone fired an RPG at it. But when I talked to everyone else when they came back from Syria, they're like, oh no, he was just a piece of shit. Like, they didn't even have RPGs. They were like mercenaries or whatever. They had tanks.
This man found out his wife was cheating on him and wanted to race back home.
Yeah, he found a what's the guy called? What's the guy name?
Jody.
Someone's fucking you. Jody. He found out Jody was fucking his girl. He was on his way home in a wheelchair to go fuck himself. Sergeant D was just a huge. It was just a huge shitbag. Anytime we were asked to do work or anything, he would just be like, no. He refused to help the unit at all. He was like, no. We never knew that there was actual jobs for us to do because it never reached us. They would just reach Sergeant D and he would tell them to fuck off, and then we would like go do nothing that day. So like working for Sergeant D was exactly what I needed. But he was a dog shit. He was a shitbird. Like, absolutely 100%. Honestly, fucking lit, to be honest. We refused to do any work, or Sergeant D refused to do any work.
You just did nothing?
yeah, man. We would wake up at probably about like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. We would eat dinner for breakfast, go to the gym, go to the USO, and like play Injustice 2 for hours on end. I would get like irate. I would get irate playing Injustice 2 because like all Sergeant D did was like he picked Superman and he just spammed the laser vision the whole time. And I didn't know how to play fighting games. Fuck Injustice 2. I can't play fighting games. I refuse to look at that game after that because like I cannot explain, like if I pick up game controller or anything, I like get into like void rage. Like I just start feeling my blood pressure rise the longer I hold the controller. And then we'd have midnight chow, and then we'd go back to our tent. Well, all 3 of us had laptops, so we'd pop our laptops open. He was obsessed with playing Skyrim. I would just play shitloads of Timefall 2 because it's fucking great. Last month we were there was us just like playing video games, jerking off, working out in the gym. We got fucking yoked quick because we just went to the gym like for 3-4 hours a day. Coming back from Kuwait and everything, the cavalry scouts I was attached to, our company in particular, had an SIR tracker in brigade. So SIRs are like someone beat their wife, someone beat their kids, someone was drunk and driving, bad offenses and everything. These are referred to as SIRs, or like serious infractions or whatever the fuck. I don't know what it stands for. And for a company to have an SIR tracker in brigade's wall was fucking wild. These dudes were stirring up shit constantly. Like someone was constantly beating their wife, or like beating their kids, or beating their dog, or drunken driving, or drunken crashing, or doing whatever. It was a whole mess after the Kuwait deployment. So there's 2 kinds of people when you come back from deployment. They march you into this field. They say like a short little speech, and then they release everyone to their families. So like the soldiers in the formation, they already know if there's someone in that bleachers waiting for them, because the only reason they're there is if their soldier told them about it. So they know if someone's in the bleachers waiting for them. Those people will run towards the bleachers and everything as the bleachers run towards them. Everyone else, myself included, would immediately just, probably about like a quarter of the group, would immediately just turn left, walk over to like where all of our bags were, find our bags, and then there would typically just be like some poor NCO standing there with a cigarette, smoking it, and he'd just be like, y'all going to the barracks? Get in. You would pile into like a truck or something, and then he would just drive you to the barracks and like drop you off, and then go back for more people, and then you would go into your barracks room, whichever one was assigned to you, and then they would just let you go in there, shut the door, and you'd be alone. That was your welcome home.
Your leadership wouldn't be like take the role and like welcome you back or anything?
No. So like what they'll do is they'll prep like little gift baskets or like goodie bags and like bed sheets and everything and put those in the rooms. So typically I would come back from deployment and like there would be like bed sheets on my bed already, and then there would be like a little baggie or like a little basket on my desk in the room that has like candy, toiletries. One time it was very ambitious and it had 2 condoms in it. Which I didn't lose my virginity until I was like 21, so very ambitious of them to assume that I would be getting anything done.
every time I was greeted by family, besides the time that I told them I didn't want them to show up. It was like my 4th deployment, and I had been through these welcome home things so many times, and I was like, dude, I'm just tired from this deployment, and I want to go home and crash out rather than, go to a steak dinner right afterwards.
And then I got a whole brand new team. I got Mr. Receding Hairline. I was supposed to become the gunner at that point, but since he was a specialist, he had seniority. And then I got Sergeant Putty, who came over from the unit I would actually later get transferred over to. He came from over there to become the sergeant for the Bradley crew. And then I got a brand new lieutenant, brand new mom. He was great. Under Sergeant Putty, my life, I cannot express the need to sustain myself off of hate slowly and steadily just ebbed away. Sergeant Putty treated me and Mr. Receding Airline as genuine living, breathing people. And when we fucked up, which we did, he would match the punishment to the crime. There's one time I left my CAT card in a government laptop and went home for the day. My lieutenant found it. Punishment I got was just hey, I want you to write a 300-page essay, a 3-page essay due by the time me and Mr. Receding Hairline get back from the field. And then when he came back from the field, I presented with the paper and everything right then and there, and I was really proud of it. And he literally pointed at me and he's like, I'm not gonna read it because I'm exhausted, but I trust the next time I ask you to write a paper, I will read that one. Don't take this as a standard. And then I just was left with the paper I wrote, and I just had to throw it away. And I was a little miffed on that. I was really proud of it. I was like, fuck you. Since I had people like Sergeant D and Sergeant Ginger and Sergeant Jefferson before that, even then, when he's treating us like normal people, he would take us out to Hooters on lunches because he was obsessed with Hooters because he loved NASCAR. We go out to what we called fist lunches and go to Hooters at 11 and not come back till 1:30 and just eat at Hooters and hang out. We did all this stuff and everything, but I just assumed inherently, subconsciously, that someone of his rank and position could not care about someone in my position. It was impossible. So I think when it came to the end, when he was getting out and everything, we took one last drive in our Bradley together as a team. It was we're just doing a road test or something, make sure that the Bradley still works. He said, if you guys want to ask me anything, you can ask me anything at all, and I will give you the God honest truth. But you can only ask me one thing, which I thought was kind of just a game to him. And now looking back on it, he just wanted to see what we would ask and whatever. Because we could have asked anything at any point. He would have given us the truth at that point. But I don't remember what Mr. Receding Hairline asked him. But I will never forget, and I do not know why I did it. As I'm driving the Bradley on this dirt road or whatever, just spouting out of nowhere, do you hate me? And it was just silent for a couple of seconds. And he just goes no. Why would I hate you? Did you think I hated you this whole time? I just assumed that this guy I've been hanging out with for the past year and working for, living with, just hated me because he was a sergeant. And that's just what leadership did, is leadership hated me. So it was only in the last moment of us being together that I realized he genuinely cared about me, and then he was gone and he moved out of the Army. That guy is about as close as I can get to a father figure in my life.
Have you ever thought about trying to reconnect with this guy?
When I got out and I was clearing everything, I was still very much in communication with him. When I got out and everything, I had to book my own flight, but I actually stayed at his house because my flight wasn't until the day after I had to leave base. So I spent the night at his house right off a post, and then he drove me to the airport. I was actually texting him about this and everything, and he was telling me how all the other NCOs would refer to him as a Joe lover because he didn't treat his privates like shit. Shame him for it. I would say I was probably at Fort Hood for another year. We were at Fort Hood proper before I got transferred over to another battalion in the same brigade, which was an infantry dismount. I got assigned to the infantry company, and then later on I would be assigned to their infantry platoon. Then we got sent off to Korea. Okay, we can continue this tomorrow or whatever. We're paying rent on this fucking life story at this point. We've passed 9 hours. Our first session was 4 hours. Our second session was...
Don't even edit it, Surmer. Just put it all... Just upload a 9-hour video to YouTube.
I think our first session was 4 hours. Our second session was 4 hours. And then, this is our third?
You can just do a marathon format.
Just an unedited version. Put that on your OnlyFans. Oh, it did.
To my OnlyFans.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans. Dude, that video was so fucking funny. I was crying watching it.
So proud of it.
What fucking time is it? What year is it?
I guess it's too late for some Overwatch.
10:40? No, absolutely not. I just gotta take a shit first.
Sounds good. I'm gonna take my headset off.
You gonna hop? You just call the group chat?
Yeah, just call the group chat.
Okay. Yeah, I'll join you guys in a minute. I'm gonna go shit first.
Sounds good.
Pork patty or beef patty?
What? No, I was gonna say fucking omelet.
Omelet? What the fuck? There's an omelet.
Did you not now because it was the most hated MRE? It was literally the last MRE always left in the box.
I never once heard of or saw a fucking omelet.
Yeah, probably because they realized that no one would fucking eat them.
Thank you for your service of getting rid of those for me.
Oh no, dude, it's all cold and runny and shit, and I don't know what the fuck they made it out of. I can tell you it's not fucking eggs. I can tell you that.
They can't even make normal, like, cafeteria eggs, like, rehydrated, like, powdered eggs. They can't fucking do it. Why did they think they could preserve it for fucking years in a bag? I talked to the counselor in the National Guard and everything, and he recommended I go see a therapist, but once again, that all would refer back to the VA, and I just would rather deal with, like, my demons in my head than have to talk to someone who works for the fucking VA, to be honest.
I've actually found a lot of organizations that actually will give you like some one-on-one time with a therapist for free, like PTSD Foundation. So you don't necessarily need to go through the VA to get help.
I don't know. I have my hang-ups on it. I should. I feel so busy, but at the same time, never busy with anything. I don't want to take time out of my life to go talk with like a therapist. I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, there's always a chance that you go to a therapist and there's nothing you gain from it, but it's not going to hurt to go. And there's always a chance that they might stumble across something that could help you.
Yeah, it's definitely something I gotta look into more and like actually contemplate doing.
I mean, when your mental health's not good, like, how can you expect, like, to do other good things in your life?
We demand a congressional investigation. This should never have happened. And we will never know what happened ever until we get a congressional investigation, because everything we were given was lies. It was evasive. They were not sincere. They were actually very disingenuous to us. I don't know who's covering up for who, but it doesn't matter. We couldn't even know the name of the person she worked with that day, who we understand is the person who killed himself. What planet are we on? It's wrong. We need transparency.
And if this can happen to my sister, what makes you think it can happen to other service women and men?
Back now with another mystery at Fort Hood. A soldier, his family now fearing for his safety, claiming he was assaulted and bullied on base.
Investigators searching for 23-year-old Sergeant Elder Fernandez, who vanished nearly a week ago.
He's a good kid. He will never disappear. To not tell his family what he said.
Today's 6 News questioned Fort Hood officials on Sergeant Elder Fernandez's disappearance. Now, we wanted to know who last saw him before he disappeared and where at. It seems like a simple question, but after asking Fort Hood for 2 days, they haven't provided that much information.
Yeah, in any missing persons case, you start with who last saw this person and where. But Fort Hood has not been able to clarify exactly where they lost track of Sergeant Fernandez. In a Friday press release, Fort Hood said Fernandez was last seen by members of his unit at a residence in Guillén. KPD, on the other hand, has told us he was last seen by his staff sergeant that day, and it was the staff sergeant who dropped him off. But the family says there are some major gaps in this information. First, Fernandez didn't live at the location they were dropping him off, so why was he being taken there? Second, the family knows which house he was supposed to be taken to, but they say he never made it in the door. Lastly, the family says Fernandez was taken to the location from the hospital where he had been treated, but no one can tell them what his mental state was when he was left wherever they left him.
This might be a place that he could have gone off into. Don't know, what kind of condition he was in when he got back from the hospital. Don't know who brought him back. We don't have confirmation of where he was dropped off.
We don't suspect foul play at this time, and that's why we're asking for the community support to help us locate him.
Prior to his disappearance, Sergeant Fernandez had transferred units after reporting he'd been the victim of sex abuse.
To have a small prepared statement concerning the sexual assault allegation concerning Sergeant Fernandez. I can tell you that Sergeant Fernandez did report that he was sexually assaulted. There was a thorough legal review, and the allegations were unsubstantiated. I can also share that the subject of the investigation took and passed a polygraph examination.
The use of polygraphs. I've been around long enough to know that George H.W. Bush banned those in military trials back in, I think, 98 or something like that. And yet they told us that they've been using these polygraphs hundreds of times in their own instance and probably thousands of times across the service. I originally was on the way down to help in the search. By the time I got there, they had already made a decision that the claim was not valid, the claim of harassment was not valid, based in large part on this polygraph. They did it so quickly.
No disposition of any case should be based on a polygraph. It's an investigative tool. It's not a way to dispose of a case in any fashion, and it's imperfect in so many different ways. That's why it's not admissible in a court of law. We felt like experienced agents would just know that.
New this morning, a body believed to be that of a missing Fort Hood soldier has been found in Temple. According to the Boston Globe, the attorney for the family of Sergeant Elder Fernandez says the family was notified last night.
Police in Temple, Texas say they found a body near railroad tracks yesterday afternoon. They think it is Fernandez.
Fernandez's disappearance comes nearly 2 months after the remains of Houston's Vanessa Guillén were found.
We were truly hoping for a different result in reuniting Sergeant Fernandez with his family.
The family of another soldier says they do not buy the Army's story about what happened to their loved one. Now, Fernandez's mother told 6 News her family is being represented by Natalie Kawam. Now, you may remember Kawam is the same attorney who helped the family of Fort Hood soldier Vanessa Guillén.
They found Sergeant Elder Fernandez hanging from a tree. They don't know what happened, whether it was suicide or whether murder. The worst part of it, even though you would think assault or rape is bad enough, it's the aftermath, the retaliation. His roommate kept on telling him, you have to report this. Look what happened with Vanessa Guillén, you have to report this. He reports it, what happens? Look at this. Look what's happened. Ever since then, they put him in a different unit. They bullied him, harassed him, hazed him, called him to work when he wasn't even supposed to be at work. Nighttime, come back to work. He said that they would just make him sit there for hours. They just wanted to destroy his spirit. We had another soldier serving our country honorably who too was sexually assaulted at Fort Hood, who did the right thing. Did the right thing. They always say you're supposed to report sexual assault, sexual harassment. They asked us a number of times, did Vanessa Guillén report sexual harassment? Look what happens when you report sexual harassment at Fort Hood. You get bullied, you get hazed, you get harassed, you turn up dead.
The 13th soldier found dead at Fort Hood. 13 in less than 4 months. If I'm outside working at our whatever store, if I'm not doing my job, they fire me, they remove me. Yet they're not doing the same thing with the leadership at Fort Hood. Why are they not treating each other equally? Why do they not remove Major Scott Effelett? I want him removed.
Major General Scott Effelett is stepping down as commander of Fort Hood. During his tenure, Fort Hood gained the unfortunate distinction of recording more murders and sexual assaults than any other U.S. Army installation. Just this year, there have been 15 deaths of Fort Hood soldiers in a series of disappearances, fatal accidents, and murders.
On Facebook today, the Guillén family posted a comment on his reassignment. The post reads in part, quote, "He did nothing during Vanessa's disappearance and murder. He did not do his duty as a man, as a human, and as a Major General."
General Efflin's reassignment was ordered by the Secretary of Army, Ryan McCarthy.
I've determined the issues at Fort Hood are directly related to leadership failures. Leaders drive culture and are responsible for everything the unit does, or does not happen to do.
The U.S. Army Forces Command announced that they have completed their investigation now on Fort Hood leaders and their actions following Guillén's case.
Tonight, the Army's long-awaited report into Specialist Vanessa Guillén's disappearance and murder, finding that she had indeed been sexually harassed by a superior, as her family has insisted from the start.
This comes after a year of Fort Hood saying it had no proof she was harassed.
Family says that Army investigation is proof they've been right all along, and that Vanessa's reports of sexual harassment were severely mishandled.
The document doesn't make any mention of authorities searching the last place Guillén was seen, the armory room with Robinson, until over 2 months after Guillén disappeared.
Vanessa Guillén twice reported being sexually harassed by a superior non-commissioned officer in her unit.
Officials say in both instances, her supervisor failed to report the harassment and other leaders failed to take appropriate action.
The Army will not release the name of the soldier who harassed Guillén, but we know it was not Aaron Robinson.
Army investigators saying the harassment had no link to Guillén's murder, allegedly by Specialist Aaron Robinson. The report detailing how when investigators closed in on Robinson last June, poor communication by criminal investigators with enlisted soldiers enabled Robinson to flee their custody. He later killed himself.
We as an Army failed to protect Specialist Guillén.
The Guillén family attorney is criticizing the report, but says it illustrates just how badly Vanessa's disappearance and murder were mishandled.
We are troubled that the names of soldiers that sexually harassed Vanessa are being omitted. It's heartbreaking and frustrating for all of us.
I relieved or suspended 14 leaders in the chain of command at Fort Hood, Texas, for failing to provide our soldiers the leadership they deserve and a climate in which they could thrive.
Nobody has been completely removed from the Army. They have been relieved of their command, but they're still collecting a paycheck. The NCOs that sexually harassed Vanessa are still on salary. They have less responsibility, meaning they are not commanding anymore, but they're still getting paid for a commanding position. All you are is moving them from one base to another, and that's not fixing the problem. That's just allowing someone to get away in the loopholes of the system. I understand that there's a separation process, but they're telling us it's based on the years in service. So the person has extra protections or extra rights when they did wrong, and that's not fair. So us taxpayers are still paying for these perverts and problems to be in the system. Our system does not have room for bad apples.
We have a great deal of work ahead of us. This is only the first step to addressing and fixing these issues. I believe in this institution with every ounce of my being because of the extraordinary people who serve in it.
I'm so comfortable that I cannot to just gay porn of two men fucking and not be gay. Because I'm inserting myself into the role of the dominant. Not gay. I still got that at Burger King.
Oh my god, bro. That's 4 days old now.
I think it's, well, I got it on, what, Monday, I think? So I think it's 5. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, that's
what you're saying is you lied yesterday and said it was 3 days old.
I think I was confused. Never attribute to malice what can be contributed to stupidity.
They kidnapped me from my platoon barbecue, my new unit, the new 5th platoon. Was like, oh, we got a bunch of new people. We're all gonna have a barbecue at the platoon sergeant's house. The unit showed up and we're like, is he here? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, he needs to get in the car. He's suicidal. He needs to go to the hospital. And so they kidnapped me and dragged me off to the hospital.
Wait,
and I was
in Korea?
This is in Fort Hood. This is in Fort Hood, right before we left for Korea. Okay, let me just tell the story.
I'm so confused on this whole story.
So this is kind of like when my depression was like, so we had Kuwait and it was like up here. And then it came down a little bit and everything after Kuwait because I had like certain. I worked with Putty. Once like I was with Putty and everything, it plateaued. It was good. And then once like I lost that entire team, and they're like, you're getting transferred to a brand new unit where you're not gonna fucking know anybody. Have fun. My depression started to come back because I felt like alone and like isolated, and it was like a change of life scenario and everything. So my depression was on the rise again. We get these like suicide awareness briefings and everything, and part of that is like noticing the warning signs. Oh, these are the warning signs. If someone's giving away large sums of money, if they're making like repeated jokes about like killing themselves, these are all the warning signs. And for 2.5 months, I would hit like 4 to 5 of these a day, like buying people lunch, constantly. I mean, constantly making jokes about killing myself in as many violent ways as possible. I would like constantly like, I wish someone would just run me over in the motor pool and like squish my brain. And like everyone thought it was fucking hilarious. They're like, oh, me too, man. And like for 2.5 months, no one said a goddamn word. Like no one was like, hey man, are you good? Like, these are jokes, right? Like no one. They was like, ah, you're fucking hilarious. Fucking love this guy. I was at this platoon barbecue because I was like new to the unit, and they're like, oh hey, like we're gonna be going off to Korea soon and everything, let's have like a platoon barbecue. We can all like properly meet each other, relax, have a couple drinks, even though we're not supposed to do that as a work function or everything, but we'll have some drinks, we'll have some barbecue, we'll be all good to go. And I was so happy because I was finally being able to like meet and like sit down and have a one-on-one with my new platoon sergeant, and I was like bonding with him. We're having like a full-fledged conversation. I was like, fuck yes, this guy is gonna get to know me and we're gonna work together and it's gonna be fucking great. And I was like, yes. I'm getting phone calls like the whole conversation with him. Like people were like repeatedly calling my phone, and I keep like just silencing it in my pocket because I'm talking with my platoon sergeant right now. I'm not going to answer my phone to whoever the fuck's calling me. Everyone I work with is here. Whoever's calling me can just like wander around the house and find me. It turns out it wasn't someone I worked with. It was staff duty who was repeatedly calling me. And they got an anonymous tip that I was suicidal. I was planning on killing myself that night. Which, I mean, I wasn't planning it for that night. I wasn't planning anything at all. But like that would be a weird place to do it, right? Like, hey guys, we're having a barbecue, having some drinks. Anyone got some rope, you know? Like, let's make it a party game. I'll be the piñata, you know? Like that would just be a fucking weird place to do it. I'm ignoring my phone calls, and then he gets a phone call, and he answers it, and I'm like, fair enough. He has to answer to higher up people. Something could be important, and he's like, what? Specialist? Yeah, he's here. Yeah, he's here. No, he's fine. What do you mean? No, he's talking. I'm having a conversation with him. He's fine. No, you're not sending the cops. No, you're not. I'm not telling you where he is if you're sending the cops. Yeah, if you really want to, you can come and pick him up. Like, yeah, like that will work. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And he's like, you killing yourself? And I was like, not yet. And he's like, apparently staff duty thinks you're in the process of tying the knot.
Did you actually say not yet?
Yeah, he was just like, see, like I told him you're fine. Because mind you, like this is one of the people I've been making the suicide jokes with for like 2.5 months. So he was just like, this is another classic joke, you know? And then eventually like staff duty showed up, and it was like some lieutenant, I think like the lieutenant or like officer in charge of staff duty showed up, and like he was in his fucking like yellow no top on like Jeep or whatever. They didn't tell me where they were taking me or anything. Like I just got in the car and they're like, okay, and then they drove for a little bit. No one talked to me. We hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I was like legitimately like kind of pissed. I was like, you couldn't wait for me to fucking eat? I mean, like I'm going to go to the hospital, like this is gonna be like what, like 45, 2 hours? Like how long could this process take? Oh my god. So I get into the fucking ER. I wait in the lobby for the ER for like an hour and a half. They finally take me back. They do a blood draw on me. Mind you, I'd had a drink and I wasn't 21 yet. I was 20, and so I was like, oh good, let's do this shit today. Thank God for HIPAA. When the doctor came, was like, I know you've been drinking, but I'm not going to release that information because of HIPAA. So here's the test results. And I just kind of took them and I just kind of started tearing them up while I sat there, and then just threw it in the trash can like bit by bit. I was just like, no one sees these test results. No underage drinking happening here. And then they took me to this. It was this weird fucking thing. It was the 6th floor of the hospital. They took me to like the 6th floor or whatever, which is the mental health like section, I think it was the 6th floor. They took me to this room that was just glass walls, and then there's just a bed in it. They're just like, okay, go in here, put me in there, lock the doors, and like the person who was escorting me, who was Lieutenant McDonald, everyone fucking hated that guy. First of all, he was homophobic as fuck too, which is hilarious because Hyena was like gay, and it was fucking hilarious to see those two interact, because he'd be like, I don't want to talk to you. You're gay. I fucking hate this dude. And that was the guy they were like, he needs to escort him. That guy is the perfect guy to escort him when he's suicidal. Let's not surround him in a friendly face or anything. Let's give him the one person he fucking hates. And this dude would not shut up about like his like analytics or like data analysis, like college homework. So I was stuck in a glass box. No one ever came to talk to me, like a doctor or anyone. They left me there for about 3.5 hours. So I probably got out of the hospital like 3 to 4 a.m. And the whole time it's just the one person in the unit I fucking hated just talking to me about data analysis and like analytics. And I was just like, fuck it. I didn't want to kill myself, but like now I do. Just yay close to like just bash my head on the glass wall. I was just like, can I go now? And eventually they just poked their head in and were like, oh, you're still here? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, you're good to go. And I was like, so you took my blood, sat me in a room for 3 hours, and then like that's it. That was my mental health assessment from the hospital.
Did you feel mentally well at the end?
I felt significantly mentally worse. By the end of it, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. At least now it's over. I can go back to my barracks room. I can sleep in my own bed and wake up and smoke my own cigarettes and like get something to eat in the morning or whatever, because it's like fucking 4 a.m. And the guy who's going to give me a ride home from the hospital is none other than Lieutenant McDonald's. And McDonald's decides on his own initiative, without consulting anyone else, goes, you're not allowed to go back to your barracks. You're going to go stay at Specialist Glyph's house. These are all fake names, by the way, if you couldn't tell. You're going to stay at Specialist Glyph's house. And I was like, why? And he's like, because I don't trust you, and you're required to go to EBH on Monday morning. He's like, I already talked to Specialist Glyph. He knows you're coming. I'll drop you off there and everything. He'll set you up with like somewhere to sleep in his house or whatever, because he lived off post. So he just drops me off at his house. I sleep in like his guest room, whatever. And like, apparently he got given instructions to never let me leave his site by Lieutenant McDonald's. There was one point where like he goes to the bathroom, like we're playing Call of Duty or whatever. I'm not allowed to leave his house until Monday, and this happened on Saturday, so it's like Sunday, and then Monday we go to post together. And there's one point he goes to the bathroom, and I step outside to like smoke a cigarette on like his driveway, and I'm out there smoking, and he comes like sprinting out of the house, and he's like, oh, thank God you're still here. And I was like, yeah, man, I'm just smoking, like what's going on? He's like, Lieutenant McDonald said never let you like leave my site because like you might kill yourself. And I was like, I'm not waiting for you to like look away for 2 seconds to slip away and hang myself. Like that's not how this works. Like, do you get this at all? And then Monday I went to EBH. They ran a full questionnaire on me, to which I was like, no, I'm not suicidal. No, I lied on it like you lie on all of them, but I wasn't actually suicidal at that point. Like the caregiver who like reviews you about the survey you filled out, and they're like, why are you here? And I was like, hospital order. And they're like, oh, like, are you good? And I was like, yeah, it was a misunderstanding, like anonymous call, like I'm fine. They're like, oh, do you have any plans, like what you want to do after the army? I was like, oh, I want to go to like this university, this college, I want to get like, and they're like, oh, so you got like a whole plan and everything. I was like, yeah, like why wouldn't I? I was like, oh, suicidal people don't really plan out their lives. I was like, okay, cool. Like, I get that. Frankly, I had like a year left on my contract. I just wanted to run it out and like do my job to the best of my ability. I wasn't gonna let anything like actually serious happen.
And then came the incident of the bourbon in the canteens. Now, I don't know whether you know anything, friends, about Missouri, about that area, but that is bourbon country. And the only time you ever think of bourbon, you think of Jack Daniels. Fine bourbon. You think of Jim Beam, something like that, or Wild Turkey, real bourbon. Friend, they make bourbon down in those Missouri hills. They make bourbon down there that is sometimes aged as long as 12 minutes. That stuff is made for only one purpose, to lay you out flat on your you-know-what. It is not made to talk about at Downey's Bar. It is not made to pour over rocks. As a matter of fact, I mean, the only time that stuff is ever poured over rocks, it's poured over real rocks. And so each one of us put about a quarter of a cup into our mess kits, or rather into our canteens. That was it. Now, we had seen this big picture about 2 or 3 days before with Errol Flynn and all of his soldiers. And there was a scene with Errol Flynn. I mean, these guys were in Burma or someplace. And there's a scene with Errol Flynn and his guys, and one of them has got a bottle of whiskey. And they're tough-looking soldiers, and their coats are torn off, and they wear nothing but shirts, and you could see they've got cartridge belts around their waist, and they've got their shorts with the pants torn off, and their torn up old shoes, and somebody's got a bottle of whiskey, and the 5 of them are passing it around. Oh, boy. And they always make that thing in the movies about, isn't that good? Oh, boy, with that drink. Oh, you've seen that scene in the movies. And they pass it around, and the 5 of them drink up this bottle of whiskey in about 2.5 minutes. You know, each guy takes a great big lug, and he puffs down like it's knee-high orange. No problem. Well, we knew how soldiers should be. We all knew this. We knew that we should be tough. We knew how hard it was to be a soldier. We knew that we were all grown-up men. We knew that we should drink beer, whiskey, and like it. But we all secretly, and I'm going to tell you this for myself, every time I drank that 3.2 beer, I hated it. Oh, did it taste terrible. And it made my nose tickle, and it was gassy. It made me dizzy. And everybody else, you know, they looked like they were drinking it. But so did I. Gasser probably thought I liked it. Edwards probably thought Gasser liked it. And everybody is trying to impress the other guy, and everybody thinks the other guys are really doing it. But the real secret is, in this crowd, if there's 100 people in the crowd, 98 of them also got a headache. And 98 of them think the other guys are really digging it. It's only me that isn't. And even Truman Capote there is not digging it. He's also got a headache. But you gotta play the game.
So for context, before we go to Korea and everything, we had to go to this place called NTC, National Training Center, and that's where we would qualify as a unit to go on deployment, to make sure that we were going to be good to go on deployment and fight a war, if need be. It's a month-long field problem. You're in the field for a month, meaning like you're living in your tanks, you're living in like a combat environment, like you're just in the suck for a month, and then you're done, and you're qualified. I remember hearing, this is where I started to get kind of clued in, like, well, not started, but like it really solidified for me that like there's not anyone really at Fort Hood that really gave a shit about the Joes at all, is when I overheard this conversation between a couple of officers discussing the blood price, which is apparently a term they coined for anticipating and calculating training casualties and suicides they were expecting to get in like the coming like deployment or whatever. Apparently a part of like preparing for like NTC is like, oh, there's the NTC blood price, don't forget that. And they're like, well, what do we think it's going to be? Probably a Bradley crew and a half, basically like four to 5 people. They're just planning for 4 to 5 people to die. And they would be right. They got well, we lost officially 2, and then I believe 1 was put on life support, and the other one certifiably became like a vegetable. So I think it was about 4, maybe 5 people at NTC, because they had a Bradley rollover, and I think the other one drove into like a tank ditch or something. Yeah, so they were right. They didn't change anything or prepare for it at all. They just were like, yeah, there it is. There's our blood price.
Okay, Korea. I went there with a brand new unit. I'd only been with this unit for a little bit. I got to know some of the guys there, but the one who would later become my boss and everything for the rest of my time in the Army, he was at ALC, Advanced Leadership Course. He didn't come with us to Korea just yet. He was coming later when he finished that. So I was kind of just in limbo, hanging out at headquarters. They didn't really know where to put me, so I was just kind of sitting around jerking off doing nothing. They were looking for a place to put me, and And that place would come about a month into my stay in Korea. I got assigned to 3rd Platoon because we were on a field training exercise where we're going to be going over how to assault a chemical weapon site, things like that. They realized that 3rd Platoon didn't have a fister because his was at ALC, and I was sitting around doing nothing, so they're like, hey, you're a specialist, and you know what you're doing. How about you just go over the 3rd Platoon for this field exercise and just be their dismount fister? And I was like, okay, well, I've never done that before. I don't know what I'm doing. They're like, hey, you'll figure it out pretty quick, I think. I was like, okay. I grabbed my bags and I went over there, and my first experience with 3rd Platoon was exactly this. I'm walking across this courtyard in a village kind of town. There's like an 8-story, 12-story like hotel. It's all supposed to be like a shoot house town where the insides are like plywood doors, plywood walls. There's like a movie theater. And I'm walking to the movie theater. That's where 3rd Platoon's building. They took over that building. It's theirs. As I'm walking up to it, it's like just as like the sun had set and everything, it's like starting to get dark, kind of dusk, and I see all these people like climbing up the walls of the movie theater and like getting on the roof, like the overhang over the entryway of the movie theater. They're all like dancing. They got a Bluetooth speaker set up playing like Gangster's Paradise. They have like phones that synced up to the music to change lights, so they had everyone's phone like changing the lights so it looked like a fucking rave, all just like partying dead ass sober. And I just kind of like walk up and I'm like, hey, I'm your new fister. And they're like, cool, come in here, toss your bags here, welcome to 3rd Platoon. And then that guy just left. And now I was just alone with a bunch of people who were just going fucking ape shit in the middle of a training exercise, which I had never experienced before. Every other training exercise I've been a part of has always been like very serious, like you're in the army. And meanwhile, our platoon sergeant was like singing along to Gangster Paradise, and he was like a 40-year-old man. And I was like, fucking A, alright. This is, that would be my platoon until I got out of the army, and God love them, that was never the plan. They intended to take me back to headquarters after that field exercise. When we all got back from that field exercise, I was like off and about doing stuff, and eventually I get like a phone call from my lieutenant, and he's like, hey, can you come up to headquarters office? I gotta talk to you for a minute. I'm like, okay. So I go up there, he like, come in, he's like, shut the door behind you. I shut the door, and he's like, alright, I don't know what you did with 3rd Platoon, but I have to assign you the 3rd Platoon going forward. And I was like, okay, why? And he's like, every single sergeant in 3rd Platoon and some of the Joes are wandering into my office and keep asking when you're going to be assigned to them. So I'm just going to go ahead and assign you the 3rd Platoon. You're going to be like the RTO for Sergeant Hyena whenever he gets back.
What's an RTO?
RTO is a radio transmission operator. Basically, I just carry the radio on my back and like all the map supplies and stuff like that. And then Sergeant Hyena, he would be my FO, which is forward observer. So he'd be the one with like all the observation gear, and then he would tell me what to tell them on the radio. So I just operate the radio for him so he could do all the FO work.
Well, it seems like the guys really liked you if they requested you that hard.
Yeah, I never got a fucking moments of peace after that. They eventually figured out which room I lived in, despite me taking my name tape off. And so every weekend, I'd be like, you know what? I don't think I want to drink this weekend. I'm going to hang out in my room. I'm going to play on my laptop. I'm going to play some games. Kind of a chill Friday night. And then like 8 o'clock at night, someone's just pounding away on my door like, I know you're in there. You better come out here and fucking drink with us. Always getting dragged out to come and drink, like no choice in the matter. But I tried ignoring them once, and they just went over to my neighbor's door because they were connected to the bathroom, got them to answer the door, and then broke into my room to the bathroom. Like I couldn't escape.
Mind you, like the mindset going to Korea is not exactly a positive one. We had NTC happen where we had a Bradley drive off a cliff, roll over, driver was dead, gunner was, I think, paralyzed, and then the tank commander was like a literal vegetable. I do know that the Bradley one was particularly bad, and I found out the details on it later because they halted training and they had like jets doing like memorial flyovers and everything, and they're recording the flights and everything, and they're gonna like offer that up to the families. Hey, like, I know your loved one's dead, but here's some video of planes flying around. Initially, like, we were pretty excited for Korea. Korea's cool. Like, honestly, if you ever get the chance to go to Korea, absolutely. We go over there, like, we box up everything, we fly over there. We got there, like, end of summer, like beginning into fall, it was a whole new world, like a whole brand new world. Everything was super cool. They build vertically over there instead of wide like we do in America because they don't have a whole lot as much like room. All the cities are kind of like in valleys. The cities will like follow the valley and like curve through them. Cities are just connected to cities. Like there's not empty space in between. There's one point where we're like, let's explore the city around our base when we first got there. And we just walked 4 hours. And we found out we were 4 cities down from where our base was. And we never left like what we would consider the city. It's super cool. What we would do to explore is we would go into like an elevator. All their shopping centers are vertical. So like you get into one elevator and every floor is a different store. The elevator would go up a floor, the doors would open, we'd look in and be like, oh, okay, so this is like a clothing store. Okay, this is cool. And then we wouldn't leave the elevator. The doors would just shut and then we'd go up to the next floor and be like, what's this store? Like we like look at the doors of the elevator and be like, oh, this is so cool. Like we do that for like the whole tower and then we go all the way back down to the bottom, get out, go like one door over and do it again. It was really funny just like seeing people like waiting for the elevator, like the doors open, there's 5 Americans in it and they're like, oh no, I'll take the next elevator. Like they obviously didn't want to get in with us. And then we go all the way to the top and they obviously press the elevator button again. And so it comes back to their floor, the doors open, all 5 of us are still in the fucking elevator. Korea is a social game and no one bothered to explain the rules. So like a massive culture shock. You can smoke in public, but you can smoke anywhere really. There's ashtrays fucking everywhere. But you can't smoke and walk. That's a big no-no. But there's a lot of times where like we just be like walking and smoking a cigarette and we like exhale a smoke cloud and you see like people like step out of the way to like go around it, even if they were smoking their own cigarettes, and they just like give us like disgusted looks and everything, and we're like, why? And it's because we're walking and smoking, and we're not like stopping, standing still, smoking, and then continuing with what we're doing.
We have what are referred to as katyushas. They are Korean military people who pass a pretty strict, as far as I'm aware, test. And they get assigned to each unit, and each platoon gets like katyushas, who are Korean nationals, part of the Korean military, who work with us and teach us things about their culture, learn from our training and how we do things, so that when they go back to their units and everything, they can share that knowledge that they gain from us. It's like a cultural military training exchange. They're like representatives. I got to see the actual Korean military at work. I actually have a picture of me in front of a Korean Humvee with 2 Korean privates, the driver and gunner for a Korean general, who just randomly got lost and stopped on our range and just asked for food, and I gave them an MRE cake. NPC like random event. I got to see them like actually at work in that training exercise for the chemical weapons site and everything. They came out there for one day of it, and they had some interesting tactics which I won't go into.
OPSEC Dragon approves of your...
OPSEC just leaning over my shoulder, then leans back.
I never did find out why the OPSEC thing has a dragon avatar. OPSEC has a dragon, I don't know why, but they do.
OPSEC Dragon approves of your tight lips.
I wasn't a part of Bradley crew anymore. I was at dismount, but like they would pawn us off to do like random shit because there wasn't really much for us to do. So they'd be like, oh, go help the Bradley crew out because you're not doing anything. Go help like this person out with this thing because you're not doing anything. There's nothing for us to do. So like we'd go out and do a bunch of different things with different people, all in like my platoon or like my company. It was interesting, more or less. We have this thing called FIST certification. This is one of the few things in the Army I actually like look at and I'm like, I did good here. Probably about like once a year, all the fisters for the whole brigade come together and we get tested to see if we still meet the minimum qualifications for our job. There's a lot of different stories of like what happens if you fail, like, oh, you'll get transferred to a different MOS, or like you'll have to like go somewhere else, or like whatever. I never saw it happen. They pretty much forced you to pass, but like if you got forced to pass, you're in hot shit with like your command. So like no one ever aimed for that. But in Korea, they were aiming to make a much bigger deal out of the FIST certification instead of like what it was before, where it's just like answer this 50 question test about basic FIST knowledge and then do some basic call for fire missions, and then we'll mark you as good. In Korea, we had to set up an OE254 antenna, which is a giant fuck off antenna, and like a certain time limit, which for some people, the members of the team is like 3 to 4 people in headquarters, all in the Bradley crew. And then there's like the dismount teams where it was just me and Hyena, and we have the same like time limit as the 4-man team. Me and Hyena were hot shit. Like we would sometimes beat the 4-man teams, and we're like, fuck you. I took a lot of pride in my work because I didn't really do anything else. It's one of the few things I'll ever like brag about in my life is like I was the shit at being a fister. Like I fucking excelled. While we were there, one of the events we had to cover was vehicle identification, was a new event they were adding to it, where they'll bring up like PowerPoint slides and you have to write down what vehicle it is. When they bring up a picture of a Humvee, you don't just write Humvee. Like you have to write out the nomenclature for it, like HMMVV or like whatever the fuck it is. They were having to study like Chinese tanks, Russian tanks, German tanks, French tanks, British tanks, like all these different like NATO and foreign nation like vehicles. And when we were going over this, they provided us with like the slides for the test, and we're like, hey, these are the test slides, study them, learn them. They found out when we were kind of running through like some training on it that since I played games like War Game, Red Dragon, and like all these other strategy games with like Modern Warfare tanks, I already knew a lot of these vehicles. I didn't know the French tank. The French tank is adorable. If you ever look it up, it's called the Leclerc. Probably pronouncing it wrong, but it has a fucking top hat on it. Like it has a goddamn top hat. So they found out I already knew all these vehicles, and they're like, oh, perfect. You can teach us all vehicle identification since you already know it all. And so they just put me in charge of teaching like these captains, these lieutenants, these platoon sergeants. I just had to hold like a whole class on like vehicle identification and how to remember all these different vehicles. And so I was like, this is a Chinese like armored personnel carrier. This is the kind of cannon it has. Oh, this is the ZBL-09 or whatever. This is a wheeled vehicle. It's lightly armored. It has a very fast firing gun. Come up with a saying for it. Lightning is very quick. So let's call this one Zeus brings lightning. I would tie these things together in people's brains. And then when the test came around and everything, they got it right. Like a lot of them passed that were in my class and everything. So like I did a really good job of it. I was like, fuck yeah. Not long after I got there, I turned 21. I refused to go out on my 21st because then it would have just been like celebrating my birthday, people buying me drinks, everything like that. I was like very clear, like I do not celebrate my birthday. I don't want birthday presents. Like I'm going to buy myself some beers and I'm just going to drink a couple beers and like hang out in my barracks room, and that's going to be my birthday. After I turned 21, I started to get really into drinking.
Is there like a drink over there that they don't serve like in many bars in the States that was really good?
Soju. They come like little like beer bottles that are green with little labels with like what kind of flavor it is in like a pitcher. Those are good, but like if you get the unflavored soju, it tastes like absolute rubbing alcohol. It's frankly disgusting. But if you put it into literally anything, you cannot taste it anymore. It is gone. So you can put this into like Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, goddamn orange juice, and like you're just drinking orange juice at that point. And it will obliterate you. It's fucking insane. But like what I would do in Korea, whenever like me and my guys were hanging out, I would be in charge of like making drinks. I would just take some unflavored soju, pour some of that in there, and then suddenly all my guys were like, man, I don't know what you're doing with these drinks, but I'm getting fucked up a lot faster than I thought I would. I was like, you know it.
If it was me drinking by myself or something, I bought in bulk 2-liter bottles of unflavored soju. I would pour that into sodas mixed with dark liquors like whiskey, typically Jim Beam Apple. I got obsessed with Jim Beam Apple when I was over there. I actually had a couple different ones depending on the situation I was in. If I was at a bar, Jaeger bombs. We would do 20, 35 Jaeger bombs a night.
Oh, God, dude. I'm disappointed that it was Jaeger bombs. I was hoping for like some kind of like sweet ass something like mixed with soju, and then it's just like Jaeger bombs. Just the average 21-year-old fucking drink Jaeger bombs.
When I say like we would drink in Korea, we would drink for like 12 hours straight on like Friday and Saturday nights because the bars opened whenever the sun started to go down, typically about like 6 o'clock. They would close whenever the sun came up, which is typically about 6 a.m. We would just start drinking when the bars opened, and then typically we would take a train somewhere to go drink, like down to Seoul, Itaewon district. Then the trains would stop running at midnight, so we would just keep drinking until the train started up at 6 a.m. when all the bars closed, and then we would just catch a train back to our base and go to bed. So we were drinking heavily.
I feel like telling this one story will explain like what I mean by like party drinking in Korea. We concocted this plan to go drink for 12 hours straight, basically. The bars open at like 6 p.m. It's a 1-hour train ride from where we were at in Korea to Seoul, specifically Itaewon district of Seoul, which is just bars and clubs. So we got dressed, we hopped on the train, and we were doing this because our command was basically like, hey, we're having a mandatory hike you have to go on this hike. And this was kind of our way of going like, middle finger, fuck off, you can't tell me what to do with my free time. I'm going to be a rebellious teenager. So it was me, I'm going to call them Tyler Swift, Sergeant Tyler Swift, and then there was a private who was 19 or 20, underage drinker, who was going to tag along with us. Not my idea, but I was like, fuck it, I don't care. And then Sergeant Tyler Swift invited this Korean girl he had been talking to come out and work as like a guide / translator for us. But really his true motive was just, so she came out with us. We went out and we were drinking, and just so much shit went wrong this night. It was fucking insane. Honestly, it feels like a 3-week-long adventure condensed into 12 hours. Initially, everything was fine. We were drinking, we were partying Seoul. Then, at a certain point in the night, military police start roaming this district to try to catch underage drinkers. I don't know where Sergeant Tyler Swift and the other specials went. They fucked off. They fucked off with the Korean girl. So it was just me and this 19-year-old piss-drunk private. And then I started seeing MPs walking the streets. The only way I could convince this kid to stick with us and to maneuver with me around MP patrols and sneak around them was to convince him to take cigarette breaks in alleyways. I'd be like, oh man, that looks like a great place to smoke a cigarette. And I would just start walking for it. And he'd be like, cigarette? Yeah. And he would follow me. And then I would see the MPs walk past. And I'd be like, see another alleyway shortly up the road. And I was like, hey man, that's a great place to smoke a cigarette. And I would just walk for it. He would follow me. He's like, yeah, smoking's good. So I had to Metal Gear Solid this fucking kid around by convincing him to take smoke breaks in dark alleys. All the while, sometimes in these alleyways, I got random Koreans who are trying to convince me to go over to the Gangnam district to go buy drugs or whatever from their establishment. Other ones are suspiciously Russian individuals asking me way too personal questions. And I'm just like, fuck me, man.
Hey, comrade, you look like you work on military base. Don't you say that there's some kind of exercise going to happen next weekend?
Tell me all about your job. I don't know why I went Indian there. All the while I'm trying to find Sergeant Tyler Swift and the other specialists and wherever the fuck they went. Eventually, they just find us. The MPs are gone. I think this is probably right about midnight. We stopped seeing the MPs around too much. We then came to a decision. We're like, hey, do we keep going for another 6 hours to 6 a.m. when the train started running again? Or do we catch the last train home? I remember I had popped into a random convenience store, and so I just had a bottle of soju in my hand, and I just drank it all, and I just went, I'm here for another 6 hours, and just threw it in the trash. That was probably the biggest mistake we made all that night, because it all started going downhill from there. This is the point where it starts to get a little foggy for me. I know Sergeant Tyler Swift, Sergeant T Swizzle, and the private went into this club. I think the Korean girl went with them, and then I remember I was just kind of walking on the street or something, or I just got on a drink and I was with the other specialists, and then everything just kind of got faint, and I got tunnel vision a little bit, but everything was kind of distant and felt like it was happening secondhand. Everything, all noise was muffled. My heart rate skyrocketed out of fucking nowhere. I just started sweating, and I couldn't control my breathing, and so I immediately just I didn't say bolted, speed walked uphill in Itaewon, which the higher up you go, the quieter it gets, and then there's little areas kind of residential / not bars and clubs. And there was a little staircase in an alleyway, and I just dove right into the alleyway in this quiet area and just sat on the stairs, grabbed my phone, which is at 4%, and just cupped it and listened to music for the last 4% of its battery life until I calmed down. And then it died, and now I had a completely worse fucking problem. I had no idea where Sergeant T Swizzle was in the private, and I just had the random specialist with me. Is your phone dead? Yeah. Both our phones are dead. Do you know where T Swizzle is? No. From there on out, it was just us wandering around, going to bars, grabbing drinks, doing Jaeger bombs, and then going to a different bar to we just bar hopped for the next 4 hours looking for them until eventually we found them. It was just us tiredly, drunkenly stumbling to the train station. I don't know how I did this. It was just sheer fucking will, I guess. I stayed awake on the trains. Been awake for 24 hours at this point. I was sobering up. I was dead ass exhausted. Everyone else sat down the trains and just immediately passed out. I just stayed awake, and we had to change lines 3 times to get on the line we needed to go back to where we were going. Got everyone to change lines. Everyone else fell asleep again. I stayed awake, and then we got back to our train station right about 7. And this is when I remembered something we should have realized in the first fucking place. Everyone was meeting to go on that fucking hike that we were dipping out on at the main gate at fucking 7. I'm like telling them like, hey guys, maybe we should just like, I don't know, sleep in the train station or something for a little bit. Let's just stay here for a little bit. 7:30, 8:30, they'll be gone probably, and then we can get in perfectly fine, right? Everything will be good. No, everyone's just like, I just want to go back to my barracks. I just want to go back to my barracks. I just want to go back to my barracks. I was like, all right. So we go through the gate immediately. We go through the gate, and there is everybody we know is just there from brigade down, all with their little backpacks, their water bottles, their Camelbacks and everything, trail snacks and everything. And there's the 4 of us, disheveled, sweaty, looking like we woke up in a dumpster and walked out reeking of alcohol, sweat, tears, and pain. I tried to not make eye contact with them, even though it's a fucking sidewalk that walks right past 15-25 of them. Like, someone's gonna recognize the 4 of us. And we're walking by, and someone recognized us and waves, and we just all go like, oh, hey, like we didn't see them. Basically seeing all of you here. And then I just kept trying to shove, like, the private, like the 19-year-old behind me. They noticed him immediately, though. I went over to talk to the specialist while the sergeant that was with us got his ass reamed. And then eventually, like, our battalion NCO came over, and he's like, hey, he like looks at the private who's like 19 and just reeking of alcohol, and he points at me and just goes like, you take him to his barracks room, directly there, put him in a shower, put him in bed, and then you go to your room and do the same. Don't come out. Do not let him out. And I was like, okay, you're telling me to fuck off? All right, yeah, anytime, any day, you know? So I got to escape any punishment by taking the private to take a shower, and I just didn't leave my room for the day. And that was basically every weekend in Korea. Yeah, it was a pretty good time.
Going through like getting a whole new like platoon and everything, going through NTC, this whole new unit, and then going through like shipping everything, going to a foreign country and everything. It was a lot of life changes, and my mental health wasn't great. It would be the best way to phrase it. When I started drinking a lot, initially it was fine. Like everything was kind of okay. I could party drink. I could get down with everyone. I don't know when, but at some point or another, the party drinking started to fade away from me. It started to fade away for other people who were there too. We would still drink and everything, but once we all consumed a certain amount of alcohol and everything, you would see like less and less like boisterousness. There was nights where we'd be down like our barbecue pit drinking. I would just grab like my Bluetooth speaker, grab a beer or two, and I would just fuck right off. Terrible headspace. I would just wander off alone, just smoke and drink by myself, like somewhere else away from everyone. I kind of realized that like we were reaching critical mass when we had this thing we called the Staircase to Heaven. I don't remember the name of the base, but I was in Dragon Valley, and there's this long staircase that goes like basically straight down almost. Like it's real fucking steep. It feels like a million steps, and it's super steep. And then eventually it started to get more and more common that I would just like get pissed drunk, wander off in what I called like sad boy hours, have all these like depressing thoughts and like suicidal like thoughts and everything. And then I'd find myself at the top of the staircase and I'd be like contemplating like jumping down it. And like once that started to happen more and more frequently, it's when I first started to like accept that like something wasn't okay. I started to realize that like a lot of the people around me as well were not okay. That really got like slammed in my face. I could kind of tell like there were people who were going through it, and there were like really happy moments. There was I'm gonna call him Private First Class Brewery. I got to celebrate, I think it was his 10th year being sober from like hardcore drugs. I want to say like heroin or meth, but like before he joined the army, he like OD'd like 3 or 4 times, and people just found him like frothing in the mouth on the couch. And then he joined the army to get like sober and everything, and I actually got to celebrate like I think it was his decade being sober, which was really cool. But then there was also like times where I was like, it'd be late, everyone's winding down, we're kind of done drinking, and I would go outside like smoking for everything as we're winding down. I remember this one time I walked back from being in like sad boy hours. I was like, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette and I'm just gonna go to bed. There's this long concrete wall right outside our barracks building, and I sat down on it, and there's 2 other guys sitting there. One of them was like a good friend of mine in like the platoon. I was sitting there for just a second, and I realized that like something wasn't right. The vibes were off. One of the people sitting next to him was a sergeant, and he was like kind of like whispering, like talking to him, and he was kind of just sitting there like slumped down, eyes straight to the ground, kind of just like this, just like sitting there like hunched over. And I remember like taking a drag, like looking over and just like watching, and then I realized that like he was just like bawling, crying. Why? I don't really know. Mind you, I was pissed drunk. But I just remember, like, having this sudden realization that, like, I'm not the only one. Like, oh, like, fuck. And, like, it just kind of all clicked to my brain that it was like, he is suffering to such a degree and everything that he's, like, out here literally just sobbing. After that and everything, when I started to go into sad boy hours and get drunk and everything, I would be in full clarity mode, being like, something's wrong. I need help. I would talk to NCOs, like sergeants and everything in my platoon, and I would beg them. I would literally tell them on Monday when EBH opens, escort me to embedded behavioral health. I need therapy. I need help. And then as soon as I was sober, they would text me and be like, hey, do you still want to go to embedded behavioral health? And sober me knows that if I go to embedded behavioral health, I lose my platoon, I get shoved in an office chair in headquarters, and I sit there and I don't do anything at all. I didn't want to lose my platoon, so I always be like, oh no, I'm fine, thank you. I'm good now. Just need to get that off my chest. Like, I'm good to go. And then, like, the next weekend, I'd be, like, talking to another NCO, being like, you need to fucking drag me there. Like, don't ask me, take me. And then the same thing would happen again and again. They'd always be like, you're good, right?
If there had been resources there that wouldn't have stuck you in the hole in the middle of nowhere, wouldn't have taken you away from your unit, would you have, when you sobered up, gone to them?
If I wouldn't been at risk of, like, losing my platoon, yeah, absolutely. That was my one and major hang up with it. I loved my platoon. That was the first time, like, I got adopted into, like, a group of people, and, like, that was the first time, like, I had a group and, like, genuine friends and everything. Third platoon was, like, my life. If I was like, oh, I don't know, I kind of want to just, like, sit in my room and play video games like I normally did and everything, someone would be, like, come up to my floor of, like, the barracks or everything. They would find my door, so we had our names on it, and they would pound on my door until I answered, and they're like, you're coming and hanging out with us. You're not sitting here alone. Like, they genuinely, like, actually gave a shit about me, like, wanted to hang out with me, and, like, I was their boy. I was adopted. The idea of, like, losing that when I, like, never had that before, just, like, that was out of the question. I think there was just a lot of shit I was just, like, repressing and just, like, caging away, built up from, like, Kuwait, all the shit I went through, like, Fort Hood and everything, like, all the suicides, the disappearances, the knowing my life was fucking pointless on a day-to-day basis, like, and it's all the pointless bullshit tasks I had to go through and do. So, like, Korea and everything, I think what, like, the major contributor there was just, like, getting access to alcohol, being perpetually on that shit, like, every fucking night, was just unboxing all this shit that I kept, like, caged up for so long, and just letting it run wild in my head. Because I never, like, bothered to try to process any of it, or like think about it, or like work on it. Like, no, just pile all that shit up from birth until Korea and just let it go as soon as I start drinking.
I was there for 9 months. Before I went on the Korean deployment, I heard a pair of officers talking about what they, in their own terms, referred to as the blood price.
The cost of training, like people dying and getting severely injured in training.
It all came to a head, the gunnery we tried to run in Korea. My people went up, they did their gunneries, they were fine, they were done. We got through it fine. A day or two, maybe a week at most, after we had finished ours, we all got pulled into third platoon's, like, office. Hey, I have to sit you guys all down and give you winter's driver's training because there was an accident at the range the other day. It was an hour-long video explaining, like, if you're driving in the ice, put chains on your tires. Not even pertaining to, like, military vehicles, really. If there's ice on the road, drive slowly and carefully. That's, like, all it was. This would be all I would know about it until after I got back from Korea. Maybe 2-3 weeks after I returned from Korea. This all came back up again because I was back on Fort Hood, and I was working, like, CQ for a barracks I didn't live in. CQ stands for Chief of Quarters. Basically making sure people obey by, like, the quiet hours and no one gets any fuck shit. And it was one night I was working CQ. I had sent my runner to just go to sleep because ain't nothing going on and I can handle it. And I already had, like, such fucked insomnia at this point that I was like, look, man, just go to bed, come back at this time, and then we'll get you set up for, like, road guard. I was just alone behind my desk, like, doodling on my computer. And then, like, just this dude walked in, and civilians just walked in, and then he just, like, pulled up a chair and just sat down. Didn't say anything. Just sat there and just kind of stared at the floor for a while in the chair. And, like, you know how, like, people talk about, like, the vibes and the energy and everything? I make fun of that a lot, but like, there's a certain, like, when someone walks in a room and they're in a mood or something, you can read it and you just kind of know it. This dude, he was a black hole of depression. Like, this dude sucked every bit of warmth out of the room the moment he stepped in. And so I just kind of like set my computer, paused what I was doing. I was kind of like watching him, looking at him, and then I was like just giving him space and everything. And eventually he's like, "Hey man, can I talk to you about something?" I was like, "Yeah, man." And he's like, "Did you hear about what happened at X like gunnery range in Korea?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, we just finished ours. Like, what about it?" He's like, "Yeah, did they tell you what happened?" I was like, "No, not really." He's like, "A Bradley rolled over. And I was one of the mechanics who had to recover it." And I was like, "Okay." And he's like, the crew didn't really make it that well. I think that's how he phrased it. It was something kind of weirdly phrased like that. Like, they didn't make it too well. Which it kind of lodges off my brain because it was a weird way of phrasing what actually happened to them. When the Bradley rolled over, what happened was the driver was some 18-year-old kid. They had done what they did for me. They just fabricated a license, a military license. They didn't send a driver's training of any kind. They just slapped him behind the driver's seat of a Bradley and said, "Just drive it. It's a tank. How hard could it be?" They did this in the winter of Korea, where everything is covered in ice. And what this kid did is he had no fucking clue how to drive a Bradley. And when you're at gunnery and everything, there's these berms with like a long ramp that leads up to it. What the driver's supposed to do is just drive up the berm, park there, and then when the commander says driver up, he drives on top of the berm and then backs down the berm. And he just does that, forward and backwards. That's it. He didn't make it to this part. What the driver did is he took it too wide, missed the berm, I don't know if you can see this very well, but he got it on the edge of the berm and then rolled it over. No one told this kid to secure his driver's hatch. I don't believe anyone told him to secure his driver's hatch, because I don't see this happening if it was secured. This is me going off on my own limb here. His driver's hatch could not have been secured in my own reasoning, because what ended up happening was, when it rolled over, his upper torso was dislodged from his seat and flopped halfway out his driver's hole, and then this 400 to 500 pound hatch guesstimate did what I refer to as Pac-Manning, where it flopped down, flopped open, flopped down, flopped open, and severed him in two. This mechanic proceeded to show me the pictures he took of the Bradley once he recovered it. This particularly disturbed me because I was a Bradley driver for 2 years. It was not particularly hard for me to place myself in the shoes of that Bradley driver. The entire driver's hole was basically just coated in a layer of blood. Just streaks of it running down every surface. The entire side of the Bradley's armor was concave, like caved in. The tracks didn't turn, so it had to like spin and like finagle itself to move. It was just the most fucked up I've ever seen a Bradley in my life. The sight of just seeing everything covered in blood. I spent more time in a driver's hole for fucking 2 years than I did in my own barracks room, probably. Like, to see that suddenly just twisted around and like covered in blood, like I was shook. And this guy had to go through and clean it all out and everything. I was just like, Jesus Christ. He was fucked up. I don't know what happened to him. I don't even know what unit he came from. I never saw him again. But me and him just hung out and talked for like several hours, from like 1 a.m. to like 4 or 5 a.m. I was on CQ and everything. And he's like, "Thanks, man. I feel better." And then he just left. I hope he's doing good, wherever he is. If you're in the barracks right after Christmas or after the New Year's, if you heard about the 2 guys pissing off the balcony, come talk to me. Oh no.
I'm trying to reach through my chest and get it.
I got it right here. Here you go.
Alright. Thanks.
twist reveal where I say that I'm a CIA operative and you've revealed too much. Time to replay Anakin in the fire.
Now it's time. Time to play Captain.
I hate you!
You are my brother, Anakin.
When I hug women, I do it with the one hand up high, with her torso turned away.
I did that once. I was hanging out with this girl and everything. This was after the army, and I had no idea what the fuck I was doing with the femoids. Because I'm adhering to my job.
The femoids.
The femoids. She loves it when I call her my little femoid. Yeah, I was hanging out at her place and everything, and like I didn't really socialize that well. I was kind of a dog shit, fucking, literally boring ass fucking person. But we're talking. And it went all right at best, I would say. And then when I was leaving and everything, she walked into the door and everything, I turned around and I just shook her hand.
Goodbye, female human of the opposite gender.
I was like, oh, thanks for having me over. It was really nice. Like, shook her hand, and like I turned around and started walking away, and I like glanced back up there, and she was just like looking at her hand, like, what the fuck? I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know if it'd be like overstepping a boundary to like try to go for a hug or like what, just walk out and leave like a Sigma male. Like, I don't know, just shook her fucking hand. It was real nice meeting you, bud.
Nice meeting you. Just a nice little
singular one.
Just a nice little seal slap on the shoulder, and then you'll leave.
I think that's the Big Dipper over there. That's the Little Dip. No, that's the Big Dipper.
They got Orion they got Orion and his dick.
Where's Orion? There's Orion? Right here.
Right over there.
Dude, I have no idea what the fuck he looks like.
It's the belt, the sideways belt, you know?
The 3 stars in the line with like the others going diagonally downward.
Yeah. And then the down ones are his dick.
Where's his head?
The 3 little tiny triangles, I guess?
Bro, I don't know, but that's the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life. He was packing some heat.
Now I know why the Greek gods put him in the sky.
Well, I think it's by the time I came around that like my mom and dad, or my mom was just so relaxed. I should say relaxed. Didn't give a fuck at that point, that she was just like, sure, whatever. When it came to like me and my brother, she was just like, you guys are fucking boys. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, be the shit of each other. I don't care. She exhausted so much of her energy trying to make my sister, my oldest, perfect. We were in our backyards a lot because there was nothing else to do. And one day, my sister was in the backyard with a butterfly net, and she caught a fucking bird with this parakeet that was like on the ground, which is not a naturally occurring bird in Northern California. So it's just like someone's pet. She bribed me and my brother to do a lot of shit growing up. We had no concept of money, so she would pay us like 10 cents to clean her bedroom. And we were like, oh, we're making money. You know, like... She would keep candy from like Halloween in like a lockbox, but she forgot where the key is to that lockbox. So like 2 years later, she manages to open it again. All the candy in there is like stale and dead, and she started selling to us at a discounted rate. So we would pay the money that we got for cleaning her room to buy her 2-year-old stale Kit Kats. Dude, she was a hustler. She was an absolute hustler.
Like the money, and they all come back for more. But soon you're knocking on, and look harder than you should. For every bob made on this job, you pay with flesh and
Rick, thanks. Thank you. We're tracking the breaking news out of Fort Hood, Texas. There's been a mass shooting at the Army post there. It's the largest in the world. At least 7 people are dead and a number of people are hurt, perhaps as many as 15, maybe more.
To be clear, Wolf, we don't have very many facts about this, but Fort Hood
is an installation that has had very heavy deployments. They have had issues with suicides, combat stress down there. We have no idea if that played a role in any of this, but these young troops that come through Fort Hood have seen an awful lot of combat action. Those of them that have come back certainly thought they were at Fort Hood safe back at home, and now this terrible incident.
This is what it looked like on Fort Hood Thursday afternoon after a soldier opened fire on fellow soldiers, killing 12 and injuring 31 more.
The alleged shooter is Major Nidal Malik Hassan, an Army psychologist trained to help soldiers cope with distress.
What happened here yesterday happened fast. On an ordinary November afternoon, the post became a combat zone.
People started screaming from outside the theater, coming inside.
What were they screaming?
There's shooting going on outside, and one guy came in and he had gotten shot in the back.
Specialist Elliot Valdez is an Army journalist. He was getting ready to film a graduation ceremony when the rampage began in a building nearby. Valdez grabbed his camera and ran to the building, a processing center for soldiers preparing to deploy overseas, and he kept filming. What he saw staggered him.
When I was moving this scene here on Fort Hood, honestly, I was thinking this is like Iraq. Going in there with my camera, with just craziness, people yelling, bumping into you just all around, trying to get out of the way because nobody knew what was going on.
What was going on was a massacre.
Everyone is scrambling. It's chaos.
A few seconds after he started shooting is when I took a round to the chest.
Hassan was carrying 2 handguns, a 5.7 millimeter pistol and a .357 Magnum revolver. Inside the processing center, Specialist Smith, like so many others, risked his own life. He moved in to help, pulling people to safety even as Hassan turned towards him.
I went back in the building and looking for more people that was in the building, which I didn't see. And when I turned to run, that's when I started hearing rounds going past my body, hitting the wall.
Smith was lucky. A ricochet hit his boot, but did not wound him.
It's a round hole. Well, one of the rounds went in my boot.
So it went through both sides?
No, it just went in and was lodged in my boot.
Others were not so lucky. Today, Specialist Kira Bono, shot in the head and the back, then pulled to safety by her fellow soldiers, was reunited with her family.
The man stood up and he said, Allah Akma, or something of that sort. And he started firing, and I'm sure one of the first couple shots he fired off is what grazed the top of my head. It seemed like it would never end. It seemed like he was just firing over and over again. He fired quite a few rounds.
Major Hassan kept firing. He reloaded and headed outside. Just then, about 3 minutes after the first 911 calls, Fort Hood police officer Kimberly Munley arrived at the scene after rushing from a nearby gas station.
Attention! Seek shelter immediately.
Then came an astonishing showdown. Munley rounded a corner of the building and confronted Hassan, who was firing at a wounded soldier. She opened fire on Hassan. He spun towards her and shot back. The two exchanged fire, both of them going down. Sergeant Mark Todd then fired one more round at Hassan, finally stopping the rampage.
The police bullet left Hassan paralyzed from the waist down.
She's a highly skilled police officer. She's a member of our special reaction team, which is our SWAT team here on Fort Hood.
She's a hero.
Yes, sir. She's a hero.
Soldiers were rushing to the scene, whether they were trained as first responders or not. What went through your mind that here you were on Fort Hood and this was unfolding before you and your camera?
You know, just getting there, and you see the stretchers and people laying on the ground. That's tough.
It was an exceptional scene. It was a terrible, terrible thing, but let me tell you something. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Been up for 48 hours, guys. I'm sorry. These soldiers are America's best example of how we go about doing things right in this country.
None of whom received the Purple Heart or any of the additional veterans' medical and financial benefits given those wounded or killed in war. Because the military, to the outrage of the victims, has apparently deemed this workplace violence.
It was no different than an insurgent in Iraq or Afghanistan trying to kill us.
As you can see behind me, people have started leaving flowers at the gate of this country's largest military base.
A community that has endured so much. No other military installation has suffered more casualties in Iraq and Afghanistan.
This week, Army psychiatrist Major Nidal Hassan will be tried by military court-martial. Army prosecutors say Major Nidal Hassan planned the rampage for months. They say he purchased a high-powered pistol, stockpiled bullets, and trained at a shooting range. Major Hassan is representing himself. In his brief minute-long opening statement, Hassan admitted he was the gunman who laid siege on the Army clinic on November 5, 2009, declaring, "The evidence will clearly show I am the shooter."
Facing a possible death sentence, Major Nidal Hassan made a brief opening statement describing himself as one of the Mujahideen, or holy warriors.
Perhaps the most detailed testimony came from retired Staff Sergeant Alonzo Lunsford. The former Army medic told jurors Hassan shot him twice, and when he snuck out of the clinic to seek treatment, Lunsford says he was shot 5 more times.
And it went to my brain and my skull and came down this track out of my left ear.
Retired Army Staff Sergeant Alonzo Lunsford was shot 7 times.
I still have one that's still left in my body that's in my back.
Each bullet a reminder.
I'll pull this out and I'll rub it because this reminds me of how precious, how important life is.
Lunsford told us he still suffers every day from the physical and emotional pain of what he says was no different than being in a war zone.
It's a slap in the face, not only for me, but for all of the 32 that wore their uniform that day.
Some of the other victims from that day say they've had to go outside the military to get proper medical care.
We have stories of soldiers who were forced to go, had their parents find civilian doctors to get them proper medical treatment.
One of the victims, former Staff Sergeant Sean Manning, who still has bullets lodged in his body, says he has lost almost $70,000 in benefits otherwise available to those with combat-related injuries.
I mean, basically, they're treating us like, you know, I was downtown and got hit by a car.
Initially, an Army Review Board did classify Manning's injuries as combat-related, but that was then overruled by higher-ups in the Army.
I never would have thought that they would have basically neglected the people that were killed and wounded that day.
I distinctly remember it felt like something metal had hit me. It was like kind of a metallic ring, maybe like a metal baseball bat.
Patrick Ziegler remembers those gunshots vividly until a bullet hit his skull and he blacked out.
Every day there's pain. I got shot in the head, so I expect that, and I just live with it.
Nearly a decade later, a portion of his brain is still blacked out.
I was very surprised when I saw my brain scan because I thought that I was doing better than that.
That was Ziegler in November. We met him in Delray Beach where he was receiving treatments in a hypobaric chamber. Neither the VA nor insurance would cover the cost. That's where the 22 Project stepped in, footing the bill and taking high-def before and after scans.
The Secretary of the Army, John McHugh, who told ABC News he was unaware of the soldiers' complaints until we asked him about it.
You had not heard that before?
I have heard of certain concerns, but not that they haven't been getting treatment that they care about. It is not our intent to have 2 levels of care for people who are wounded by whatever means in uniform.
As for the Purple Hearts, McHugh said the pending military trial of Major Hassan prevents the Army from awarding them to the victims of the Fort Hood shooting.
Giving Purple Hearts would prejudice the process?
To award a Purple Heart, it has to be done by a foreign terrorist element. So to declare that soldier a foreign terrorist, we're told, would have a potentially profound effect on the ability to conduct the trial.
Are you satisfied with that, Secretary?
I think I've answered your questions repeatedly.
You don't think that's insensitive to the soldiers?
Among the dead, 21-year-old Francesca Velez, just back from Iraq, on her way home to Chicago because she was pregnant.
She was just a great person, and it's very sad that her life was taken away from her.
29-year-old Amy Kruger joined the Army after 9/11. She was to be deployed to Afghanistan, just as Nidal Hassan was. And for the family of Michael Pearson, who had joined the Army so he could enroll in college and major in musical theory, the reality has not yet sunk in.
It still doesn't seem real to me. I don't know. I'm still wondering what happened.
They do say several of the 13 who were killed were colleagues of the suspect, Major Nidal Hassan. fellow mental health professionals assigned to help soldiers deal with combat stress.
He was only stopped by the bravery of a civilian police officer, Sergeant Kimberly Munley, and her partner, Sergeant Mark Todd, who opened fire and brought down the shooter.
He was not through. He had over 177 rounds still left on his person.
Sergeant Munley, hit 3 times and seriously injured, became known across the country as a hero. Even as she was still recovering, the White House arranged a hero's welcome for her and her partner at the State of the Union address 3 years ago. But now she says she feels she was used.
Betrayal would be a good word.
Munley told ABC News the president broke the promise he made to her that all of the victims and their families would be well taken care of.
So when he told you, we're going to take care of you, that did not turn out to be true?
No.
What would you say to the president?
If I were to see him again, again, it's not about me, but I would just beg him to please take care of.
At the heart of what has outraged Munley and other Fort Hood victims and led them to file this lawsuit is the military's decision not to award Purple Hearts and its insistence on calling the shooting workplace violence, despite Major Hassan's documented communications with al-Qaeda leader Anwar al-Awlaki, who has since been killed in a U.S. drone strike.
A Purple Heart is given to someone who is killed or injured serving their country. It took 5.5 years, but finally the medals arrived at Fort Hood. Finally, the cannons fired. Finally, the anthem played.
Staff Sergeant Eric Jackson.
And his name was called, finally.
There were days that I was wondering if it was ever going to happen.
Staff Sergeant Eric Jackson had 5 years to sit, 5 years to think, 5 years to wonder.
You wonder, where's the respect, where's the recognition?
And I am one of the survivors of the Fort Hood shooting.
But finally, they are honored.
You have been delayed, but not denied.
Finally.
Well, even though they received Purple Hearts, the Fort Hood victims have not received full benefits that typically come along with that honor.
You know, it's still pretty fresh some days. And, you know, each year, though, we get a little stronger and a little braver. And, you know, it's when we have a ceremony like this, it means a lot to know that everyone still remembers, because we never forget. And we hope that other people are remembering our loved ones along with us.
Can you see?
Well, great to have you all here today. And I want to talk a little bit about what this means and why we're doing it. But I think you know. We had something real bad happen here on the 5th of November. And the fact of the matter is we've been working real hard since that day to put things back right.
In honor of the courageous men and women of Fort Hood, they will never be forgotten. This United States flag was flown aboard the Space Shuttle Atlantis to the International Space Station. This is America saying thank you. Thank you for your service and for your sacrifice. Thank you for what you do for us each and every day, all around the world. We're so grateful to you for what you do, and this is just a small token of appreciation from us. Thank you. Thank you very much for your service and your sacrifice.
That's the Army today.
April 2nd, 2014, a shooter and 3 died while injuring 16 others in a series of shootings.
We have an active shooter currently on Fort Hood. So we have multiple gunshot victims. We also have people that are escaping through windows.
Tragedy strikes again. The Army's largest U.S. base put on lockdown for hours as shots rang out Wednesday, the second deadliest shooting on the Fort Hood military base in Texas in nearly 5 years.
It's really unreal. Really unreal.
Authorities scrambled to the scene, shutting the front gates, backing up traffic, urging everyone to stay put.
Seek shelter immediately.
The lone shooter identified as Specialist Ivan Lopez, an American soldier toting a .45 caliber Smith & Wesson semi-automatic handgun purchased recently.
Lopez was recently being evaluated for post-traumatic stress disorder and reportedly suffered a brain injury.
Reports said the shooting occurred at the Fort Hood military base near a motor pool in the area between Motor Pool Road and Tank Destroyer Boulevard. The gunman entered a building and opened fire with a .45 semi-automatic handgun. Base officials advised all personnel of the threat via messages, Twitter, and its website, saying, "Shelter in place immediately. This is not a test." Witnesses say the gunman then fired from a silver Toyota and drove to a second building. There, he fired more shots.
The entire deadly spree lasted approximately 8 minutes. According to reports, there were a total of 16 injured, but the location of one of them was not specified.
A female military police officer then engaged the gunman in a parking lot where he shot himself in the head. The current toll stands at 4 dead, including the gunman with another 16 injured.
Clearly heroic, what she did at that moment in time, and she did her job, and she did exactly what we would expect of a United States Army military police.
Victims were airlifted to nearby hospitals.
Any shooting is troubling. Obviously, this reopens the pain of what happened at Fort Hood 5 years ago.
He was undergoing behavioral health and psychiatric treatment for depression and anxiety and a variety of other psychological and psychiatric issues.
People have said already that the Army was doing everything right. This man was undergoing anxiety and depression treatment. He wasn't having suicidal thoughts. He was on drugs. He was on Ambien. They were monitoring him. What was the Army not doing, in your opinion?
Just because they're saying they're doing these things doesn't mean it necessarily was true. You know, my unit alone, if you go to behavioral health, you're listed as a crazy person, and they will treat you differently than what you would if you were just a normal soldier just sucking it up. Because a lot of people don't get the help because they don't want to be listed as crazy. They don't want to be treated differently.
How are you treated differently if you're listed with any kind of mental issue?
You're not good enough. You're different. You're crazy. You're crazy. That's the bottom line. Like, you don't deserve to be treated like, oh, this soldier over here that, you know, can perform all these duties without freaking out about something. Well, maybe that soldier didn't endure the same thing another soldier did. PTSD is a serious thing. People don't give, you know, the mental challenges that people face enough credit. Like, it can change you. Like, I mean, I have a disabled vet, you know, mom who has PTSD, and she's not the same person that she was when I was younger from being deployed because she doesn't get the proper attention she needs. So if we sit there and fix the underlying problem of, you know, people saying they have these mental disabilities, our quality of life would be better. Or the fact that, you know, we have to do crazy things. We lose our sanity knowing that we don't get paid enough to work as much as we do. I mean, if you want to try to get out, they're going to give you hell. It's not going to be easy. And you're going to end up screwing yourself because you're going to be left with nothing. You're not going to have, you know, the benefits that take care of you. Who's to say you're going to make it on the outside world either? So it's a harsh reality knowing that either way, you're going to be stressed out. You're going to be unhappy. And it sucks that you have to live every day regretting joining something that you thought would have been good. Something that, and don't get me wrong, it's not like this at every post. It's not. I'm a military brat, and I've loved the places I've gone to. It just doesn't make any sense how Fort Hood and its soldier and families are treated.
A Fort Hood family whose house was deemed unlivable due to toxic mold was offered a settlement check, but it came with a catch.
The Butler family moved into Fort Hood family housing a few years ago, but sewage backups and flooded HVAC systems caused more than just a soggy mess. Little did they know, toxic mold was growing.
My middle son Wyatt was born and from day one has had problems. He has been admitted to the ER, I can't tell you how many times.
An environmental consultant who tested the home released this report, concluding that the family should be relocated. The report also says that personal items in the home are grossly cross-contaminated. Most of their possessions were ruined.
Family housing has been privatized on Fort Hood through the Residential Communities Initiative, or RCI. This initiative allows the military to use private developers to build and renovate military housing at a fast pace, providing soldiers and their families with quality housing.
When they got the figure of how much they owed us, they basically treated us like criminals. They rummaged through all of my belongings.
Butler says the company told her some items would not be reimbursed. The family was offered a check for $100,951, but they had to agree to sign this document.
Basically stated that I am not allowed to talk about this. I am not allowed to confirm that there was toxic black mold in my home, although I have 3 different reports from 3 different environmentalists saying that there was toxic black mold over my whole entire home.
Butler is not alone. Now, this all began several months ago when the Secretary of the Army called military-based housing conditions unconscionable during a hearing. Now, that led to mandatory housing inspections nationwide.
I've had sheetrock fall on my head. I've had termites come into my bathtub while I was taking a shower. I've watched a maintenance crew member fall through my roof.
Army spouses are angry, calling it all an act.
We feel alone and left out, and you say people are first here. Well, when is it first? Where am I first?
Our world stopped on November 20th.
That's when Patty Troyan learned her son had killed himself, just 6 months after moving to Fort Hood.
I have no idea what happened between June and November. He left here happy, excited, hopeful.
And 11 months later, their family is still waiting on the results of the death investigation and the autopsy report.
The suspended sergeant was a sexual assault prevention officer at Fort Hood. Sam, what do we know about the woman who blew the whistle?
Well, she is a soldier, and she's described as a single mother who was struggling to raise her 3-year-old. Now, according to the documents, she alleges the sergeant snapped naked pictures of her to show potential clients.
Are other women coming forward? Is this?
I don't know that.
Being
I sure hope so. I sure hope so.
I mean, it almost seems too much to be believed. You wonder if somebody was. Why don't you doubt her stories? You doubt Morgan and Vanessa.
That's a good point.
Bell County grand jury indicted a Fort Hood soldier for the murder of his girlfriend in September. Killeen Police Department says that
When I go into the barracks, well, the barracks is absolutely pitch black. It's lights out, but there's a lot of guys hollering and yelling, because they're only 3 days in the Army, and that kind of stuff. Hey, Charlie! Hey, Charlie! Hey, did you get your coat fixed today? Did they ever finish? Hey, Charlie! Hey, did you ever turn how about those shoes? You turn them in? That kind of stuff, and they're yelling back and forth. Hey, for God's sakes, close the door! You want to freeze asphalt! Well, it's all like Camp Berrien, which I had attended as a Boy Scout, because we were all still Boy Scouts. We were all out for a big camping thing. Well, I got back to my pad, and instantly, I forget that moment there, out there on that thing, and don't think for 1 minute I'm pretending that I had deep insight. Not at all. The minute I'm back in there, I'm saying, "Oh, shut up, you nut, for God's sakes," I'm hollering like all the rest of it. When I get back into the pad, I sneak down into my sack, and it's warm there for a minute there. I'm laying there, and then I hear outside, that sound.
Don't know exactly what this group of 3 people did, but we had another company following them, and we had the Air Force actually dropping GPS coordinates because they were following them. They were giving GPS coordinates for all of us to follow them. And they wound up at a wadi. And a wadi is pretty much a canyon. It's nighttime. We get there, we go through the wadi, search. We can't find anything. All right, pack it up. We'll chill the night. Whatever. Next morning, I'm just not feeling it. I'm just tired. I'm aggravated. I'm annoyed. And by God, I just want to finish my Smallville. All right. Clark just found out that Bizarro Superman is now here, and I want to figure out what happens. That's when my team leader was like, "Hey, Lewis, come on, let's go. We're searching the water." Like, I got pissed. I was like, "Dude, why? Why the fuck are we doing this? They're not fucking there. I don't care, dude. Fucking Clark is going through some shit right now. Now I want to know what the hell happens." "No, grab your shit. We're going." Okay. So the way we're doing it is, we'll send a squad down the wadi, make a turn, go up to the plateau, come back down, the next squad will go. We go down the first turn on the wadi, start heading up the plateau, and that's when one of the Marines say, hey guys, yeah, there's footprints right here. And we kind of look around like, and I see these guys right on the side of the wadi, on one of the walls. They made like a little makeshift like wall, and this dude who's in a black, black drab, he's just chilling. He's just sitting there. Like, yeah, I think that's them right there, guys. And I think he's asleep. Like, oh shit. So we all start getting our positions, and this dude has not woken up yet. They're all asleep. Yeah, let's just say they're on the right side wall, and a lot of the Marines are on the left side of the wall, pointed towards them. Not me. I make the smart decision. I'm gonna be 20 feet away from them. And this is a good spot. It's not. Terrible spot. Plus, I have a saw, a squad automatic weapon, which is, it's a machine gun. And the other saw gunner is on the same wall. Like, my corpsman's like, hey, Lewis, I think you might want to be on the other side. It's like, oh yeah, you're probably right. Let me go do that right now. So I do a very easy walk down the wadi hill, wall, because I don't want to fall and hurt myself, obviously. I get to the bottom of the wadi, and I see what looks like a frisbee get thrown in the air. Ooh, what's that? Then it blows up. So what it was they took anti-tank mines and rigged them with a 3-second delay. And this dude literally chucked it like a frisbee into the air. Mind you, after seeing that, my ass puckers up, I start hauling ass, and I get to the other side of the wall, and I lay down. Look around at my surroundings, my cover and everything else, and realize, oh, I am going to fucking die because I just fucked myself. Because I have no cover. I am laying on my side, and I have my entire body, except maybe half my face covered, and just presenting to the enemy like, hey guys, here I am. Well, they hunkered down and they start shooting. And I'm like, all right, let's fucking do this. Rack my saw, the charging handle back, and click. Nothing fires. Wow. Fuck. When I hear that click, I'm not freaking out. I'm just very calm, cool, and collective. Oh shit, okay. I have already put in my mind that I am more than likely going to die here right now. Fuck it. Let's just get at it. Let's have a little fun. So my mind's not, I'm not freaking out. Mind you, I don't have a wife, I don't have kids. I have nothing to lose either. Open up the feed tray cover, take the rounds out, look around, like, all right, yeah, nothing's wrong. Put it back down, put the feed tray cover down, rack it, click, nothing. Shit. At this point, they're shooting at me now. Because my dumbass is laying like what's-her-face from Titanic. And I'm just asking these terrorists, draw me like one of your French girls. We've been driving for, shit, probably about 100 miles. A lot of sand, a lot of dirt. My gun's probably dirty and not lubed at all. I gotta lube it up. I don't have CLP, which is a gun lubricant. Well, the only other lubricant I have is saliva. Guess I'm gonna treat this like a one-night stand. All right, let's do this. So I open it up and I spit as much saliva as I have into my mouth, just all over it, all over the feed tray, all over it, just, fingers everywhere. All right. It still doesn't feel lubricated enough, so I literally tongue fuck my weapon. I got in it, just tongue everywhere, just so I get it lubed up pretty well. All right, cool. Put the rounds back on the feed tray cover, shut it, rack it, click. Nothing again. Fuck. I think I'm fucked. I yelled to my team leader, like, hey, I need a magazine. Thankfully for me, he had another magazine because guess what? Everyone's weapons went down. The only person that was shooting back at these guys was the other saw gunner. Every single person shot probably about 3 to 4 rounds. Their gun's disabled now. Just because dirt, grime, dust, everything. Well, I throw the magazine into the saw. Mind you, I don't know what I'm really doing here because you don't ever use magazines on a saw. It's problematic. That's like a last-ditch effort. I open up the feed tray cover, and there's a little plate where you put the rounds on top when you got linked rounds. Put that up, and you can look inside the entire mechanism of the weapon. And I was like, okay, I wonder if I can shoot this with the feed tray cover open and see everything working. So I aimed it, made sure I'm, downrange, opened it up, and just looked into the entire gun. As I pulled the trigger and I see the round go in and push out. I'm like, oh, that's cool. All right, firefight time. Like I said, they are shooting at me. I'm feeling the rock right behind me getting shattered. I'm feeling the fragments of the rock hitting my neck and just cutting the shit out of the back of my neck. And finally, I'm able to just lay rounds. Problem is, with a saw, you usually have like about 100 round sack full of linked rounds. 100 rounds goes by pretty fast, but you're able to sustain it for a little while. A magazine has 30 rounds. That went through and just like a burnt, done. So I was like, all right, throw me more magazines, more. That whole engagement lasted probably about 10, 12 minutes, but it seriously felt like an hour. You're chilling there. I couldn't see anything because all I saw was a dust cloud. My teammate was the one that was aiming me, more to the left, more up, this and that. And one of the guys who, he decided to stand up a bit past his rock wall. And he caught, I'd say probably about 15 rounds in a nice little circle in his chest. And then on his way down, took one to the, I think it was his left cheek and up. And pretty much that knocked out all his college education through the back of his head. He lost all his college education to a wall. That's terrible. The other guy, he got took out by the other saw gunner. And the third guy, who was laying down the entire time, was not really taken out. Taken out of commission by one of the LEVs that went on top of the plateau and shot down and turned his leg into the letter Z. It was turning those angles. It was a Z. Well, we have to check the bodies now, and they all have suicide vests. It was one of our staff sergeants from one of the platoons that went down. And a dead check is you go over and you flick him in the eye. If it twitches, guess what? They're still alive. It's just an involuntary twitch your body does. If it doesn't, no, he's dead. You're not going to put your body right over a dude wearing a suicide vest and flick him in the eye. So what he does is he gets down there and he's got enough. Mind you, he if that goes off, he's going to die. Our staff sergeant will die. But what he does is, to make sure he's alive, what he does is takes the butt of his rifle and starts jamming it into this dude's genital area as hard as he could. And within about 2 seconds, this guy, even though his leg is in a Z formation, he slightly wakes up and just grabs his nuts because that hurt worse. So yeah, he's alive. And then, hey, Doc, you gonna take care of him? Now with that suicide vest on. So our staff sergeant had to cut off this dude's suicide vest so we can bring him up to get patched up. Because we don't leave wounded enemies. We have to take care of them no matter what. They had a lot of cool weapons. They had a Belgium machine gun, a couple Chinese pistols. They had probably about 3 AKs, a couple RPGs, the rigged landmines. I was like, damn, these dudes, how the hell do you get a Belgium machine gun? And not only that, they had armor-piercing rounds. Like, that would go through me, through my armor. Like, they were well armed. So yeah, that was a fun time. I wound up throwing up quite a bit right after, just the adrenaline. And we gave them a combat military funeral and burial, which means we pretty much laid C4 on them, their suicide vests and all the weapons, and we blew the entire thing up. No one told us like how far in the air and how much it would travel. Like what you thought was dust falling on you, no, that's people particles. There's people on you now. And Q throwing up again. I got a few jobs here and there, but nothing really clicked. You can't go from combat Marine in Iraq to greasing up, oil trucks. So you can't ever really get back to the ideal of like, hey, yeah, I'm going to be living the same type of life, feeling. You'll never get that back unless you join a gang. The VA has a program called vet centers, which is not psychiatrists, they're psychologists that work there. And a lot of them, most of the time, are military. They're psychologists. And combat veterans as well. So the vet center only sees combat veterans. Combat veterans and sexual assault victims. If you're going to college, you can work at the vet center. And that's an extra $2,000 tax-free. You go there, and it's a chill job because it's for veterans that are in college. So you bring in your schedule for the month, and they work around your classes. There's so much downtime at a vet center that it's meant for you to do your schoolwork there while you're working. It's chill. It's a chill job. Because all you gotta do is make appointments and appointment reminders. I mean, the psychologist would make the appointments. We would do the reminder calls. That's your main job. But other than that, you would have people come in that need some help, this and that. The VA is so piss poor managed that they put the main VA hospital that we were working next to, their number as our number on the va.gov. So we would get calls from people that are wanting to reach the VA outpatient clinic. They'd get us. You know how many times I've been yelled at? Because they made the mistake? But there's also times where it's like, it's not that simple. We've gotten calls because they got transferred to us because somebody in the VA doesn't know what they're doing. And now I gotta talk to a recently widowed wife on what she's supposed to do about burying her husband, who had literally just died yesterday. I'm not trained to be as sympathetic or this or that like a psychologist would. I'm doing the best I can, but thankfully the vet center I worked at, they've been going through this problem for years, so we have all the paperwork and all the stuff. Like, all right, give me a second. Where's the folder for funerals? There it is. So your husband has died. Okay, this is what you do. It's like that. I had a woman call who she was one of the patients to one of our psychologists, and she called, and the first words out of her mouth is, "I promise you I'm not going to hurt myself," which immediately says, holy shit, she's going to kill herself. That's what that means. And so I sent out for her psychologist, like, hey, go get her now, let's go. So I literally talked for probably about 15 minutes to this woman before I was able to transfer her over. But she said something that really struck a chord with me. She said, in the Army, I was a lieutenant colonel. But as a civilian, I ain't shit. Holy fuck. That is terrifying and true. Because a lieutenant colonel, you're up there. You know, you're in charge of, you know, hundreds of people. But once you get that paper and you go back home, you're less important than the like 500th top TikToker. We deal with a lot of people that have PTSD, and the Vietnam vets, they don't give a fuck. They are very outwardly spoken, but we get a few people that, you know, from OIF, you know, and everything else, you know, from Iraq and Afghanistan, and they would come in, you know, head down because they feel ashamed that they're here and they're, you know, talking about their problems. But my thing, how I've been able to cope with all my stuff and the combat I did, was tell every single person that wants to know what the fuck happened over there. Don't put it into a box and put it under your bed. It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's going to blow up, and now you're going to have a divorce, probably an abuse charge, or you're going to commit suicide. You know, get it off your chest, and you will feel a lot lighter going through life. You're not holding it back. That is the weirdest camera I've ever seen, sir. My entire rap sheet is TBI, traumatic brain injury, PTSD, depression, anxiety, migraines, a bad right ankle, which I need to put in for my left ankle, my shoulder, my right shoulder, lower back, and my knees have zero cartilage. Just a lot of wear and tear. You do like 30-mile humps through, you know, mountainous terrain, rugged terrain, and you're carrying a shit ton of weight. It just slowly erodes at it. One of the pictures I sent you was us fast roping out of a Army Chinook, and that's a good 30, 40 feet in the air. And the only way you're slowing yourself down is you grip the rope tighter. So you're dropping pretty fast. And when you hit the ground, well, your knees are taking the brunt of that. I feel it when I wake up, when I go to sleep, and the entire time in between. Because the bones just grind on each other. And it's painful. I can see how people get addicted to painkillers, because it gets rid of the pain. So, you know, people would rather live day to day not feeling the pain and just deal with the adverse effects. Me, if I'm having a really painful day, I'll take one. I don't need one every fucking day. Don't want to start a habit. The VA said that both my knees need to be replaced. But they don't want to do it. In their words, because when I get older, I'll start getting the effects of metal poisoning. Like, oh, which I'm starting to think they were just bullshit and didn't want to pay. No matter what, it's there. You're gonna live with it for the rest of your life. You're gonna live with the pain for the rest of your life. And again, that's where it kind of comes down to, like, you know, I hurt every day. Not as bad, but I can feel it every day. And I know it's gonna get worse. And you know, I came to the realization, like, I can see why these veterans, you know, self-delete. tired of the pain. They can't deal with this shit no more. It's just nonstop. And all for, 4 years of work. And you gotta live with it for 40 years of your life. And then you go to the VA and nobody listens to you.
You've arrived at your destination.
I smoke cigarettes, which,
Not too bad, huh?
they get told, you should quit. I'm like, yeah. The thing is, you kind of want to have to quit. You have 100 people tell you, you need to quit. Like, yeah, but I don't want to right now.
I think we talked about my knees, right? So we were talking about how if they didn't want to do the surgery, and I saw the pain clinic, and I'm telling them exactly what's wrong with my knee. Why I know what's wrong with my knee is because, one, it's my knee, and two, I've had other doctors, look at it and even put a scope in my knee, so I know what it is in there. But the doctors I saw didn't give two shits. I even asked them, do you have my MRIs on my knee? Like, yeah, we got that. They didn't have it. I have no cartilage in my right knee. I'm pretty sure what's left is gone in my left. And I'm telling them this, and their way of helping my pain was at first capsaicin cream. Just icy hot. And I am sitting there I could feel my eyes welling up because it's so frustrating in the fact of I am in pain, severe pain, and your only action to what I'm telling you is we have to get your mind off of it. It doesn't work that way because, again, they weren't listening. They're like, oh, well, you're not a doctor. What the fuck do you know? Shut up. Take your icy hot and burn your knee. That way, you'll redirect your ideal of pain to that than the other pain. It's like, dude, doc, my knee's not fucking sore. It hurts painfully. There are times when I'll wake up, which has happened once. I have literally my knee catched on it. I'm just gonna say jackknifed itself on the inside, kind of hooked onto itself and got stuck. And it was at the time my buddy was doing laundry, and he literally heard me scream, and I was asleep when it hitched. It's that painful that I screamed out. Well, I got MRIs on my knees, and I saw the pain clinic again. And the doctor comes and he's like, my God, how have you been living like this? Like, really? That you don't remember talking to me the first time we talked? So, okay, so what are we going to do now? Knee replacements. Huh, okay, cool, thanks. I mean, it would have been nice if y'all did that in the first place when I told y'all I needed it. But now I am on medication for my knees. I am set up to get at least my right knee replaced right now. I just got to lose weight. So I just got my first prescription of Wegovy, aka Ozempic, pretty much. And my first shot is on Friday. I think the main problem at the VA is wait times. Wait times right now is, by God, ghastly. Because I had to go through an entire fat body program through the VA to get able to be accepted to take the Wegovy. So I do this whole 6-week course, and it ends in December. Cool. When do I have my meeting to see if I can get on the Wegovy? Let's see. Today is December the 22nd, 2024. Will you be free October 11th at 1 p.m. 2025? Let me check my calendar. Let me check my workbook. I don't know. That's so fucking long way. No, literally, it was like 8 months after I finished the program that they set up my appointment to talk to them about it. 8 months to get told a yes or no. Like, how bad is that? You got to throw it in their face for them to believe you, apparently. If not, you're just another crybaby, I guess. So, but shit's moving. That's a good thing.
As long as I have a job and I get to pay my car insurance and health insurance, as long as I have those two covered, I'm happy. I'm just waiting, I'm on my last month, just survived the last couple of months. My friends ask, so what comes next? And I just tell them I was in a hiatus for 3 years, I like to say that I was in a spiritual retreat. I grew up in Mexico. I grew up with a mom that was going to college, and well, my dad wasn't in the picture. Decided to make his life away from us. I moved to the United States 2011. Yeah, I was not born in Mexico. My dad took my mom when she was pregnant, and I had the luck of being born in the United States. I was attending the University of Texas at El Paso, majoring in biochemistry. President Trump enters the office when he got a lot of the funding for the National Science Foundation that affected my scholarship. I had to get out of college because I didn't want to ask my mom or my grandpa, hey, can you pay for the next year of my university? I just didn't like that. I told the professor that was in charge of my research what I wanted to do. And he was like, well, ask for financial aid. But last time I filled up that application, they would only cover $150 of my full, and it was just like, okay, I guess I'm gonna take a break from school. And I ended up as an infantryman in the army, and I don't regret it. I learned a lot. Not what I wanted to, but my mom is married to a military guy right now. The guy was very like, yeah, you should join for the college. I did it. Everyone does it. Don't feel ashamed. Normal. I arrived to the airport. It was the most realistic moment of my life, because I saw 21 Savage passing by. Someone told them they're going to the military. Was like, man, they better fucking run out of here. And was so surreal seeing him say that I was like, probably should go and buy myself a plane ticket and go back home, So the way you receive orders, a drill sergeant calls you, the drill sergeant office, they go to the web page and they open your orders, and once they open your orders, they read them first. They look at you at the eyes like a weird manner. It was like, damn, you're going to Fort Hood. I never heard anything of Fort Hood before joining the military. I was looking at the news from Fort Hood a lot. Looking at the 3 Corps Facebook page. The 3 Corps Facebook page posted about Vanessa, Guillén going missing. Me and the dudes that we were going to Fort Hood, they were like, I don't think it's that bad. Probably she went AWOL. So as soon as I arrived to Fort Hood, and as soon as I got to my company, I remember the first sergeant comes through the door, and he's like, all right, guys, time for us to be on an excellent detail. and he said it in a funny manner. As some of you know, a little whore went missing, referring to Vanessa Guillén. I want you to vote in the car to see if she's not fucking one of her dudes. So they made us check every car. They made us check every barracks room. The first thing I experienced in my first sergeant, calling Vanessa Guillén a little whore. You know, my first 3 nights in Fort Hood, I already wanted to find a way to get out. And then Pre-Corps put a memorandum for us that we couldn't talk to any kind of media because the news were every gate in Fort Hood trying to talk to a soldier about the environment, Fort Hood, if it's toxic, if it's not toxic, what will they change? They just wanted to know what was going on in Fort Hood after the whole Vanessa thing. And the media were like crazy outside, like CNN and Fox News, and even the BBC was out there, you know, like British Broadcasting Corporation outside Fort Hood trying to see what's going on. I'll be honest, I feel a little nervous. Thing is that Fort Hood is still under public eye, you know. So as soon as a new video of Fort Hood pops out on YouTube, everyone goes crazy, you know, it goes around posts, everyone talks about it, and they try to contain whoever did it.
Unless they plan to travel halfway across the country for me, go after someone who's not there anymore. I mean, shit, if they drive all the way up here, yeah, man, I'll get in the back of the car. Fuck it, you deserve it.
They're very concerned, you know. Every time a photo, a video of something that happens for Hood seems to talk everywhere for a couple of days, you know. They're afraid of what comes out, and they're afraid of what can come out of it. Well, what if someone tells about what happened? Little situations that if we're more aware about it, they will be like, what's going on there? We shouldn't just check on Vanessa's freaking unit. We should check on every unit for Hood.
Were you in 112 Cav?
No, I'm in 25 Cav.
Are you still at Fort Hood, like, right now, or?
Yes, I'm still at Fort Hood. I'll be honest, being stationed in Fort Hood as an infantryman is a nightmare. You're gonna listen to most fucked up shit. Sometimes funny, sometimes not so funny. Like, people here don't have a filter. The Vanessa thing happens, and, well, my first sergeant refers to her as a little whore. And then everyone on my work is like, oh yeah, girl went AWOL, for sure.
Everything I heard about during that period, everything about Vanessa was basically like, yeah, I don't think she went AWOL, but yeah, who gives a fuck? Was basically the summary of it all, being like, yeah, she's probably not AWOL. No one goes AWOL, leaving all that stuff in the armory. Just a little deductive reasoning, but I don't care. I gotta go take care of my Bradley. I don't care. Whatever. It was basically like the summary of like the attitude in my unit about it.
Fort Hood leadership, I don't know if at one point it was good. You know, you have good leaders, excellent first sergeants. I'm not putting that on doubt. But at the same time, the Vanessa situation happened. Fort Hood put a closure on it. People still, they were talking bad about the family. You know, they were like, oh, you know, they did it because they wanted the money, or they did it because they wanted a door. Have a little bit of logic. That's plain stupid. But that's what people do. And that's what people say about the situation. But it's a whole-based problem, not just 3rd Cavalry Regiment problem. Every unit in Fort Hood has a lot to say about leaders. I was there once they announced that they found the remains of Vanessa again, but I was also there when they found other guy that they marked as AWOL for a long period of time, and his remains were literally right outside one of the main gates of Fort Hood.
They just never bothered to look.
I felt sad, you know, hearing the interviews of the mom. I was like, damn, I will go crazy. My sister went missing, and then they found her in a puff box with concrete. I will go crazy. A couple of weeks later, they found the other sergeant that went missing. When he went missing, I just heard all my company saying, oh yeah, he's a little faggot, all these things. And then again, another mother talking on the news, and she saying, you know, my kid is a good kid. And he told me that one of his superiors was harassing him and abusing him, and then, you know, they found him hanging on a tree of a park because he was sleeping on his car. I never went to a psychologist before in my life until I was in Fort Hood. In Fort Hood, you talk to the behavioral health, a bunch of psychologists and psychiatrists that are there to help you, or you can talk to your chaplain. For me, it was hard trying to find someone or something that I could talk to, because if you go and talk to your company, just your platoon in general will demonize you in a way like, oh, he's trying to avoid work. People also don't like to go to them because it can go into record and it can affect you in a way if you want to further up your career in the military. Honestly, when I went to my chaplain, my battalion chaplain, former infantryman with the 101st, he went to Iraq, and then he started telling me these very messed up stories about, well, when I first joined the military, I was your age, and I was killing motherfuckers in Iraq. I was stacking bodies. I was smelling, burning flesh, and you are here crying to me about your problem. And I don't like that. And that was the reaction, because my chaplain was a major already. He had his Ranger tab, all these fancy badges that all the enlisted personnel will go crazy for. Have those who are untouchable. Nobody will say anything. I remember him saying something. I was about to get out of his office. Dude, remember something. You feel depressed. Fuck your wife in gas. And loves that. And that's the best thing I can tell you. And he told me to close his door. And I'm not even married, And I'm like, okay, yes, it's funny when the chaplain says, fuck your girl in the ass a couple times. It got to a point where it was not. Clearly, as soon as I got there,
they black bagged him. If it's up for Hood internet, Boingo, it's never gonna work. My buddy actually, he became an army medic, got stationed at Fort Hood with me, went through his own level of hell that is first met at Fort Hood, and then he got discharged early, but honorably, because they fucked up his paperwork. And then he went off and became an EMT for a while. And he's kind of just bounced from one medical job to the next using certificates.
This report is a damning indictment of Fort Hood and its leadership. The most dangerous military installation in the United States. Let me repeat that. The most dangerous military installation in the United States. Despite red flags popping up for years, leaders ignored them, carried on, and I quote from the report, business as usual.
Violent felonies, sexual assaults, sex crimes, drugs. Positive drug tests were the highest in the Army. This is a military installation. It's a gated community. There are a lot of tools that you can use to suppress crime. There was no proactive efforts to suppress crime, to address the drug issues, to address violent crimes. Suicides are extremely high.
28 service members have died at Fort Hood this year. At least 5 of them, Specialist Vanessa Guillén, Private First Class Brendan Waddell Morales, Private First Class Scott Rosencrantz, Sergeant Elder Fernandez, and Specialist Freddie Benigno de la Cruz have died under suspicious circumstances. The report also provides an inside look at a military installation where soldiers are suffering under leaders who have lost their way, crushed by unsustainable training calendars, deployment schedules, and careless leaders chasing the next rank instead of caring for their soldiers.
Without intervention from the non-commissioned officers and officers entrusted with their health and safety, victims feared the inevitable consequences of reporting: ostracism, shunning, and shaming, harsh treatment, and damage to their career. They had the highest rate in the Army of sexual assault at Fort Hood. There were studies after studies after studies that ranked Fort Hood the highest risk. We also know that if you take 4,000 in a combat brigade, and I use that loosely because there are different MOSs inside the combat brigade, but if you take 4,000 alpha males and salt them in with 300 or 400 female soldiers, common sense alone would tell you you should keep an eye on it. We found that Fort Hood was an outlier in so many areas: suicides, AWOL, sexual assaults.
Problems at Fort Hood were not the result of one commander, they were not the result of one administration, but it was really the result of years of benign neglect.
We heard from military spouses who are afraid for their husbands and wives, for their overwork, their exhaustion, their misery and depression. Afraid they would come home to find their loved one hanging in the shower or dead on the floor. The base, once nicknamed, quote, great place, unquote, has been transformed into, quote, the place where careers go to die.
Coming home on leave, I know exactly what he was talking about, is feeling like you don't fit in at all, or it's hard to talk to normal people, for lack of a better term. People treat you like you're the old you, but feels like they're talking to someone else that isn't you anymore, if that makes any sense.
My brother treated me really, really weird after what happened with and everything. He called me, and I basically didn't.
That's a perfect example.
It didn't faze me, didn't bother me at all. I was just like, all right, man. And he's like, okay, like obviously he's pretty shaken up about it and everything, because he's never had that happen before. Never gotten that phone call before. And he was like, okay, well, we're gonna all be hopping on the Discord and everything if you want to join us and talk. And I was like, no, man, I'm kind of tired from like this commute and everything. I'm probably gonna like grab a beer and like turn on a show and like go pass out. And he was just like, what?
And he was offended by it. Yeah,
he didn't take it very well.
He didn't want to say it, but he didn't take it very well, I imagine.
He did not take that, no.
Yeah. I remember when I got the same call from, I believe it was that notified me. I believe what he said was that was gone or something like that. And I was like, it did take a second to process, and it did mess me up for a little, but I like everything, process it quickly, move on. To this day, I'm over it. Like, I don't know if this is like too personal to like say about other people, but even like mentioning like name or like showing a video clip where he's in it and talking will cause most of them on that Discord to like break down in tears.
Yeah.
And now I'm just like,
I got a message from him on Discord about 3 days before he shot himself, and yeah, that's the part that fucks me up the most, is because like our last conversation together was literally like, it was like
3 days
like, hey,
before,
man. Yeah, he's like, hey man, are you back from like the National Guard yet? And I was like, no man, I'm on annual training that's going till like this date. And he's like, oh cool man, yeah, we'll talk when you get back. And I was like, for sure man, just hit me up, I'm always down to play. And then it was on my drive back from the National Guard from just fucking dox myself.
Just bleep that.
I was on my drive back and everything, and like my brother calls me, and as soon as I saw that my brother was calling me, I knew
something's not right.
Yeah, he never calls me. And so yeah, I was already ready for it when I picked up the phone. I was like, someone's dead. I was like, who is it?
Little did you know.
Yeah, it was not. Yeah, I was in the National Guard, sure, but like I was off duty. It was like 8 o'clock at night. I was chain smoking and pacing. Like, I had time.
Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. I find it really
I'm
hard
having technical difficulties. I can't stop jumping.
You got great form though.
He does have fantastic form.
That is fantastic. Oh, it's getting faster.
Oh no! I've lost control of my body. I didn't even know you could jump in VR chat.
Oh no, it's contagious. Oh no.
What's going on?
This is an active issue within the military, is people are committing suicide constantly. And now we're up to 10, so now every Memorial Day I buy a 12-pack of beer and I drink 2 of those fucking beers, and the other 10 I pour out. Like, that's what we're up to.
I can't observe Memorial Day anymore. I stopped.
I stopped. Like I treat it like civilians. I treat it like civilians do, and just barbecue, and just don't even fucking go there.
Don't think about it,
because it's best you just don't think about it at that point, because
the people that can actually like pour one up for another person on Memorial Day and like actually devote it to actually remembering them, I don't understand, because it would fucking sink me for a whole day, and I can't do that. I think I've just intentionally crawled into that hole so many times that I just don't like going back into it, because I know like it's a choice at that point, and I would rather choose not to be fucking depressed. I just don't see the point in it.
Yeah, just call me Rage.
I am still going through this wild scene, trying to get used to the shoes and everything in the Army. And then finally came that moment when I began to look around. Jack, do you remember the first day when you began to really look around in the Army, the strange feeling that you really were in another world? You know that, Jack remembers it, and how, boy. And yeah, it's very exciting at first and very scary. It's like suddenly you are made out of cream of wheat, or more like tapioca pudding you're made out of. And I have been working to the bone. My body, I'm sweating, I'm tired, and now no longer can I believe in the nightmare. Well, I walked and I walked. I thought, well, I'm going to walk. I was feeling kind of blue. It's a very funny feeling. I was feeling kind of, you know, that feeling of just being vaguely depressed, and you didn't know exactly what you were depressed about. And yet you had a vague suspicion that you knew what you were depressed about, and you didn't want to think about it. It's like a guy must feel when he suspects he has some unbelievably pernicious, incurable disease, and he doesn't want to think about it. And so he goes to the show, or he has a beer, or he plays pinochle and he laughs it up. And he doesn't want to think about it. He just walks away and keeps thinking, and yet it keeps gnawing and nibbling away at the bottom. Well, I'm clumping down the company street, and I'm walking towards what they call Service Club number 2. And I get about halfway down there. You know, I've been there a couple of nights, and all you do is sit around and...
That reminds me, I need to open this other beer. Yes.
Like, apparently. But I can't get my glass to my lips.
You guys both just got me slammed Friday night. I've had one day to recover, which I decided to drink through after work, and now you want me to put some more alcohol.
Triangle.
Turn that upside down. Turn that upside down, and then it's like a heart. Illy, bestie.
Okay. Alright, this is how I'm gonna do the interview. Alright, time for me to sit like I've never sat before in my life.
You look like you're sulking like a 16-year-old kid, which is pretty accurate in terms of character.
I've just got so much stress and like PTSD, I might just murder half the galaxy.
How does that make you feel?
Oh boy. Where is it? I want to knock it open.
If you're already drinking, we just started.
This is literally so hard to drink while having the Oculus headset on.
It is. I've already punched one over it and spilled it on the floor, and I'll, deal with it.
I'm definitely afraid of spilling it all over my Oculus headset.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna rifle through this paper bag that I know is somewhere to my left. I got gamer juice in here.
I'm holding a beer in this hand, Struggle, so cheers.
Oh, yeah. Here, let me cheers. My wrists are broken, but that's the only way I can cheers with you.
Let me crack open my gamer juice. Oh, there we go.
Immersion.
Cheers, gentlemen. I think I just spilled on my slipper.
Cheers. This is how I cheers people now. Just pretend I'm holding the drink upside down. We haven't started to go get a refill of booze.
We just sat down.
I probably should as well, since I've already spilled one of mine, and I'm pretty sure well into drinking this one.
Okay.
So.
Maybe I'm wondering if I should go get a Bud Light or not.
You should. Sirmar, you should get something to drinky as well.
No. He doesn't drink. I'm not used to it being so bright outside when I'm in VR. Took the headset off and got flashbang going. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab myself a Coors.
I'm gonna go get another one as well.
Coors, Bud Light.
You're gonna need it. Damn, I'm kind of sad no one was here for.
I got good news, I got bad news, boys. Bad news, we're out of Bud Light. Good news, I had some leftover Diet Coke that I ordered from Jack in the Box like 3 days ago, sitting in the fridge, so I made myself a rum and Coke. Yeah, I had 3-day-old soda from Jack in the Box, so I figured. And I had a 2-day, was it 2 days? No, it was a 1-day-old burger from Jack in the Box this morning for breakfast. Personally, I like to think I'm going up in the world right now.
Only a 1-day-old one? That's actually pretty
only a
good for you.
1-day-old, and it was from Jack in the Box, so it wasn't a Whopper this time. It was a double Jack. This soda that I got from Jack in the Box that I'm using to make this rum and Coke has been sitting in my fridge for 3 days.
Please tell me this isn't like a styrofoam cup that you put in the fridge.
No, it was a plastic one.
That same
like a plastic found drink cup. I ordered the drink because I wanted something to mix with my alcohol, and then when it got delivered, I just put it in the fridge. All I'm saying is an octopus can definitely fit up your asshole.
Anyway,
I work with my brother's fiance now. She was showing me this war movie, and it was kind of like an intrusive thought that kind of like slipped in everything. She was showing me like this video clip and everything, because it's just me and her who work in the office together, or used to. I moved to a different property, but someone like blew up, or like there was some explosion that happened in some like visual like action movie clip. He didn't blow up right. It's like what I said. He's too whole. Like I didn't know how to like explain him.
It should be more.
It was too clean. Yeah, like his whole body. Like it's not like if an explosion like targets a particular part of your body part. Like that's just the only part that receives damage. Saving Private Ryan is the perfect example of this. An artillery round detonates under this dude's like fucking leg, and it just severs it at the left knee perfectly cleanly. And it's like, no man, this other flesh, his whole torso is gonna be torn up from shrapnel from the round detonating. Like he's gonna be fucked up from head to toe. Like, and to be honest, he shouldn't have a body at all. But if you're gonna keep the body around, he should just liquefy. Like it should be severed here, and like his whole self.
Nuts are gonna be splattered on the rock behind him.
His brain matter is going to turn into beach matter at that point. And she looked at me like I was like a fucking alien.
Our barometer for what is weird and / acceptable is so far removed from normal people that I consider talking about dismembered bodies normal lunchtime conversation. On slower shifts, me and my partner had gone to like a restaurant or something, and we're sitting in line at a Chick-fil-A, and we're talking about this gnarly shit we just ran, talking about like meat crayon on the interstate kind of shit. The other people in the line are looking at us like, what is wrong with these people? And we're just like, this is just normal conversation for us. And it's the same thing with people in the military, is like, because you're taught how to kill people, especially in formative years like you were. You consider that normal at that point. No shit, you're gonna like miss certain cues or have a bit of a skewed perspective on what is acceptable conversation and not.
Let's be entirely honest. Most of the time, it's like people are morbidly curious. I think it's almost like the people who have seen morbid stuff honestly want to maybe not trauma dump, but shock value other people with the things they've seen.
Very true. I've done that a lot. Sometimes when someone asks me like a question about like some of the violent shit I've seen, I will make it brutally honest and as graphic as possible, just to shock them, just to be like, you ass.
Yeah. In Bermuda, the guy that wanted to do cocaine with me in Bermuda forced me to come along with him.
I haven't heard this story.
He was also an expectant dad. He was already hammered, and he was like pulling me aside, and he was like, if we're gonna do this, you never talk to anyone about this or I'll fucking kill you. Let's do some cocaine. We didn't end up finding cocaine. We didn't get the cocaine, but the next night, he fucking got really fucking drunk and crashed a moped, flew off the moped when he crashed into a curb and hit his fucking head on a wall, and then got arrested by the Bermudian police, hemmed up in the Bermudian embassy, and then shipped back to the States.
Okay, hold on. I have to ask this
Okay,
now.
then.
You keep saying Bermuda. I am thinking of the Bermuda Triangle. Where the fuck is Bermuda?
The islands.
The triangle.
In the triangle, there is islands.
In the triangle. Wait, there's islands in the Bermuda Triangle?
Yes!
That's so weird! How did you get there?
We flew!
Don't play the triangle!
Yes, but we're not going to avoid a gigantic area.
Why not? I feel like it's a very just thing to do. Like, you know,
because it's like a very small percentage of planes and ships that disappear.
But it is a non-0% chance, though. So.
But that could be said of any airspace and any water lane.
Shit.
I still don't understand how
That
the
is true.
islands don't sink. How are the islands not sinking? Well, I guess they are technically sinking as the water level rises.
I really don't feel like explaining like basic geology to this man right now. But we'll just let that one stand.
I can see your whole brain just shut down, like the window shut down. Noise is just like you don't flow, right? Like,
I'm already operating like half of a fucking. I'm so foggy from the cold. You can't do this to me.
Man, you learn something new every day. Islands don't float.
I am equally surprised and horrified by the things you do and do not know on a daily basis. Did you, like, in the other videos get into your, like, habit of drinking Monster by the literal case while you were in the military? Just to rehash, like, I remember I literally would, like, the few times I would drop by there unannounced, and you'd be like, okay, another Monster, okay, another Monster, okay, another Monster. And this, like, and you know, like, those, like, 4-pack cube things of Monster? Like, this man would go through one per day.
I had a whole tower of those in the center of my room.
You know what? I really like the feel of heart palpitations.
Dude, honestly, I can't drink Monsters anymore because I do actually get like heart palpitations whenever I drink.
I would be very interested to have you on a 12 lead while you drink a Monster. That would be a fucking experience.
You have to understand, like that's me drinking Monsters after I'm off work. I would drink, because we had a vending machine in my unit that had Monsters in it that was just like...
So wait, the 4-pack was after work?
Yeah, I would slam 4-packs after work. Like, cause I didn't drink alcohol.
Yeah, this isn't counting the ones he would do during the duty.
I would drink 5 by lunch, and then I would slam another 6.
Bro, you gotta like have like a quarter-sized hole in your heart.
I should not be alive.
The cardiology nerd in me right now is like disturbed.
I do wish I could smoke indoors. That is kind of like my biggest problem with America right now. I mean, there's obviously bigger ones, but...
And that you can't smoke indoors. Wow.
There's bigger problems, alright?
What we lost more against communism the day we couldn't smoke indoors.
The day we couldn't smoke on airplanes, that's it. It was all downhill from there.
It was all downhill from there.
The day I couldn't give small children on airliners black lung from secondhand smoking at the age of 2, it was all downhill. This last Sunday, it wasn't until like 5 o'clock I went out and had my first cigarette of the day. And then after that I had like maybe 2 more, depending on the work day and how many breaks I take. 4 to 5 cigarettes a work day, and when I come home, I typically smoke 2 on my walk home. And then I'll smoke another one when I get home with my roommates. So yeah, if I'm leaving for work and everything, it's still chain smoke o'clock, maybe. Maybe that's why I have like so many like respiratory issues, like with like phlegm and shit blocking my throat.
I don't know. Maybe it is. Putting a bunch of unknown substances into your respiratory tract causes secretions.
No, actually,
tell me more.
I'm pretty sure these issues persisted before I started smoking. I think it's because my nose doesn't work. Because my
I'm sure
nose
you wouldn't see any improvement from quitting smoking, though.
Was that sarcasm? I feel like that was sarcasm.
16 in high school. I had a car. I had a friend who knew a friend and a friend and a friend. So in exchange for driving around, just getting up to teenager nonsense, he supplied me with smokes and alcohol, and that began my smoking career. So actually, it wasn't military. Managed to quit after seeing what the end stage of that looks like from my EMS experiences. I work as a paramedic. Well, let's just say having COPD and all that, and basically drowning in your own lungs is not a good way to go.
Spoiler alert, I haven't gotten to that stage of smoking yet.
Don't worry, you will.
Look, you can start smoking to impress a girl.
Is that why you started?
Oh man, trying to get into the headspace of me at 16 is super difficult. I thought smoking was cool because she smoked and I wanted to smoke to have a better shot with her.
I'm going to come to your defense here. I don't think that sounds too dumb. If you picked up smoking and she smoked, now it would be really stupid if she didn't smoke at all and you thought smoking looked cool and that's what would impress her. But if she was smoking as well, or picking up smoking may not going to impress her, but it does give you an excuse to spend more time with them. So I'm going to come to your defense here and say it wasn't a terrible move. Other than for your life expectancy.
The dumbest part about this is she was not living in the same state as me when I picked up smoking.
Wait. Okay, now, see, I was assuming she was going to the same school as you.
Yeah, we're starting to back it up now.
Yeah, back it up. She was where?
She was in Oklahoma, which I had previously lived. I had dated her in Oklahoma, and then I moved away to to Illinois, and then to Ohio. And that's when I picked up smoking.
I mean, at least you have a girl as an excuse as to why you picked up smoking. All mine was my buddy was like, here, try this, and that was fucking that. That friend that got me smokes, oftentimes I would literally just show up to the classroom he was in and be like, hey, you want to leave school? I bet. And we would just get in my car and just drive somewhere in North Carolina. Like, hey, you want to go drive to Lenore? All right, bet. We'll do that. You want to go drive to Charlotte? Bet. We'll go do that. You want to drive to Tennessee? All right, sure. Why not? We just get in my car and drive somewhere. Sightsee, blast the national anthem while my buddy's halfway hanging out the window with a broken off American flag we stole from someone's yard. Just general teenager mischief, I guess. Probably some things that would catch me a vandalism charge nowadays, but I guess the statute of limitations is up on that, so... And if I wasn't doing that, more than likely I'd just drive home and just play computer games all day. We both were going into the military, so we were both hyped up on, oh shit. He was going into the Marines, I was going into the Army, of course, so I don't believe he made it through training. He broke the living shit out of his leg in Marine boot camp, so I guess we were both doomed in our own separate ways. I feel like none of this needs to make it in because this is a horrible explanation. You know me and explaining things verbally, and you're having me try to explain
it physically to me.
Come here. Oh, fuck.
God is thinking. There is a God.
What?
You good?
No.
Where the fuck were we?
I have no idea. We're so wildly off track. I don't know where we are. I don't know where here is, but we are here. I fucking hate you. I unironically wish for your fucking demise.
Hold on, server holds perfectly still, so if I just... There you go.
We do be realigned.
Look at server. It gave him a little kabop.
He has a little
He really is an eldritch abomination. He's always here,
Absolutely.
always watching.
Sir Moore is the greatest eldritch abomination I've ever had the pleasure of meeting.
This is facts, though.
Sir Moore, you are a fucking anomaly to me. Like, I learned so much about struggle here. I've learned so much about rage. You're just a fucking enigma. Like,
We don't know anything about you. Alrighty, where's my drink that I totally didn't spill again? I was in junior ROTC in high school. I made going into the Army itself the obvious career path. Going into recruiter's office, the highest aspirations I ever had was to be an 11 Bravo, an infantryman. And when I went and took the ASVAB, big generalized military test, be like, how stupid are you? I scored in like I think it was the low 90s. My recruiter was basically like, well, it'd be a pretty big waste for you to just go infantry. Why don't you be a medic? That's how I sort of ended up in my chosen career field. It pretty much is as simple as that. Oh, that sounds pretty neat. Let's do that. I mean, I didn't really take much convincing, seeing as that was pretty much my only career plan going into high school in the first instance, so it's not like a very concerted recruitment effort was required in the first instance.
Now I gotta ask, did you sign up for
scooped
4 or
up
6?
4.
I never understood the people that
Allegedly.
were junior ROTC kids that were also 6-year enlistees. I never understood, like, why would you go 6-year contract if you were a junior ROTC, rank earlier kind of person?
I mean, I didn't even make it through all 4 years of my initial contract anyway, so it's kind of a moot point, even if it was a 6-year.
Oh,
that's a funny story.
When I got the orders in whiskey school as to where I was going, I mean, the unit itself that I went to wasn't actually on my orders. When I got to Fort Hood, I was lost as absolute hell. If it wouldn't have been for him, I'd have been probably shit out of luck till someone either like collected me or
they would have collected you, alright. You would have been human trafficked.
Because your receiving unit is supposed to organize picking you up, getting your paperwork done to process you into the unit and all that. Well, that didn't happen for me. Because not only did I not know like what even brigade I was going to in the first instance, no one at reception seemed to fucking know either. I spent the better part of a week and a half along with a couple other Joes that got assigned to that got the same lot as me, basically running around with our little U.S. Army patches we got from basic on our shoulder, because we had no idea what the fuck unit patch to wear. We went through the typical, what's up?
No, I'm gonna continue.
I actually was kind of starting to lose like track there.
If you want to take a second to really gather your thoughts and everything, I think Struggle here wants to grab a quick bite of alcohol.
A quick
if I
bite.
don't lose it, I'm gonna lose it.
He's gonna booze it up real quick. You want to gather your thoughts about how you want to continue your memories.
See, I need to open up my other fucking hard lemonade TM.
Quick alcohol run. All right, boys. Chance to smoke a cigarette, get a drink. You need more alcohol. Gonna grab myself another little drinky drink. Gonna take my hands off.
I thought you said you were gonna barf if you got another drink.
Well, I'm not gonna barf anymore. Fuck you. If I smoke a cigarette, it's gonna take about 15 minutes and everything for me to like get up and smoke and everything. So we'll just use that as a timer, and I'll swap back in the Discord call so we can keep talking while we're doing.
All right, I'm gonna mute
I'll see
VR
how much
chat.
charge I can get out of
Discord.
15 minutes. Technically, there is no beginning or end to a week.
Well, you're wrong.
No. Listen, hear me out.
No, wait. You're fucking.
The beginning or end of a week is an abstract concept that doesn't exist in reality.
Fuck's sake. You're one of those fuckers that comes out here to argue that time isn't real. Fuck you. Fuck you. You think I'm retarded? This man over here doesn't even believe me.
I don't.
I'm gonna play the hot dog in the cooler.
I'm trying to think of a funny dick joke for that.
That was a dick joke. You don't need to make it. It's like a hat on a hat. You don't need to make a dick joke with a dick joke.
It's a dick in a box.
Freezer, but I barely even know her.
Oh, okay. Grabbing a drink with a VR handset in my hand is an experience.
Yes, but...
we were out on a field problem, and I was got voluntold to be a generator op. So we were hammering a grounding stake in for one of the generators, and while I was helping guide it in, they missed with the sledgehammer and hit me full on in the knee. How it did?
Sledgehammer to the knee?
Yes. This wasn't just like a whole like runner's knee kind of situation. It's a significant
I was a
injury
medic
to
till
my
I took
knee.
a sledgehammer to the knee.
Pretty much. I still have occasional like phantom pains if I stand on it for too long. I basically couldn't run. I went to medical regarding it. It was documented. In fact, I actually had a profile regarding no running, this, that, the other. It's kind of like a doctor's note that says what you can or can't do. Like, say, like, for example, common ones in the military are not lifting a certain amount of weight or limiting running to a certain period. They can be overridden by a command at that command's peril. However, should you be injured further because of it, it's their ass, basically. Fort Hood leadership being Fort Hood leadership, the profile was largely ignored. I was continued to be forced to run on this rather severe knee injury. It ended up developing and getting worse to the point where my run times and the physical fitness test started to suffer. It got to the point where I got in the danger zone of failing one, and then I ended up failing a record PT test. When that happens, you end up flagged, which means you can't be promoted, a whole bunch of other BS. You have to do corrective training, which of course only ended up worsening the issue because remedial PT means I was doing even more running, especially since it was the run that I had failed on, which had only caused the injury to continue to get worse. At this point, I had such difficulty taking any of our leadership seriously. I was racking up counseling after counseling after counseling. I couldn't keep up because it got to the point where it was just agony to run. I did what I could to push past it, and I still came in under time. Like, it just, there was just nothing I could do, pretty much. I brought up my concerns repeatedly. They were disregarded, and again, being viewed as me just trying to be a shitbag and not wanting to run. Fail on a physical fitness test, and obviously they're going to start the process to basically kick you out. That's what ended up happening. I definitely could have fought the issue. I believe I mentioned it to him that I did actually consult JAG on it, or Judge Advocate General, I think is what it stands for. Military lawyers, basically, and basically came to the point where I could have easily fought that chapter. Like, me failing those tests was directly against my profile. I fell into a hell of depression there. Like, it got to a point where I didn't care about anything. I didn't care about fucking up. I just didn't care. Our leadership was going to fuck me up regardless. At this point, I was labeled as the unit shitbag. Once that happens, you're basically the punching bag.
It's difficult to correct that trajectory once they've pigeonholed you into being the punching bag.
Exactly. Yeah. I was so disillusioned with the military at that point. It just was like, why bother? I'm going to get hemmed up regardless of what I do. Got to the point where I was eligible to do my DD-214 brief and wanted to do it, and to my surprise, I got an honorable discharge.
You have to fuck up supremely to not get an honorable.
No.
I'm being chaptered. I'm being kicked out of the military at this point.
Medical.
That's
you're not
not medical. This wasn't a med board. This wasn't a med board.
Oh, they administrate, like they administrated you?
Yes. Yeah, they administratively discharged me. They didn't med board me. This is why I say I could have fought this.
They were chaptering for the basis of he failed a PT
Bro, you
test.
rolled the dice on having an administrative?
Dude, I didn't care. At this point, I just wanted to be gone.
A general. At best, he was going to get a general. At worst, a dishonorable discharge. And they fucked up his paperwork so fucking bad. Honorably discharged him on an administrative fucking chapter.
You're
to
assuming
fucking
the
pull
worst.
that off.
I'm assuming that it came to somebody's attention when they were fucking typing out the paperwork and they saw the reason for the administrative and were just like, nah, honorable.
The very last day. I owned a car at the time, 2015 two-door Honda Civic, and I somehow managed to pack everything that I owned into the back seat, trunk, and passenger seat of that damn thing. Made it look like a horse car, but I managed to make it work. I think I remember I stopped by his barracks room and we had a chat. I don't remember what the fuck we talked about.
It doesn't matter. I think we have one last cigarette together.
One last cigarette together, and I drove on over to the Copeland Center to attend my DD-214 brief. The moment I had that DD-214 in hand, I'm officially a civilian. Got everything I needed from there, got in my car, parked in the parking lot of my barracks, and just sat on the hood of my car for about like 30-40 minutes, just having a couple smokes, and then I just couldn't believe it was over. Like, it just, that it ended like that. Honorable discharge certificate in hand, officially civilian. The moment passed, got in my car, left Fort Hood to Freebird by Leonard Skinner.
My boy!
I will call it cliche, but it is what it is.
You know what I chose when I drove up
I'll
the gate
fully
range?
admit to it. What?
School is out for summer.
Bro, I didn't pick a song anything like that. I picked Blurry by fuck, I don't even know their name. It's a really depressing song.
The wave of relief I felt as I drove out of the gates of Fort Hood for the last time. I don't think I can adequately explain it with words. I'm already not good enough with it in the first place, but it's hard to explain.
Is leaving the military ever not like a messy divorce?
It is. It really
That's
is.
a good
It's
way
the
of
worst
putting it.
breakup. It's the worst breakup you'll ever have.
But I feel like leaving the military for me also was like a mixture of relief and also just sadness at it being over already.
Relief is different from happiness in a profound way, I've found. I sure as hell wasn't a happy person. That's for absolute sure.
Here, when you're sitting in the chairs and everything around this campfire and everything, you're sitting in the chair, you're grounded, you got the people to your left, you got the people to your right, you have like this sense of gravity around it and everything. When you leave the military, it's all of that. You're just up there amongst the stars. You're just completely lost without any semblance of guidance or anything to ground you or tether you to anything at all. You're just so confused. I felt awful once I got out. I felt like I had abandoned the only family I would ever really have. I don't think I'll ever be as close to the people I served with and everything I will find in civilian life and everything. My entire world was gone.
The military fails to prepare you for leaving it. Soldier for Life program, SFL-TAP, yeah. Like, it's there enough for the military to at least be able to say, hey, we do something, but it's like the barest of bare-ass minimums.
I mean, the psychology of preparing people for the military service and war is like long documented and storied, but like trying to deprogram, get you out of the brotherhood, I don't know that like the same amount of science has gone into doing all that, nor will there ever be.
I will say, if there's anything I've missed the most from Fort Hood, it's our little random spontaneous trips to the PX to go get fucking Chipotle. We would always sit at that little side table, just the two of us, you know, in the side room where no one would fucking go.
And just fucking people watch people and doing just like
people watch
shit.
Like lieutenant colonels who should have been at fucking work or something, and we're just like, what the fuck are you doing here? You know, like go back to work.
Or just fucking wandering down to that gas station by the gate, just on a whim.
The shopette?
Because usually it'd be you going to get cigarettes, and I'd be like, I'll go too. Why not?
And we get the fucking tornadoes. The tornado.
God, those were so good.
S tier.
It still is gas station food, so
it will. If you're not built alternatively like us, your body will reject them.
Your intestines have to be conditioned by the military to eat tornadoes from 7-Eleven. My intestines were hardened by surf and turf nights in the desert.
Go ahead.
I have to piss, dude. I've held it for as long as I can. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It has to come now or now.
That's all right.
I'll be like less than 5 minutes.
I'll piss as well then. Piss break.
Piss break.
Surprisingly, I don't need to pee. Sorry if I'm getting a little impassioned because this is an extreme sore spot for me. Where is my drink? There it is.
Because of y'all fuckers, this is my 3rd day in a row drinking, alright? And, like, I didn't put myself up to this.
When you hang out with alcoholics.
Skill issue, as one might say.
You look super good when you're eating. Because, like, you're shoving, like, the food into your mouth.
And you just hear, like, crunching noises.
Yeah, it looks like actually, like, you're actually eating. What are you eating? What are you snacking on? What are you snacking on there, boy?
Thankfully, the only times I've ever thrown up after drinking, I don't remember.
Lover's pizza. I drank an entire liter of Jaeger in my fucking barracks room. And then before that, he ate an entire meat lover's pizza from fucking Domino's. And then at the end of the night, he just said he couldn't use his legs anymore. So he just was laying on my floor going, I need to spit. I need to spit. And I was like, just spit on my floor. And he goes, no, I need to spit. So I was like, fine. I open my door and he drags himself with his arms and he just fucking vomits the entire pizza on my fucking doorstep.
It was bad.
Oh my god, it was so bad. My sergeant called me the next day about it. He's like, why'd you vomit on your own doorstep? And I was like, I didn't!
I got out of the military and I got straight into paramedicine pretty much. I work as a paramedic on a 911 ambulance. The nice thing about the military is that it provides you with a national certification, so I was able to bridge that into having a North Carolina state certification. Got employed fairly rapidly after leaving the military, after a slight adjustment period of getting my shit together mentally, which...
Relative term, let's be honest.
It's a relative term for fucking sure.
People be like, oh, partying with veterans must be crazy. Partying with veterans is fucking getting pissed drunk at the Chipotle and getting arrested for public intoxication.
It starts out fun and wild, and then you do stupid shit, and then the night turns into just trauma sharing, and then like once everybody is like, we need to fucking like be less depressed, and then you go like set a car on fire and then get arrested.
Once like all the veterans have realized they've been trauma sharing for too long and they're too depressed, like, quick, we need to spike the atmosphere, burn a tree, you know, like...
Burn a tree.
Break into an electrical facility.
Wait, did you? I was about to say, did you not hear about this?
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! When did it happen? Uncle Sam is listening.
You need to buy me a lot more fucking alcohol before I tell that story.
Oh, motherfucker, say less. I want to get you fucked up at Chipotle. They sell Dos Equis there. You want to get pissed drunk in the Chipotle?
We're doing Chipotle shots.
Chipotle shots. Woo! Shotgunning Dos Equis at the fucking Chipotle. I think that's probably... God, I need to order food, man. I need to eat. I am taking heart damage right now from hunger.
I'm so fucking hungry.
I've got a whole Domino's pizza to eat right now.
Do you really? Fuck you. I want Domino's. I bet you they're closed by now.
Is it a large meat?
It is a meat lovers.
Dude, it was bad.
I had to scrub it off with steel wool. And break.
The most accursed photo shoot ever.
Peter Griffin just staring down.
I can't wait to see what these look like. There's a lot of things I feel like I said that make me want to crawl up and die, but
I didn't get any of that impression.
I didn't get any of that, but
I am poor at public speaking, so. Hello. Anyway, it's time to cosplay as an anime girl.
Yeah. Alright, that's it. The Oculus is finally giving in.
Alright, gentlemen.
Oh, rip.
Thank you for your service.
Alright, I'm getting out of the VR.
You hungry? After Fort Hood. Oh my god, holy shit. Sorry, these are army cuts. I've slept on these. These things fucking suck.
I take it back. They are very comfortable, beautifully comfortable. But you don't understand how much tension. See if I can actually get down here. How much tension is right here. This bar, it comes off. You slide it through the end of the fabric, and you have to like pop these two nubs into these slots on this pole to like lock it in place. And getting it to pull out enough to go onto those nubs, you have to take another bar from a different cot and pop it right through here to the leg of the cot underneath and use that as leverage to like crank it up and on. It's fucking impossible to do by hand. But they are beautifully comfortable. Dude, I got all the insider secrets. I know the fucking way to do anything. MREs, you can make an MRE cookie by taking sugar and creamer that comes like the little baggie in it. And if you put the sugar into the creamer packet, which is typically larger, pinch the top of it shut and just shake the shit out of it, move it back and forth, shift and like mix it all together. And you take that sugar and creamer combination powder and just pour it straight into your mouth and you chew it. It tastes exactly like a sugar cookie. Perfectly. MRE sugar cookie. Delicious. Oh, is it good? It's good. Let me step away for a second. I'm just gonna take my headset off, and then I'm gonna grab an actual chair so I can actually sit down. So leaving Fort Hood was just absolutely miserable. Typically, you would think getting out of like that shithole would be a joyous occasion, great, but like as soon as I was not relevant to like the organization or the mission, it always came back to the mission, but as soon as I wasn't relevant to the mission anymore, it was basically just a matter of like how fast can we throw this dude in the gutter and get rid of him. So there's a little process when you're leaving a military base, your contract's ending, your ETS date for the Army, I think it's EAS for the Marines. You have to clear posts. You have to go to all these different places. You have to get like dental done. You have to get your health assessment done. You have to go to like housing. Housing takes care of like giving you a flight home, shipping all of your stuff home. You shouldn't pay for any of that. But I cleared out of the Army in 2020, which was a bit of a problem because COVID was on Fort Hood at the time. So everything was shut down. And the people that worked these things like dental, stuff like that, were typically civilians. Well, not dental, like the health stuff I could take care of because it was Army personnel. But like trying to get housing done, those are civilians. They ain't coming in. They don't want to get COVID. They have to quarantine off post. They can't come onto post. So like I can't get housing done now. CIF, those are civilians. I can barely get CIF done. CIF is, I don't know what it stands for, but it's like where you turn in all of your gear. Like your body armor, your plates, your backpack, your everything that isn't like clothing, you give it back to the Army. So getting that was horrible. I ended up having to pay for my own flight home. I shipped everything I owned back in USPS boxes. They denied my terminal leave, which was illegal, because they denied it because I wasn't done clearing yet. And the fact was I couldn't clear, but also at the same time, they weren't helping me clear. Like I was actually going to my platoon sergeant and to my battalion FSNCO, Fire Support Non-Commissioned Officer. They would just refer me to each other constantly, and anytime I was like, I need to go talk to First Sergeant, like jump above both their heads, they're like, no, just go talk to Sergeant First Class. Shouldn't say that name, but he'll take care of all of it. And then I would go there, and he'd be like, well, have your platoon sergeant give a guy to help you. And I'd ask him for a guy to help me, and he'd be like, no, we're busy, just go get your clearing done. And it was just like a cycle of that.
Eventually, I got so fed up with it, it got to the point where, like, I was using a WikiHow article on how to clear out of the Army because that was the only instructions I had. Fucking WikiHow was giving me more information than the actual federal U.S. government Army's leadership. The people who make the fucking pictures of how to attack an ostrich were more right on what to do than these fuckers.
At this point, Putty had gone out of the Army, but he was living right off post with his wife. And so I just texted him one night because, like, at this point, I was, as the date gloomed closer and closer, I think I had, like, less than 30 days. I think I had, like, 3 weeks left to clear. And this is supposed to be, like, a 3 to 4 month process. I was, like, having anxiety attacks every night, just, like, freaking out. And it was one of those nights I was like having anxiety attack, smoking a cigarette. I texted Putty and I was like, bro, this is fucking wild. How did you clear? Like, I need you to tell me how you cleared. And he's like, I don't remember. That was like a year and a half ago. I don't remember how I cleared. I told him everything that was happening, and he's like, have you talked to First Sergeant about it? And I was like, they won't let me see First Sergeant. And he's like, hold on. And he's like, all of this is true. Everything you told me is true. And I was like, yep. So what he did is he texted the brigade FSNCO. So he jumped my platoon sergeant, my battalion sergeant, and he went straight to the sergeant in charge of all of them in the entire brigade. He was not happy. I'm assuming he yelled or told my first sergeant what was happening. Next day I went to work and everything, and my platoon sergeant pointed at me. He's like, you're coming with me to first sergeant's office. And so we went to first sergeant's office, and he reamed me and my platoon sergeant, and he's like, why didn't you just come to my office? And I couldn't rat the man who was literally denying me coming there while he's standing right there. And I was like, I don't know, first sergeant, crazy. I don't know why I didn't come. Once that happened and everything, he just took a deep breath and was like, have someone take him around post and get him cleared and get him out of here. Because like my platoon sergeant and my battalion sergeant didn't care as soon as like I was not completing tasks for them and getting like the mission. It's always this big like mission thing. Once I wasn't helping with that, I was absolutely fucking useless to them. So they just never helped me with anything. That would just be taking away manpower from stuff they needed done. Clearing is like you're getting all the paperwork in order. So you're going to like a station to be medically assessed to see like this is the health when you entered the army, this is the health when you left the army. This is your mental health assessment. Are you mentally well enough to leave the army and you don't need any care or treatment? Fun fact, everyone just lies. It's like the easiest shit to avoid. Being held over for that, you don't tell the truth and you're good. If you go to like housing is like an office you go to that like takes care of like flying you home and shipping all your stuff home for you. It's all paid for by them. You go to like clothing, you turn your clothing and your equipment and everything. All these different stations spread out around post. Tell them like, hey, I'm clearing, what do you need from me? And they'll just tell you, and you go and get it and you give it to them and they go, cool, fuck off. Dude, they spent how many weeks training me to be a soldier? They spent like about 8 weeks, I think it is, in basic training, and then another 8 weeks at AIT. They gave me a week training to be a civilian. And this Soldiers for Life, it's like SFLTAP is the acronym. It's about a week-long course, teach you how to be a civilian, how to write like a resume, how to like go to an interview, how to apply for jobs. That's one of the things you do while clearing. It's a requirement. They won't let you leave until you have SFLTAP completed. But at the same time, like SFLTAP teaches you like nothing. It's cool, but like I already knew how to write a resume. I'd already done it. I knew how to like do an interview. I've given briefings, and frankly, I spent the whole time with my buddy in the back, and I was watching him snort lines of dip off the table for fun. We were not intelligent people. It definitely has its benefits. I'm not saying like, oh, it's trash, get rid of it. SFLTAP has its uses. It would be better if it was expanded upon. It needs to be more than just a week. If possible, it needs to be a full-on program where it will help people walk through applying for actual jobs and get them set up with one. Big reason why people go homeless after you get out of the army is because like they can't find the employment before they're already out on the streets. So after I got out of the army, I wanted to go into like a field of science in college and like go into like physics, like theoretical physics, quantum, I don't know, like sciencey stuff. It was cool to me. I was really invested in it. So I got out wanting to do that, and my game plan, because I already talked to my brother and my sister who both worked for like a property management company in the city that I wanted to go to college in. And so I was like, I will take up like a temp job working like apartment maintenance for this property management company. And then at the same time, I'll also apply for one of their apartments, and I'll be able to pay my rent, have a place to live, and then I can apply for the college. And then when I started applying for the college, I found out I couldn't attend the college because the game was rigged from the start. I didn't have a foreign language. Have you ever been in somewhere in your life where you have a strict schedule? Everything's scheduled out for you. You just have to follow the tones of the bell and show up to certain places at certain times. Like a summer camp where all the activities are planned. And then when you leave that summer camp, you're home and suddenly that bell's not ringing anymore. And like you keep thinking of like, what do I have to do next? And there's nothing. And you just kind of sit there for a second and like you don't know what to do. That was the first week out. I was just kind of sitting at my parents' house like smoking cigarettes and going like, okay, so like, what's my next hit time? And like constantly writing that through my head, like, what's my next hit time? And I was like, nothing. Lunch, I guess. If I want to eat lunch, I don't have to anymore. I could just not. it was really weird to just suddenly have like that level of autonomy. You go from like be at this place at this time, and then show up to work at this time, and then go to lunch at this time, and then come back from lunch at this time, and then go to this place at this time, and you come back from lunch, and then you get to off work at this time, and you get to go home, and then you go home, you jerk off, you watch movies, and then you show up to work again the next day at the same time, and then suddenly to just be like, hey mom, waking up at like 11 o'clock.
Who you shoving around?
It was wild.
I said, who am I shoving around? Yeah, we got no here. And,
I honestly personally love being there. It's where I feel most alive. Things are simple. Like your life pretty much consists of do work. Once you're off for the day, like, you know, most people like take a shower or go to the dining facility. You get back to your room. You might talk to people on like Facebook for a little, watch a movie or like a TV show, masturbate, and then go to sleep, and then do the same thing all over again. You're never really the same. Like a part of you is always there. Like I'll always be the man in the desert. Like it's just like that ending scene of like Jarhead. That's a very real statement. When you come back and you're looking in like the Walmart, lot, and you're looking at all the cereals and stuff. When you're just standing there like staring into nothingness, like that's a real thing. It's not for everybody, but it does happen to a lot of people. You're never the same again. Like like I'm so empty. Just like I love my daughter, I like, love my parents and stuff, but like I don't understand it anymore. It just doesn't have a meaning to it. I might cry for a day, or maybe even not even that. Just things don't compute because you're just broken down so much in your career. The longer you go, the worse it gets. To where like at the end of it, you're just like this void. And some people can live through it. Some people seek, mental help like I did. And then, some people kill themselves. Like it's a very normal thing for us. But like, I'll never change what happened. I think it was good for my character and for kind of the development of myself and like the lives that I've changed for the better because of it. In the military, there comes a crossroads.
Part of getting out, you had to go to a briefing about joining the reserve or the National Guard. I convinced myself that I wanted to join the National Guard when I got out because they offered me a Try 1 contract, which is literally just I can pick any MOS in the National Guard and I can do it for just 1 year. And if I like it, I can re-up, and if I don't, I can just leave. And I was like, well, it would be nice to see Army people 1 week in a month, after I'm out, kind of help transition out of the active duty. And it's just a year, like, whatever. I just did 3.5, like, what's another? So when I was in the Guard and everything, you show up for 1 weekend out of a month, you show up for 1 drill, and the rest of the time you're, by all accounts, a civilian. The National Guard was nothing like active duty. I also went to an aviation unit, light operations, where we give maps and equipment to pilots who are about to go take off in their Black Hawks and helicopters. Yeah, there were more officers there than there were enlisted members, like people like me. We're just surrounded in officers who are typically supposed to be in the minority. It was a very weird experience. It was there I actually made one of my biggest revelations with my mental health. Leading up to this from Kuwait and Korea and Florida as a whole, I knew something was wrong up here. It was not clicking as it should. The first revelation, I think what came first, they took us to this thing called the PHA, Periodic Health Assessment. We had those at Fort Hood, but everyone was told to just lie on it, because in Fort Hood at least, therapists are, no one sees them. Everyone should have their own personal shrink in the military, or at least at Fort Hood, but no one I knew went to embedded behavioral health or saw any kind of mental health assistance. Because there were definitely ramifications if you went. I mentioned earlier that I would have lost my infantry platoon if I went to mental health. They would have whisked me out of the line. As a Fister, 2 of us get assigned in a team to an infantry platoon, and then we are that platoon's Fisters. We live with them, we eat with them, we sleep with them, like we do everything with them. We are a part of that platoon. Those are your boys. They protect you, you protect them. Those were all the people like I lived with and I hung out with. Having that infantry platoon was like the last third of my contract, and it was like the first group of people that like I went out and did stuff with outside of work. The first like 2.5 years of my contract, I wouldn't hang out with people outside of work. I showed up to work, I did my work, I went home, I played video games, jerked off, and went to bed. Like, that was it. It was the first time that like I had a place to belong, and like those were my people. I wasn't gonna go to behavioral health and get whisked back to headquarters and work with my platoon sergeant, giant sack of shit. I wasn't gonna do that. Because anyone in the infantry platoons, if they went, they would have gone whisked back to infantry headquarters, and then they get to sit there and they can't do anything. They just sit there and do nothing while they attend therapy. And that sucks worse than just dealing with it. Let me back up a little bit. A periodic health assessment is you go through all these different booths and they test your mental health. You go like, or not your mental health, your health in general. Like you go to a dental station, they check your teeth. A hearing station, they test your hearing, your vision. They give you any shots you need. And one of the stations is a computer, and you take this super long questionnaire about your mental health. And everyone at Fort Hood was just told, or you just knew instinctively, to lie on it. You do not tell the truth. Don't do that. For me, most specifically, I had to lie on it because if I told the truth and I came up as being really bad, poor mental health and everything, get a poor score on the test, I could lose my infantry platoon I was attached to and get like shoved into headquarters and then given treatment for my mental health while someone else got assigned to my platoon, and then I would just be alone in headquarters as the mental health problem guy. So they took us to do a PHA while I was in the National Guard, and suddenly I didn't have any reason to lie anymore. I could just tell the truth if I wanted to. So I did, and I went through the whole questionnaire, answered everything honestly about my drinking. Do you often like think of like hurting yourself or others? Do you often think about like how often do you have like dreams? Are there situations where you like actively go out of your way to avoid certain things? Questions like that, which are obviously hinting towards like PTSD and depression and suicidal tendency. I went through the whole questionnaire, answered it honestly. For some reason, energy drinks was a big section. How many energy drinks I drink a month? I guess that ranks right up there with PTSD for the Army, but I'm not surprised. And then when I got done with that, I went through all the other booths of the station. At the end, the last thing you do is you talk to a counselor, and the counselor will review all the results from all your different tests and will give you a summary. And I sit down, and it's this sweet middle-aged black lady, and she's like, "Hey, sweetie, how's it going?" And I was like, "Well, better now that you're here." And I was just cracking jokes, and she's laughing and everything. And then she pulls up my file in her system, and I will never forget how fast the joy and the smile melted from her face and demeanor. It was like a fucking hurricane hit. Gone. And she just stared at her, at the computer. Eventually, she just looked up at me. She's like, "You scored. You scored 17 out of 100 on your mental health test." And initially, I just kind of like sat there for a second. Like it wasn't clicking in my brain at all what that meant. And then like I went through all the steps of denial, like right there, or like the grief right there. Like immediately I was in denial. I was just like, I literally looked her in the eye and I said no. That was it. I just said no. And she's like, "No, yes. Yes, it is." She's like, "I can't let you go without referring you to a counselor. Like you need a therapist or a mental health counselor." And I just said no again. No. And then she was like, "You really need it." And I just kept going, "No." And she's like, "I can't make you." And I was like, "Okay." And she's like, "Are you sure you don't need it?" I was like, "Absolutely." And so she's like, "All right." And she let me leave. And this point in my life, when I wasn't at my like maintenance work job, I was typically on like the porch or the patio of my apartment like when I got home, and I would just be drinking whiskey. I went through like, I think at one point like 3 bottles of whiskey a work week. Like every 5 days I'd be going through like 3 bottles of whiskey. And I wasn't drinking because like I felt like I needed to. I was just drinking because like at least I felt something at that point, because if I wasn't drunk, I didn't feel anything at all. I wouldn't be mad, I wouldn't be sad, I would just nothing. Joy, happiness, stuff like that goes real fast for me. Really hard to bring it up, and it's real quick to go. It eventually came to a head when I was drinking, I think like a week after that test. I was on my patio drinking and smoking. I couldn't stop thinking about the 17 for like the 2 weeks after that. Just kept bouncing around my head. And so I had this sergeant in the guard. She was like in charge of me, and I texted her. And I expected her to blow it off like all of my other cries for help. So I set it up to get blown off. Like that's how much like I just didn't take it seriously, asking someone for help. When I texted her, I literally texted her, hey, you remember the PHA and the mental health exam? I really should have studied for that. I failed. I scored a 17 out of 100. And she immediately, bless her soul, she immediately texted back. It was like, that's not funny. Really? At that point, like, it finally hit me that, like, yes, this is a problem. Because I don't know, like, I couldn't process, like, being told that, like, I scored a 17. Like, how do you process being told that you're just broken in the head? On a Tuesday. Oh, you're fucked. Go back to work. A little while later, she texted me back. She's like, hey, can I tell this major about it? And at this point, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Sure, go for it. I don't know. I'm just going to keep drinking my whiskey and smoking my cigarette and just watching where this shit show goes. A little while later, she texts back and she's like, you're not in any danger of hurting yourself or others right now, are you? And I was like, no. I got plenty more whiskey to drink. I'm not going to cut that short. And she was just like, okay, in your hometown, there's a reserve base. There's a mental health counselor there under the name of this. You are going to go see him tomorrow. And I remember I texted her. I was like, I have work tomorrow. I can't go at that time. And she's like, give me your boss's number and you won't have work tomorrow. And to this day, I still do not know what they told my boss. I have not asked about it. I still work for that company. I have not asked her about it. All I know is that, like, I didn't show up to work the next day and no one mentioned it. I went to the counselor and everything, and I told him everything about Fort Hood and, like, the leadership and all this stuff. I didn't tell him as much as I would have told him now, because there's a lot of stuff that, like, I was still blowing off at the time, and then other stuff that, like, I didn't even realize was influencing what was going on. But he was like, would you say you don't trust leadership figures? And I was like, yeah, I would say I have an inherent mistrust. He recommended I go register with the VA, Veterans Affairs, and get assigned a therapist. I told him no, just because 2 reasons. Like, 1, it's the VA. Fuck the VA. 2, after talking to him, I felt so much better getting all that off my chest. And I was feeling good. And then if I started to feel like shit again, I wanted to have the ability to go and get a therapist as like another card I could play. Instead of, you know, going and getting care when I already felt good. Why would I take my medicine when I feel healthy? I should just save that for when I feel sick. I've heard a lot that, like, the VA sucks. But really all of my Army healthcare provided comes from when I was actually in the... One time I was getting a filling done in dental, and whatever numbing agent Novocaine they were using was expired. So I got 15 shots of Novocaine in the same gum, and it would just wear off like almost instantly. Like, it would last like maybe 5 minutes, and eventually they just did it without numbing it. It just drilled out my tooth. Dead cold sober. Deathly allergic of dentist's office now, which I actually have to go back because I haven't seen a dentist since. And they found like 8 cavities or something they're got to go fill. But these are civilians, so I'm much more hopeful that they won't fucking torture me. There were other times where, like, I was deathly ill. I was like vomiting, fever of like 106 or something, like some crazy high fever, vomiting, delusional, and someone literally like dragged me, half carried me down the street to like the aid station. The doctor refused to prescribe me anything other than ibuprofen and water. They asked me if I had ibuprofen at home, and I said yes, and they're like, oh good, just take that, while I'm throwing up in their trash cans. Maybe it would get better if I went and saw a therapist, like a self-help group or something, but like, I don't feel a need to do that at all. People around me vaguely know about it, and like I've shared some stuff while being absolutely piss fucking drunk, which doesn't happen very often anymore. But Sometimes I just start drinking and I pour too much whiskey in my mug. I never like sit down and be like, let me tell you about this shit. I think the only person I've pulled aside and told was my sister after I got the 17 out of the 100. I think I called her not long after I got done talking with Sergeant. And I tried to like tell her like what was going on. Like I scored a 17. I think I scored a, and then I just started like crying on the phone. And she's like, do you want me to come and pick you up? I think I squeaked out like a yes. And she just hung up, drove right over. And then we just drove over to a park, and I just, well, not everything, but I told her a lot. But I never sat down and told my brother. At this point, there's really no reason I haven't. But back then, I still wanted, like, one person who wouldn't look at me differently, who wouldn't treat me differently. So I didn't want to go off on that limb and, like, try to, like, explain all that stuff to my brother and be like, hey, this is all this stuff. Because I feel like wouldn't handle it very well. No offense to him. He'll probably watch this. I don't drink anymore. I do drink a little bit, but like not drink. I will smoke a lot. Which probably is not the healthiest coping mechanism, but what I would do when it was really bad is I would make a deal with myself. So I'm either going to smoke until I run out of cigarettes, or I fail to light the next cigarette, the old one, and I would just smoke. And that whole time I was smoking, I would just be pacing like a stretch of road or something, and then I would just let my thoughts go, just let them free range. And if there was a thought that cropped up that like caught in my brain or snagged or something just kind of fell off with it, I would dwell on it. I would like pull it aside. I would like turn it over, rip it apart, look at it this way, until I felt satisfied. I like reviewed it, and I would just push it off, and I'd let my thoughts go again. Deal with like whatever was bothering me in my head. I mean, I did that for a year and a half, and it got me some progress. I would say I'm probably about as well as I'm ever gonna. Frankly, I'll settle for all right. I would say like it really is just like some days where you wake up and like you go through the whole day and it's good, and there are some days where you wake up and it's just like it's a day today. It just hits you out of nowhere. And sometimes like I'll just be listening to music and Spotify Shuffle will take me over to like one of the songs I used to listen to and when I was in Korea and everything. That day's a wash. I kid you not, the opening notes of some songs and everything on my playlist will end it. Will end it all for me on that day. Like just we're done. I have to throw in the towel. I just like focus on just my work and then just getting home. I have to just get home and like lay in bed.
It's weird because you go through all that shit and it doesn't really fully affect you because it's the normal there. It's normalcy. You know, once you get back to the States and, you know, you're not normal because everyone else is the picturesque ideal of normalcy. You know, okay, something's wrong, but, you know, you're getting small bits, you're getting nightmares, you're getting audible hallucinations, which are not fun. I was very irritable to sounds when I got back. Like, literally the day I got back home, I was at the airport, and this little girl, like, I don't know, she's probably like 6 or 7. She had just a small little, I guess it was like a Hello Kitty, like, suitcase roller thing. But the airport had tile. So when it rolled over, it just, you hear that sound. And yeah, that physically, I mean, I know I'm not there, but it's still just, you arch your back, you kind of duck down and be like, oh shit. And you're looking at this girl like, okay, don't yell at her. It's not her fault. Don't freak out. And, you know, you get night terrors, you get nightmares. And you're never cured, Nothing will ever cure that. You just learn to adapt to it and function with it. You know, there's no cure for depression. There's no cure for PTSD. The most you can do is somehow try to make yourself live easier in it. You know, I had a few flare-ups where anxiety hits or this or that hits, and I'm like, nope, I'm going home. Like, I'd be working, like, hey, I'm going home. I'll see you tomorrow. Or I'd be at school, like, hey, deuces, email me the homework. Bye. You know, there's no point, you know, staying there and, you know, suffering, because it's suffering. If you go to like a safe place like your home or, you know, wherever you're comfortable, you know, you can ease out of that. You know, don't keep yourself in that situation.
So I was doing that whole process I mentioned at the airfield in the guard and everything, but I was like a psychopath to other people who worked in fly ops. I wasn't really close to them, but I worked the shift leading up to the night crew, so like evening into midnight. And then when I got off, instead of going to bed, I would walk around the flight ops building incessantly. I mean, like 50 laps. Just walking around at chain smoking with music playing. Just like a serial killer. And this one song came on called Skybreaker. I don't know who it's by. I never listened to it, but I will always keep it in my like songs. And there's just the weirdest line from it, something to the effects of like, failure is not fatal, success is not final, which I'm pretty sure is a quote from somewhere. And it was just so weird to me that like the concept of failing wouldn't kill me. Realizing that like I can fuck up and people aren't going to die. For the past like 3.5 years, probably 4 years leading up to that moment, I was told like every time I fuck something up, this person's gonna die, you're gonna die, this person's gonna die because you did that, this person's gonna die because you did that. And then realizing in that moment that like a lot of my anger like swings and mood swings was because I was fucking up like this new job I had that I didn't know what I was doing. And I was like internally, subconsciously, I was freaking out. I was like thinking like people around me were gonna die because of it. Even though like me fucking up attaching the grounding cable to an outlet in an apartment complex is not going to kill them. I would say like I went into the army as like a chunk of marble. No personality, no real defining features beyond just being marble. But I just wanted to devote myself wholly and completely to like this organization and a part of this team. And then by the end of it, by the end of my first deployment and everything, they had just basically chiseled out the outline of a penis. So like it's, I can still make it immaculate, but at the end of the day, it's still a marble carving of cock. There's time where I'm off and everything. I have no interests, no hobbies, no activities, no one to like really like go out and like things with, or like any idea of like what I can go out and do. Shit, wake up, I lay in bed until like there's no chance I can get ready in time to be to work on time. So I already set myself up for failure right there. Then I get dressed, I get ready for work. I don't have a car or driver's license, so I take my little Razor scooter and I Razor scooter halfway across town to my office, and then I scooter home. If I'm feeling real froggy, I'll pick up like a burrito from one of the taco trucks on the way home. It's like go smoke real quick, so I'm home, play video games or watch YouTube. People have their hobbies, or like, oh, let's all go out like the movie theater, or like let's all go out like this coffee shop or whatever. I don't have any of that, so I kind of just like typically, without any kind of like outside interference, we'll just kind of go to my room and play video games. My brother's girlfriend like makes shoes, and like she makes her own clothing and everything. She's very passionate about it, but it absolutely baffles me. Like, why? She's like, I really like the shoes, I like making them, it's fun, I got a little shoe anvil. And I'm like, that's awesome, and I'd love to hear you talk about it. I do not understand on a fundamental level why you do it. One of my roommates I had is very passionate about mountain biking, competing in these contests and everything around the college and everything, and I cannot understand why he does it. I am in the great state of California. God bless its housing market, and may it always rise until no one can live here. I'm back with the military right now. I am part of the reserve, I had to get the full trifecta: active duty, National Guard, Reserve. I got the whole Triforce. What they promised me that got me to come back was they said, hey, take this 2-year contract to be a 68 Alpha, the biomedical engineer. And what that means is they're going to take me to an AIT school, just like if I was in active duty again. I will go there, I will learn the trade, I will graduate from that schoolhouse, and when I graduate from it, I will get all of the civilian certifications I need to become a biomedical engineer in the civilian world. So for the reserve and everything, I signed a 2-year contract, which means that I will only be in my reserve unit for 2 years. I show up 1 weekend out of a month. We do, as far as I can tell, fucking nothing. Occasionally they'll have us do like small things, but like 99% of the time we're just sitting in a fucking classroom. I mean, I've seen people pull out laptops and start watching like Netflix shows in there. Like, we do fucking nothing. I've always played my life by ear. Right now, the reserve is going to be like my substitute for like a college education. So like, since I can't go to college and like get a degree in anything, I'm going to get the civilian certifications to do this one job. I guess for now, like, I'm just getting civilian certifications, and once I have them, I can start looking to like, where do I want to actually live my life? You know, like, I can go fucking anywhere. I talk a lot of shit about the Army. Like, I'm going to talk more. A lot more. But I think despite as terrible as it was a very good decision. We had one dude in my platoon who overdosed like 3 to 4 times on like, I think it was heroin. I'm not sure. Before he got in the Army, like, people would come home and find him like frothing at the mouth. And so he got into the Army to get clean. And I actually got to celebrate his 3rd year being clean with him. Super, super cool. It really is just the best option for some people. Like, don't ever rule it out completely. Look to other things first. But if you're in a corner and it's your only choice, take it. Like, it can get you set up with like a whole career if you're smart and not me. Like, if you pick like a non-combat MOS, like 68 Whiskey is technically like a combat MOS. It's a healthcare specialist. Combat medic is what it used to be called. That gives you civilian certifications to be like EMTs, nurse. Like, you can go start working like the medical field and everything. Amazon is hiring like people who used to be 68 Whiskeys as like medical specialists in their warehouses and everything. Like, you have career options after you get out. A Forward Observer for artillery does not. An infantryman does not. So like, I am happy I got into them.
Obviously weren't flying anymore in gunships. The gunner job itself was actually really hard on the body, and it broke a lot of people. So like, people tried to get out of it, but for gunners it wasn't easy to get out of. So we actually used to like to make jokes about it, like the gunship flew on cancer. We would have to like get into the doorway and do ammo upload and pick like 45 pound shells out of the doorway and do this kind of like twisting motion and hand it off to the other guy at the ammo storage handling system, which is basically just a rack for the 105 rounds. And we'd just be doing this motion constantly. So it's like in the knees, a little bit in the back, just an awkward motion. And it's like not like the only awkward motion we had. We also had to kick out the brass from the 105, and you're like basically going full force into a punch to try to kick this brass out as far as it can, so like the guy behind can pull the shell out and throw it away. So like, it's a lot of like rotator cuff issues, back issues, knee issues, and like the cancer rate in the gunship community is actually fairly like pretty high, because we have like some of the most cancerous substances known to man on there. They had like Air Force quality or some kind of medical people come out and do like an air test while we were doing live fire on the gunship. The amount of lead in the air while we were shooting was so high that they were like, you should be on oxygen literally all the time. And we weren't. And we didn't, even with that advice. When they get you to your main base, you actually live in dorms, right? These dorms called quads. So there was like 4 rooms in this like kind of area, and they were all separated by their own door. I literally thought my dorm was cursed, but I realized later on that like we were just all gunship guys. The guy that I took his room, he had a stroke. Like a 23-year-old had a stroke. The guy I took the room from. The guy across from me, he ended up getting like near constant headaches to the point of like he couldn't function. A guy down the hall, he started getting like epileptic seizures, and the other guy at the end of the hall, he shook. He literally got something where he had like the shakes all the time, like Parkinson's. And I thought like my dorm was cursed. And I'm like the only one out of that specific time frame of guys that didn't have like some neurological disorder happen to them. Like everyone at that like age when you're young, you have a little bit of a mortality complex. So like I didn't expect like anything to happen to me. I'm like, well, you know, obviously they had health problems, whatever. My knees are shot to shit. Back problems. The headaches have gone away since I've like distanced myself, but like there was a point in like when I was in gunships where I was like, you know, I'm probably gonna die of like cancer, and that's cool, whatever. So let me set this up. So like, I don't know if they were a QRF, like a quick response force, but they were all like a convoy, and they were driving up the side of this mountain. And like, there's a sheer drop off, like right here, like to the valley below, and like above it, there's like this cresting ridge, and we're below the alpine level, so there's trees up here too. And the convoy is going, and an RPG hits the lead vehicle in like the tire well, and so like the tire explodes, but like everyone inside of it's fine because like they're meant to withstand explosions. And so like these guys dismount from this convoy and they're just shooting up the ridge line, and it all rolled really quickly because the sensor operators on the plane, they started scanning that tree line and they found like the hot brass like flying out of one of the AK-47s, and they're like, they told the ground party, we see hot, you know, gunships couldn't PID, which is like we couldn't positively identify weapons. We had to like paint a picture and like talk around what we really wanted to say without like misleading them. Or like, oh hey, we see hot objects like flying through the tree line from this cylindrical object, and it would be up to like the ground party, the JTAC, to be like, all right, positive identification on the weapons. You're cleared to engage. Here's the 5 line. Yeah, give me a round away. Or like rounds away call. It all happened really quick, and I was like excited. I was like on the 105, and the fire control officer, he said that he wanted the PGU-45. You think like typically with like a howitzer that like these shells are like pretty dumb. They just explode on impact, right? Like they're like a typical fuse. But the PGU-45 actually had like a radar in it, and when you shot it and like it got all the setback and rotation, these 2 little like cylinders in there would match up. And it would basically form a battery that would start powering this radar, and it would start sending out pings. And when it was like approximately like 15 feet above ground, it would explode. And the outside of the projectile was made of tempered steel. So if you think of like the tempered glass in your car, when it breaks, it turns into those little tiny squares. Like it just shatters into small squares rather than shards. That's basically what this was meant to do. It would explode above ground, and like it would send out like this umbrella of like shrapnel that was like .22 caliber size with like approximately 14,000 pieces of it. Well, that was what it was supposed to do. What it actually did was it failed. The radar failed. I don't know if like it was just faulty or if it sat in inventory too long. So this thing, rather than blowing up above the tree lines like he wanted, smacks straight into the middle of the tree and just rips it apart, and the tree falls over and it crushes 2 insurgents that were like right below it, like taking shelter and firing from it. So like my first death was by tree. I killed a tree and then 2 people under it. I went to my room and I was ready to process. Like I put some music on and I just like laid there, and I was waiting for like, you know, like a little bit of guilt, a little bit of, I don't know, some kind of human emotion. Because, you know, you watch Hollywood movies where like someone kills someone like for the first time and they're like shook up about it. Like I expected like that a little bit, but like I was sitting there and like on my bed listening to this music, and I was just like, is it weird that I don't like feel anything? And it's like am I a psychopath? Like what's going on here? I should feel some kind of way about what just happened, but like I don't. There was a mission in the Helmand River Valley on that same trip. And if I'm going to tell this story, I want to tell it in its entirety. So like the Helmand River Valley was always kind of like a hot spot. And Obama had like authorized this general for like a troop surge that was used for like the Marines to like push into the Helmand River Valley in one part of like this big operation for like one final push into Afghanistan. But because the war was ending, they had started like tightening up the rules of engagement, making it harder to shoot enemies, but also like specific targets were like near impossible. Like you couldn't shoot a building without like direct authorization from like the guy in charge of all of Afghanistan. I had been flying these Helmand River Valley missions for like 5 days in a row, and I wasn't expecting anything to happen because nothing had happened the 5 days previously. But this ground party of Marines with their JTAC, they pushed down this little dirt road, and like on the other side, it's like kind of sloped up. Like this whole town that they were going into was kind of like sunken below the typical elevation of like the surrounding area. In front of them, at the end of the road, there was like a wadi, like a creek, and on the side they had like a little bit of the wall of the like this town. When they were coming down into it, like they didn't like notice anything, but like as soon as like the first guy crossed that wall into the town, he started getting lit up by this 2-story like mud brick building from like the top window, and like he pushed back around, and like there was nowhere for these guys to go. The rules of engagement at the time was like if they could retreat, get out of there, don't engage the enemy, just like get out of there and like let sleeping dogs lie, whatever. But like there was nowhere they could go. If they went up to the right, like they'd go up that embankment and their backs would be to this guy who was shooting at them. If they went back up the road, like they would lose the cover of the wall because they'd basically walk up above it. And if they went into the creek, like there was no guarantee that there wasn't a window on the other side of this 2-story that could just shoot them while they were crossing this creek. So like these guys were just stuck here behind this mud brick wall, and they were like, with these AKs, it was basically turning this wall into Swiss cheese while they were behind it. And they were like slowly like losing their cover. And like, I'll never, oh God, this mission's hard to talk about. It's the only time I've heard a joint task air controller like lose his cool over the radio. Like he called up and he was just like, if you don't get rounds down right now, we're going to die. And it's like, and I'm not doing justice to how it sounded because there was like a crack in his voice, and it was real like you could hear like the sheer panic in this dude's voice. It was just the crack of it and everything. And it's like I had to sit there and watch because like these guys were in a building and we're not allowed to shoot buildings. And we tried to tell the ground force commander, like, hey, these guys are taking accurate fire, they can't retreat, like we need to shoot this building. And he's like, I'm not giving you my authorization to strike that building because if there's civilians in there, like that's on my head. So we were like, we had an internal discussion on the crew, like we could declare self-defense for these guys, but if there's any civilians in there, like that's like a court martial. So like we weren't willing to really accept that risk to put that on our own heads. So we had to get in touch with headquarters back in Bagram and tell them what was going on. And then those guys had to send a runner to get the literal commander of all the forces in Afghanistan of NATO to come back. Then they had to bring him up to speed on what was happening, answer all his questions, and then get the authorization from him to strike the building. So like the entire time I'm fuming because like we have the capability to stop what we're watching right now and we're not using it. Like that's what our mission was. Our purpose is to save ground parties' lives, save American lives. It wasn't, and I've thought about this in later years, it was never about taking the enemy's life. It was always about using our like offensive capabilities in like a defensive manner. But like I was seeing red. Like it's the most mad I've ever been in my life. And like now, like going through that experience, I actually know that there's a difference between like anger and like wrath. So like that's what I was feeling. Like I felt like I could just rip out like the side of the fuselage of the gunship, like jump down out of the sky and like fucking sucker punch these Taliban in the face. Like that's how mad I was. Like I would do something irrational like that. And so we eventually got the authorization to strike this building, and like not 2 rounds into the 105, like shooting them out, and like a couple 40s out of the 40 millimeter, and like we get this ceasefire call, and I'm like, the fuck are we doing? Let's level that bitch, turn it into a fucking dirt parking lot. What are we doing? And like then they come over and they're like, women and children are squirting from the building, which squirting just means run away. And it was like at that moment it was like, what? No. There's terrorists in there. There's no women and children. What the fuck? What? Couldn't process it. And I don't know, man. I've thought about that like multiple times over like the course of my life. It's like, what could we have done to like prevent that? Like the ground party, like that was a perfect ambush on their part. from the setup to like where they got trapped behind the wall. It was like perfect. Like I think about it and I'm like, the only thing that could have stopped it is if like we didn't get that push, we didn't get that surge, or the ore ended earlier. Like that was like, I don't know, that was a box that we got stuck into. And I guess I came back from that trip. Well, not I guess. I came back from that trip pretty messed up mentally. I'd had Sand Devil kind of like hazing me, and I felt like I was kind of like ostracized from the gunship community at that point. But also, I had this civilian casualty mission, and I knew it was bad because they had to bring in like medical evacuation helicopters to like take them out. But I never wanted to know how many there were. I didn't want that number floating around my head forever. But I came back from that mission and like it was kind of like a spiral at first. Like I came back, like the entire time I was deployed, like it wasn't affecting me mentally because I had like a mission to direct all my mental attention. But like when I came back and I was on CTO or like what you guys might know as like R&R, like rest and relaxation, like after my family had visited me and left, like it was like the first time I'd been alone with my thoughts about that mission. And I thought about it and I was like, okay, that's natural. Like it was pretty fucked up. So like trying to process it like emotionally and like not really getting anywhere. Cause like at this point I'd already kind of like thought like, oh, I guess I just don't feel remorse. But truly what the real thing is like, I was like repressing it all. And like this mission kind of like built up so much pressure, like mentally, that like I couldn't uncork it on my own. I was like, if I can't stop thinking about it, obviously something's wrong about it. And I was hesitating at that point to like throw around like the PTSD word because like I didn't want to admit that I could have something like messed up mentally with myself. And so like I was like, all right, so we're gonna do this my way. And I went out and I bought like a fifth of like Crown. And I went home and I fucking uncorked it because I knew it was a depressant and I was going to drink it to like try to like tap into those like feelings, like release the pressure on the dam and just like whatever. Well, that was a bad move because as soon as I like unbottled those repressed emotions, like basically bawled like a baby for like 4 hours that night. And it didn't really stop after that. Like I thought like I'd wake up the next morning and be like, oh, cool, I had a good cry, like it's out of my system. But then like immediately like afterwards, okay, I'm thinking about the mission, but I'm thinking about the mission because I'm thinking about how I untapped that uncorked that emotion. And then it was like, okay, stop thinking about the mission. Stop thinking about it. And it's just like it just bounced around in my head like all day for like months. It was like bringing me to like my breaking point, which was like it's hard. It's easier for me to admit now than it was then because like I was very prideful and like mentally headstrong. The idea of like admitting that I have a mental problem was like never a place I was gonna go. But yeah, like it bounced around and like it got pretty dark there for a while. Like I don't know, suicidal idealization and stuff like that. Just to like, cause I was getting so sick of like not being able to think of like anything else. Like I couldn't even like decompress because like what I had done before, watch movies and play video games. I would watch a movie and like think about that mission because there'd be like some small scene that would remind me of like what had happened in the Helmand River Valley. Or I'd play a video game and it'd be violent and I would think about, you know, what happened there. It was like everything led back to that mission. I'd never drank alone before in my life. This was a new thing, going out and buying this fifth, and it was only like the worst thing I could have done because then it was like I was drinking to feel sad and to not think about it. Like at least when I was drinking, like I felt like I was in control, which really was like the dumbest thing to think when I was like going through this because I wasn't in control of it at all and drinking was not helping at all. But like it didn't matter. I was just doing it anyways. Like I did initially try to drink with other people, but I realized that I wanted to fight other people I drank around, like, which is a new thing. I had drank before that and I was always a happy drunk, but like after this, when I drank, I wanted to like fight my friends, fight random like special forces guys that I ran into at like the bar. And I realized that like, I don't want to fight like my friends and like the other people that I work with. So like I just kind of withdrew from that like party drinking because it wasn't partying anymore for me. Because I knew I wasn't going to reach out for mental health, I was kind of trapped in like I was in suicidal idealization and stuff, and like I would at some points like drink and like I knew like how far I could depress the trigger on my firearm before it went off, and I would just like sit there waiting for either like liquid courage to like let me like bloop, or to like just get so drunk that I just wanted to go to sleep. Well, I mean, I couldn't go to like mental health or anything because then I wouldn't be able to fly. They would take me off flying orders to deal with that, and it like felt like I would be letting down the rest of the gunship community, or I'd be letting down the ground parties deployed. And I realize now that like the Air Force would have always filled my slot, but at the time, like I felt like I owed it to like the taxpayer, to the ground party, to my fellow gunners and the gunship community as a whole for, you know, I felt like I owed everyone without like feeling like I owed myself anything.
If you could tell everybody in the world one thing, what would it be?
As rough as things get, sometimes the answer is to do nothing. Like, if you're having a real shit time, lay in bed, be selfish. It's okay to be selfish. Lay in bed for the day. Just chalk it up as an L. Take an L. Taking an L is an acceptable answer. Lay in bed, roll that day out, count it as a loss. And just hope that tomorrow's better. And if it's not, the next day will be. You can't change a loss from being a loss. But you can take the W's when they come. And they will come. Just gotta hold on and wait for it. No, man, if you think through it, everything, like wherever I'm at, there's always like gonna be a air mattress, futon couch, something.
On Monday, the 13th of March, we lost a teammate. Private Ana Basualdo Ruiz passed away here on Fort Hood.
Nearly 3 years after the death of Vanessa Guillén, her sister Myra is seeing another family live their own nightmare. 20-year-old Private Ana Basualdo Ruiz found dead on Fort Hood.
It's like I was reading the headlines of my sister's case all over again, and it was hard to accept the fact that it happened once again and in Fort Hood once again. That's what we were trying to avoid the whole time, for there to be another case similar to my sister's.
Fort Hood has yet to release a cause of death, but they've ruled out foul play.
For the Army to say no foul play presumes facts that have not yet been brought forth.
Fort Hood says there was no apparent foul play, but her parents aren't so sure.
With a sergeant, she told me they were harassing her.
Her daughter complained about an Army superior harassing her and that she received multiple sexual advances from others on the base.
Preparing to finish a 3-year contract, Private Basualdo Ruiz told her father, quote, she was no longer comfortable, that her whole life was wrong, that she wanted to die.
I sent her text messages and they didn't get to her. Like they didn't appear that they were delivered. And I went to see her location and it looked like she was in a parking lot on Fort Hood.
We stood on this very spot 3.5 years ago when Vanessa Guillén disappeared and was later found to have been killed. Never thinking we would be here again under similar circumstances. We are not here to attack the Army. We're here to work with the military to ensure the safety and the well-being of our men and women. And yes, their well-being is the defense readiness of this nation.
The name Fort Hood has been retired and will now be known as Fort Cavazos.
Please direct your attention to the 2 screens on the field, where you will witness the unveiling of the Fort Cavazos.
It's going to take all of us some getting used to saying Fort Cavazos instead of Fort Hood. We've been saying that for so long.
Cavazos became the first Hispanic to reach the rank of brigadier general in 1976, and that's just one of the many accomplishments Cavazos was a part of when he was here.
But of course, there's a lot of mixed opinions.
I think they need to change the leadership and how they do things in Fort Hood and around Fort Hood instead of changing the name, because it has a nasty history at this point. Like, a name change isn't going to fix it.
I think it's a good change to me. We want to get rid of the Confederates. They were the bad guys, so let's go for it.
I feel like they're trying to rewrite the history, a lot of the bad publicity that they've gotten over the past couple of years, and I think the name change isn't going to be enough. But I mean, it's a step in the right direction.
Most of us can't spell it. Most of us can't say it. So it's going to be like, yeah, Fort Hood, you know what that's at? Yeah. It's going to be a Fort Hood Street. No, I mean Fort Cavazos Street.
My opinion is I don't like it because I want to stay like it is.
Will you still call it Fort Hood, or will you call it Fort Cavazos?
I'm going to call it whatever you call it, come through my head.
You will always call it Fort Hood.
Fort Hood, doesn't matter what. There is going to be Fort Hood.
Okay, well, the people have spoken.
Tragic news tonight. 4 soldiers have died at Fort Cavazos over the past month. This according to a media release from the Post. The release says all 4 deaths were male soldiers assigned to the 1st Cavalry Division, but have nothing.
Meanwhile, a Fort Cavazos soldier is charged with the murder of a man in Killeen. This happened back in February when Larry Kidd Jr.
Authorities are investigating a deadly shooting involving 2 soldiers. Nolanville police say 1 person died and another person was hospitalized Saturday morning. Police say both individuals were stationed at Fort Cavazos.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's ceremony.